Death's Denial. Seasons of Necromancy, Book 4. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Aleister. I ducked, barely avoiding the tray of food aimed at my head. Get out. Nostrils flaring and feeling my last bit of patience slip away, I hissed. All that did was get a glass hurled at my head next. It shattered against the wall behind me, the shards landing amongst the rest of the dishes broken this evening. You have to eat something, I snapped. From across the room, Emery glared, her chest heaving and her hands balled up in tight fists. She had been in bed, but at my words she threw the blankets back and climbed out. I'll eat when I want to eat. Just leave me alone. For weeks, I'd been trying to get her to eat and leave this room. And for weeks she fought me, screamed at me, shouted, cursed me out, did everything she could to push me away. We'd taken rooms at the lodge in Burning Glade. Roderick and the rest of the Eternal Ember had spoken with us the day we arrived. They all knew the story, and the guard was out searching for any leads on these supposed cultists. Finally, our narrative was being taken seriously, or most of it at least. I should have been elated, but it was too damned late. None of the encouraging things they said, nor the promises they made to find who killed Gentry, did anything to ease mine or Emery's suffering. I tried to be there for her, but she let herself slip into sorrow, followed quickly by rage and waves of depression that left her exhausted and unstable. She had to be watched around the clock in case she attempted to hurt herself. Again. Finding her holding that knife to her wrist once was more than enough. If you don't eat, you're going to keep getting weaker, I argued. Is that what you want? I can't have what I want, she retorted, taking a step forward. Her legs trembled, and she nearly toppled over but managed to stay upright. She was so pale, and her cheeks were gaunt. Dark circles had formed around green eyes that no longer shimmered with magic. They were dull and filled with despair and pain. Her hair was dragged back in another messy ponytail, and her clothes were rumpled. She'd been wearing the same pair of yoga pants and an oversized sweater for the last week. Teresa had been the only one able to convince Emery to somewhat take care of herself. Even she was pushed to the brink of patience some days with Emery's attitude. I know this is hard, I said softly, and Emery's lip quivered, but you can't simply let yourself rot away in this room. Says who? Says me, damn it, I yelled, running my hands through my hair. Emery, please, you have to stop this. I tried, and you wouldn't let me. That is not what I meant, and you know it, I shot back with a furious growl. An image of that dark day rose to meet me, and I hissed, shaking my head to clear the terrible vision away. We'd cleared out anything sharp from her room just in case. I was still worried she'd find another way to end her pain. You really think this is what he'd want you to do right now? Give up. Don't you dare stand there and talk to me about what he'd want, she seethed. Any time before, if she told me to stop talking about Gentry, I listened. But I was growing desperate. I'd already lost Gentry. I couldn't lose Emery, too. I wouldn't. On the bright side, with her magic out of whack, I might not end up on my ass with her grizzly bear standing over me if I kept pushing. It's true and you know it, I said. Gentry would be pissed at you right now. She stumbled closer, smashing her hands over her ears. Shut up, she whispered. No. I'm not going to stand here and watch you lose yourself. I won't do it, and you can't ask me to. You are going to start eating, and you're going to leave this room, or I'm going to drag you out of it every day until you realize you still have a life to live. Just leave me alone, she yelled. I don't want you here. Her voice cracked and she sucked in a harsh breath, clutching her chest. I can't have you here. Please just go away. I walked toward her, reaching out a hand, but she withdrew. You're not the only one who lost him, I reminded her gently, my words thick with grief. It hurts. Gods, I know it hurts, but we can get through this together. I'm still here. For how long, she whispered so quietly, I almost missed it. I'm not going anywhere, I assured her. Was she worried Roderick was going to keep me from her? I'd never let that happen. You don't know that. She wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes wild. You don't. He said the same thing. He said nothing would happen to him, and he died, Aleister. He died, and it's my fault. It's my fault he's gone and I can't, she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks while she sank to the floor. I can't lose you both, so go away. Please go away. She buried her face in her hands, shoulders quivering with her sobs. How could she ever think I would leave her? I went to her in a heartbeat, sat on the floor, and hugged her hard as I could without hurting her. At first she pushed against me, but when I refused to budge she gave up and sank into me. I failed to hold back a swell of sadness, and did my best to keep my blood-tinged tears from falling on her face. It's not your fault, I murmured, resting my chin atop her head. Guinevere killed him. He jumped in front of me. It should have been me. This whole time all they wanted was me. I should have just let them finish what they started. You think either of us would let that happen? You know what we mean to each other. Even if you had tried to give yourself up, we would have come for you. I shut my eyes, praying for strength while I kept her safe in my arms. Gentry did what he did because he loved you more than anything else in this world. Loving me got him killed. She shoved against my chest and gazed up at me, her eyes pleading. I don't want them to hurt you next. They won't. No one is going to get to you or me, not here. I want to believe you, she whispered, but all I see is that night. Except I see you die too. It's always the same. Over and over and over, and I can't take it anymore. I can't. I wiped the tears from her cheeks with my thumbs, buying myself a few more seconds to figure out what to even say to her. If I could take the nightmares from you, I would. I'd take your pain, your hurt, I'd take it all so you could see past the darkness clouding your mind. You can't simply give up. I won't let you. Aleister, she murmured. I grunted, hauling her to her feet. I don't want to hear it. If Gentry were still here, he would have dragged your ass out of this room days ago. Starting tomorrow, you are going to start eating. You're going to put on fresh clothes, and you're going to take a damned shower because, quite frankly, you stink. Her jaw dropped, her eyes narrowing. Really? Yeah, really. I love you, but I'm a vampire, and it's a bit overwhelming to come in here. She shoved me, but there was a curl to her lips at least. You're an asshole. I smirked, happy to see some of the fight creeping back into her eyes. Then I'm an asshole, but I'm the asshole who's not going to stand by while you let yourself wither away. She squeezed my hands and for the first time in weeks smiled. It only lasted a second, but I'd take it. She stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. Stop blaming yourself, I added sternly. No guarantees. She slipped away from me and sniffed herself. All right, I do stink. I'm going to take a shower. She glanced at the mess of dishes near the door, cringing. After I clean that up. Nope, I'll take care of this. Take a shower, and if you decide you want to join us, we'll be downstairs. If not, get some rest. She turned away, but I caught her hand, remembering why I'd come up here in the first place. I have something for you. From the pocket of my slacks, I removed a small box and handed it to Emery. Her brow furrowed when she took it. Once it was open, she bit her lip, fresh tears shining in her eyes. Your last one broke, and I didn't want you to worry about losing the ring. It's perfect, she murmured, lifting the black chain necklace from the box. On it was her raven pendant, and the small black and red metal ring Gentry had been wearing when he died. She undid the clasp and placed it around her neck. Thank you. She hugged me, and I returned the gesture, wishing more than anything Gentry was still here. Wishing too that one of these days, I'd feel a spark of her magic again. She stepped back, wiped her face, and after grabbing clean clothes, ducked into the bathroom. Roughly clearing my throat, I knelt and cleaned up the mess of broken dishes and food. Standing in the corridor just outside Emery's door was Jared. I'd been surprised when he showed up here the day we arrived. Brolin had also been confused, until Jared explained Gentry made him swear he'd guard Emery if anything happened to him. He was keeping that promise, no matter what his prince ordered. Roderick had talked Brolin out of sending Jared away. And every day since, Jared stood outside Emery's door, watching over her. Sounded exciting, he commented after I'd pulled the door shut behind me. I think we had our first breakthrough. He tilted his head, glancing behind him. Is that the shower running? Yeah. Be nice if I could get her to eat something too. Give her time. I don't think we have it, I whispered. The cultists are still out there. Until the guard can find them, and whoever's in charge, she's in danger. What happens if they attack when she's weak like this? That's why she has you and me. Didn't Roderick give his guards orders to keep an eye on her too? She's about as protected as a member of the Eternal Ember right now. There's always a chance they'll get to her. He gave my shoulder a squeeze. We'll just have to make sure they don't. I'm not sure I ever thanked you for being here. He shrugged, returning his hand to his hip where his dagger resided. You don't have to. Gentry was like a brother to me, too. He might be gone, but Emery is his soulmate. I'm not about to forget my promise to him. He squared his shoulders, blinking rapidly while he looked away from me. Gentry's death hit many of us hard. He'd been one of the fiercest warriors of his house, and many respected him, looked up to him. He might have been young in the eyes of the vampires, but he didn't act it. Despite the darkness he wrestled with for decades, he cared for those under his protection, promising to fight for them against whatever threats might arise. He hadn't been a vampire of many words, and I sure as hell couldn't say he was charismatic. But he didn't have to be when he proved his worth with his actions. He would have made a great prince one day. I let Jared be, continued down the hall to the stairs, reached the kitchen, and deposited the tray of broken dishes into the trash. The kitchen staff gave me varying looks of sympathy and sadness. She promised she'd do better tomorrow, I assured them, and left quickly to avoid a stream of questions I knew they wanted to ask. Most of the lodge staff was curious about Emery. Even more simply felt sorry for what she'd been through. And what I'd been through. My room was never without a fresh bottle of blood-infused whiskey, a drink I found myself indulging in far more now with Gentry was gone. Somehow, it made me feel like he was still around. Aimlessly, I wandered the lodge, barely nodding to those I passed. After we'd been in Burning Glade for a few days, I'd carefully asked Emery if she'd seen anything of Gentry's spirit. That was the cause of her first breakdown here. She hadn't been able to feel him at all. When she tried to enter the spirit realm, she was shoved back. The following day was when Jared and I found her so lost in sorrow, she'd been ready to end it all. I hadn't asked her about trying to get into the spirit realm, to talk to Gentry. My chest ached, and I hissed quietly, changing my path so I ended up outside. I hardly felt the bite of the cold air, breathing in the scents of the night. Cedar and wood smoke filled my nose. A fresh layer of snow covered the ground, crunching under my steps. A storm had come with the new year, not that there was much to celebrate. The year ended almost as brutally as it began. Concern about how much worse things were going to get nagged at me every day, no matter what I told myself or Emery. I didn't stop walking until I reached a bench near several tall cedar trees. Leaning my head back, I shut my eyes, listening to the sounds of Burning Glade. Voices murmured, people walking along the sidewalks. Car doors shut every now and then. Several vehicles drove through town, heading away from the lodge. An owl called from somewhere close by. A second answered, its forlorn call resonating deep within me. Another sound caught my attention. I sighed. You can join me if you want, I said. I could use the company. A rush of wind to my right told me Gretchen had sat down. You look slightly less horrible today. I smirked. Thanks. How's she doing? Also slightly less horrible, I replied. Just wish there was something I could do for her. You are doing something. You're here for her. Did you convince her to let you contact her parents? She tried to take my head off with a glass tonight. I'll leave that conversation for another time. Can't blame her. She finds the one person she's meant to be with forever, and he's taken away from her far too soon. It's not fair. I opened my eyes, staring off into the distance. No, it's not. I knew the pain I endured was only a fraction of what threatened to crush Emery every day. I opened my mouth, but Gretchen was already shaking her head. What? I know what you're going to ask, and the answer is still no. It's been weeks, I argued. And? Roderick is not about to let you anywhere near Cassandra. He thinks you're more likely to rip her throat out than talk to her. My brow arched. I don't see the problem with that. You can't murder a member of the Eternal Ember. Commander Bane of the Guard and the entire Eternal Ember questioned her about her involvement with these cultists. Her story checks out. There is no evidence leading from the cultists to her or the cultists to the Order. None. You know this, and no, the Guard hasn't found anything new to tie her to Gentry's death. Where is she now? She left a few hours ago to tend to some business with the covens. I snarled, blurring off the bench. To see her cultists and give them new orders. She's not finished. Whatever she's planning to do next is going to be worse than setting a handful of her cultists against us. We need to be ready. And we can't be ready if we don't know what's going on outside this damn town. Look, Roderick has men following her, she said, appearing at my side. He listened to everything you told him, everything the three of you found. He's taking it seriously, but if Cassandra is as dangerous as you believe, then he has to be careful. We all do. He can't do more than what he's doing now, and you know it. It doesn't help that Brolin, of all people, is still supporting her innocence. It makes it hard for the others to believe she's capable of sending out orders for Gentry to be murdered. He's being influenced by her magic. It's the only reason he hasn't tried to kill the bitch himself. Find me proof and I'll agree with you, she said, taking hold of my hand. You might have to accept the possibility that she's not involved. That she's innocent in all of this. I nearly blurted that I had other questions for her that didn't involve the cultists, but clamped my mouth shut. The last thing Gretchen needed to know was Emery's suspicion of who Cassandra Thornhart was to me. She already worried I was going off the deep end with Emery. If I told her that tidbit, she'd think I was losing it. Unsure I could face going back inside yet, I turned toward the park. Walk with me. Her silver eyes brightened. Of course. We followed the path from the lodge to the park, taking one of the trails surrounding the lake. She never said a word, but her presence was comfort enough. My mind wandered, bringing up images of Emery and Gentry. I shoved my hands deep into my pockets, making the same wish I did every damn day. That somehow Gentry would come back to us. I knew he couldn't, but it didn't stop me from asking fate for a favor all the same.
Chapter 2. Emery. For the first time since coming to Burning Glade, I opened the door to my room and stepped out into the hall. "Oh hi," I said, startled to see Jared right there. "Evening, Emery," he said with a slight nod. "Wait," I paused, glancing from Jared to my door. "Have you been here every day?" "Yes." I waited for him to elaborate, but he merely smiled. "Gentry told you to, didn't he?" I whispered, my heart sinking. Jared's eye twitched. "He did, and I do not go back on my promises." I hadn't seen Jared face to face since the night he and Aleister found me, holding a knife, intending to end it all. The same darkness that had tormented me then was still around. I feared it'd never go away. I didn't simply lose Gentry. I lost a massive chunk of my heart, my soul. Shit, I hadn't been able to feel my magic since the day I was told Gentry wasn't coming back. Even after Aleister's last visit, and my promise to stop hiding in my room, all I wanted to do was turn around and go right back in, lock the door and bury my head under the blankets. I'd thought I was ready to make those first few steps of accepting that Gentry wasn't going to be waiting for me downstairs. Too bad I was wrong. Aleister was right though. I couldn't stay in my room forever. I held back a swell of sorrow by sheer force of will and squared my shoulders. "Jared, I never thanked you for being here," I murmured. "And for, I rubbed my left wrist, and he immediately closed his cold hand around it. "I am so sorry," he said, giving my wrist a gentle squeeze. "I am too, for you." I lifted my gaze to find him smiling sadly. "It's weird. I keep waiting for this to all be a nightmare. But it's not, and I'm not sure what to do anymore. What is it Aleister has been telling you? One day at a time, he said softly. Just remember you're not alone. Gentry made me swear on my life I would protect you, and that includes from yourself. He had Aleister make the same oath. Don't force us to be liars. I covered his hand with mine, fighting back the tears that wanted to fall. I won't. Good. Now, shall I escort you to the dining room so you can eat? I believe Aleister is there. Yeah, that sounds great. He offered me his arm, and I attempted a smile, tucking my hand in the crook of his elbow. This was the first time I'd really talked to Jared, when he wasn't trying to pry a knife out of my hand while I screamed bloody murder. He asked if I wanted to hear about Gentry from his early vampire days. I nodded, unable to say anything through the lump in my throat. We took our time walking through the lodge, while he talked about the antics he and Gentry used to get up to. By the time we reached the main floor, my cheeks hurt from smiling. The depressing cloud that had hung over me dissipated a tiny bit. At the dining room, Jared gave me an encouraging nod. I turned, spotting Aleister sitting alone at a small table, nursing a tumbler of whiskey. He raised his head, his eyes widening when they landed on me. A second later, he was there, hugging me. How are you feeling? He murmured, leaning back, his gaze searching mine. One step up from terrible. I'm hungry, I added. Good. Let's get you something to eat. He led me to his table, whispering, You smell better too. I smirked, rolling my eyes. Ass. He chuckled and joined me at the table. A witch hurried toward us, asking me what I wanted. She looked thrilled after I assured her I planned on eating today, and would not throw my food at Aleister's head. Once she was gone, my cheeks burned, and I covered my face in my hands. I'm sorry. I've been a wreck. Aleister pulled my hands down, those pale blue eyes flashing a deep crimson for a moment. You're allowed to be a wreck. There's no need to apologize. Not even for the other thing, I said, cringing. His lips thinned, and he quickly removed the butter knife from my side of the table. When he removed the fork too, I raised my brow. You don't need silverware to eat a burger and fries. I reached across the table and took hold of his hands. I'm not going to try again. Why did you even do it in the first place? He growled. I glanced around to ensure we had privacy, and found the dining room had emptied of diners. Jared stood outside the door, his back to us. Keeping my voice low, I said, I was trying to make it stop. You can't simply destroy yourself to get over that pain. Not the pain. I rubbed my thumb over my left wrist. The same wrist Gentry had taken blood from. I kept feeling him there and my neck, and I just wanted it to stop. It was torture every time I opened my eyes, thinking he was back when he wasn't. My neck gave a twinge in the very spot Gentry had bitten. I flinched. Aleister took my hands back in his. Anytime you feel like you're losing it, that you can't take the pain, you talk to me, understand? I nodded while he brushed aside the single tear that fell down my cheek. Clearing my throat, I changed subjects, not sure I could handle this discussion going any further. Do they have any leads yet? On the cultists? I asked, wanting to catch up on whatever I'd missed while I'd locked myself in my room. Aleister's eyes darkened, a quiet hiss slipping past his lips. None. Nothing at all. It's been weeks. What about finding Rose? They tore that building apart. None of them rose, he added in a rush, there's nothing for them to go on. Guinevere's body is also presumed missing. And Cassandra? He scoffed. I haven't been allowed to see her. They don't trust me. All they say is that she was thoroughly questioned, and is not to be put under investigation unless proof of her crimes is uncovered. I asked him if he'd brought up the possible connection he had to Cassandra. He shook his head, his pleading gaze telling me he wasn't in the mood to discuss that topic tonight. I let it go and sank back in my chair. My food was brought out, and I ate half the burger and nibbled on the fries until I couldn't stomach anything else. When I yawned, struggling to keep my eyes open, Aleister stood and held out his hand for mine. "I was worried," he mused when we neared my room. "After I left you yesterday, I wasn't sure you were going to come out. Told you I was going to try." My hand had remained in his for the walk. It was comforting, but at the same time, there was a part of what made us whole missing. He squeezed my hand as if sensing my rising grief. I attempted a smile, but was interrupted by a yawn. "Don't know why I'm so damn tired." "Nightmares?" "Partly, but my body's tired too, like I've been running non-stop for days." "Grief will do that to you. If you want, I can call your parents. See if they can come stay with you here for a few days." "No," I uttered. "I'll call them tomorrow maybe, but Mom can't handle this. The last thing I want is to make my dad feel guilty that he can't be here when I need him. I'll talk to them at least. Might be a good idea not to tell them everything. You should tell them the truth." "And what is the truth?" "After everything we heard and saw that night, the Eternal Ember still doesn't fully believe us. If they did, Cassandra would be in custody." His silence told me I was right. "Do you want me to stay with you a while longer?" I wanted to say no, but now that I'd been out of my room, being in there alone terrified me. All I saw was the darkness closing in until it swallowed me whole. Aleister reached around me and opened the door, leading the way inside. I spotted Jared returning to his post in the hall when the door closed. I kicked out of my shoes and sat on the bed. Aleister turned the TV on some old black and white movie, and after I patted the bed beside me, he climbed in, his back to the headboard. I sat up alongside him, my head on his shoulder. "Aleister?" I whispered, when I could barely keep my eyes open. "I miss him." He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, drawing me into his chest. "Me too." I held on to him, my sadness growing as my magic continued to remain silent. I shut my eyes and listened to the movie and Aleister whispering that somehow, we'd make it through. One day at a time. Gentry. I squinted at the darkness in my room, the last remnants of the nightmare fading away. Smashing my hands to my eyes, I didn't move an inch until I knew I wasn't going to start sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Gentry yanked back into that damned building was something I never wanted to see again. Yet every night, that gruesome vision was right there to greet me. Worse was when the nightmare would shift, and I saw Aleister dying next. When I trusted myself not to lose it if I moved, I threw back the blankets and went to shower. There was no point in trying to go back to sleep. Early afternoon sunlight peeked through the drapes, but I kept them closed. I wanted nothing to do with the outside world, not yet. Every day, I continued to fight the exhaustion that crippled me at times. At least Aleister wasn't as worried about me. I'd made it a point to eat in front of him, and made sure to leave my room for most of the time I was awake. I hoped one of these days I'd leave my room and find the guard had a lead on the cultists. After a quick hot shower that filled the bathroom with steam, I dragged a fluffy white towel around my body and ran my hand down the mirror. A wave of dizziness forced me to grab the sink to stop from falling over. Emery. My head shot up, and I cursed at the sharp pain shooting across my forehead. But there, just for a second, had been Gentry. His face was covered in dried blood, his eyes closed. His arms were at a weird angle. "Emery. I'm here. Emery." The image disappeared too fast for me to get any more details, but his whisper lingered in my ears. "Gentry?" I stared into that mirror until my eyes watered. "Gentry, please." But he didn't reappear. I shut my eyes, willing my magic to work. Was he reaching out to me from the spirit realm? If he was, I had to get to him. I had to see him. Tears seeped from my eyes when my tattoos remained silent, and my magic refused to listen to me. A sob tore through my chest while I sank to my knees there on the cold tile. "Emery?" Aleister called from outside the door to my room while he knocked. "You awake?" I tried to answer, but it came out as a gasp. "Emery?" I heard the door open, and when he called for me again, he was right outside the bathroom. "You all right?" I nodded, but since he couldn't see that, I swallowed down my grief and called, "Yeah. Good. You sure?" "Yep. Just making sure I don't stink again," I said lightly, hoping he failed to notice the tremor in my voice. "Headmistress Fairmain stopped by to check on you. Up for a visit?" I wanted to stay right where I was until I saw Gentry again. That'd never happen, not with Aleister standing outside the door. "Yeah. I'll be out in a minute." I dressed quickly in jeans and a black sweater, dragged my hair back in a bun and opened the door. "Why's she want to see me?" Aleister stopped his pacing at my question. He wore black slacks as usual with a dark blue button-down silk shirt that brought out his eyes. His blonde hair was loose around his shoulders, and there was a bit of stubble on his face. His eyes did a quick once-over, clearly checking to make sure I wasn't hurt and trying to hide it. "I think simply to make sure you're holding up all right. She's taken a liking to you." "Not sure why. All I did was cause havoc." I stepped into my black flats and met Aleister at the door. He sniffed and I tensed, waiting for him to call me out for lying. If he sensed how much of an emotional wreck I was today compared to yesterday, he kept it to himself. "You were also one of the brightest witches at the academy," he added as we left my room. Jared and Gretchen waited in the hall today, and followed us through the lodge to the main floor. When we reached the lounge, they hung back by the door. Aleister guided me to where Headmistress Fairmain sat with Vic, her husband and member of the Eternal Ember. The power couple, as I dubbed them in my head, stood to greet me. Vic I'd seen a few times while I'd been here, but hadn't really spoken to him much. He gave me a smile, but it was Fairmain yanking me into a hug that threw me off. "You look like you're eating at least," she said, giving me a stern look after she released me. Aleister said it was touch and go for a while. "I'm doing better. Sort of." She sighed, keeping her hands on my shoulders. "I want you to know after this mess is over, you still have a place at my academy. You always will. But I don't have a teacher for my death magic anymore. Not that it matters." "What do you mean?" she asked. I held out my right arm. "I haven't been able to use it since that night," I murmured, finding it hard to breathe. "There's nothing there. Like I don't have it at all. Give it time. You're strong. One way or another you'll get through this," she assured me. Aleister motioned for us to sit down. 4 whiskeys, 1 infused with blood, were brought over. I did my best to participate in a conversation I really couldn't care less about. I nodded when I could, or answered questions as briefly as possible. Most of the time I was tuned out, too distracted by what occurred in the bathroom. The more I concentrated on Gentry, the more my left wrist and neck burned. It didn't hurt, but I had to stop myself from rubbing both places. Aleister would notice and think something was wrong. My leg bounced under the table, and all I wanted to do was get out of there. When the whisper of a familiar presence I never thought I'd feel again pressed against my back, I stopped breathing. It grew stronger until I was surrounded by a pulsing heat that pierced right through my chest. Shifting in my chair, I chanced a glance backward, but there was no one there. The presence remained, and I felt Gentry's fangs on my skin all over again. A weight landed on my right shoulder, as if he rested his hand there. "Emery?" I blinked, realizing the conversation had come to a stop. Aleister said my name a second time, asking me if I was all right. "Sorry," I mumbled. Just tired today. Didn't sleep well." "Understandable," Fairmain said, exchanging a concerned glance with Aleister. She kept talking, but I stopped listening. Someone else said my name, and it took everything I had not to jump out of my chair. "Gentry." That was his voice. I could have sworn to the goddess it was. "Emery?" Aleister asked, when I rose from the table and staggered away. He was on his feet, but I waved him off, forcing a smile to my face. I was about to tell him I was going to head back to my room, when a different voice cut through the main floor. A sharp stab of pure anger struck my gut. My face twisted in a furious grimace. The voice came closer. "Hey." Leicester's lips moved, but whatever he said couldn't make it past the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Cassandra. She was here. When she laughed, I lost all thought of what I was doing, spun around, and charged out of the lounge. Cassandra stood with Brolin, talking and laughing as if Gentry hadn't died. As if the murderers weren't still out there. I didn't slow down. I threw myself at Cassandra with a shriek of rage. I managed to punch her once before Aleister's arms wrapped around me like steel bands, holding me back. "You bitch. You killed him," I shouted, struggling to get away from Aleister so I could strangle the witch. "You murdered him. I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you." Cassandra glared, holding the cheek I'd hit. "I'm afraid you were right, Brolin. It would appear she is losing her mind." I screamed louder, begging Aleister to let me go so I could tear her heart out. Brolin stepped in front of her, blocking her from my sight. "Get her out of here," Brolin ordered. "Now? Get her back to her room, and calm her down before we decide she needs to be kept somewhere more secure." Aleister hissed at the threat, but dragged me back further. "She's not insane." "Not yet," Brolin argued. "You're happy he's dead, aren't you?" I whispered, and Brolin's nostrils flared. "You sick bastard." People had come to see what the commotion was about, but I didn't care for their pitying looks or the confusion when I returned my attention to Cassandra, ranting that she'd killed Gentry. Brolin was yelling over me, and Roderick's voice joined his, trying to defuse the situation. Aleister pulled me from the foyer and up the stairs. Teresa appeared when we reached my room. Gretchen and Jared were with her. Teresa followed Aleister into my room and shut the door. The second Aleister let me go, I bolted, wanting to get back downstairs, but Teresa was a lot stronger than she looked and blocked my way. "Let me out," I begged. "Please let me out." "So you can what?" Aleister demanded. "Attack Cassandra." "Shit, Emery, what the hell were you thinking?" I whirled on him, body on fire with a level of anger I didn't even know I possessed. I was thinking of getting revenge for Gentry. She killed him. She's the reason he's gone, and I'm going to make her pay for it. You can't kill her. If you lay a hand on her again, the guard will arrest you. Or worse, Brolin will convince the Eternal Ember you're a danger to yourself and others. They'll lock you in a padded cell. Then I'll just make sure she's dead before they do. Aleister's eyes widened, but it was Teresa who laid her hands on my shoulders. "I understand your want for violence," she murmured, "but this is a dangerous game we're playing. You have to be smart. Attacking Cassandra outright will only let the others see how unstable you are. You'll become the dangerous one, and they'll take their eyes off her. Is that what you want?" She turned me around, pinning me with a look that reminded me of my mother. "Is it?" I clenched my jaw, staring at the door behind her. "No," I muttered, wrenching myself away from her. "I want her dead. I want her bleeding out on the floor. I want her hurting as much as I am." I stormed to Aleister, pushing him hard enough to stagger back. "Why did you stop me?" I yelled. "Why? Don't you think I want her dead too?" he shouted right back. He hung his head, whispering something too quietly for me to hear. "You don't act like it." "I can't. If I start running around making death threats, Roderick won't tell me anything. I'll be kept from hearing anything about the investigation." I tried to storm away. He grabbed my arms and held me in place with his steely grip. "Don't you dare accuse me of not wanting revenge. Don't. If I could kill her right now without any repercussions falling back on you, I would do it in a heartbeat." His eyes turned bright red at his words. Chaotic energy hummed through his hands and into me, telling me how hard it was for him not to lose control as I had. How hadn't he fallen apart yet? In the face of everything we'd lost, he was able to keep moving, keep living. How weak had I let myself become? Everything he said was right. Gentry would be pissed if he learned I'd gotten myself killed avenging him, or put Aleister's life at risk. What had I been thinking? The adrenaline that had kept me upright was spent, and I fell into Aleister. Quietly, he thanked Teresa and told her she could leave. The door opened then closed while Aleister led me to the couch. He sat me down, his brow furrowed so severely, I wondered if he'd end up with permanent lines there. "I'm sorry," I whispered, squeezing his hands while I refused to let myself cry. "Forgiven, but no more attacking Cassandra," he said firmly. "I swear to you we'll avenge Gentry's death. She'll pay for what she's done. We just have to be patient. One wrong move and it's over." It seemed like he wanted to say more, but instead, he shook his head and straightened. "Will you be okay if I go and smooth this incident over?" "Yeah, I'll stay here, don't worry." He kissed the top of my head and started to walk away. I caught his hand. "Can you ask Jared if he wouldn't mind sitting with me for a bit?" He said he would, and a few seconds later Jared joined me on the couch. Having someone there was better than being alone with my tumultuous thoughts. I turned on the TV, Jared propped his feet up on the coffee table, and we stayed there the rest of the evening. He glanced my way every so often, probably gauging if I was going to try and do something stupid. I stayed right where I was on the couch, doing my best to put on a brave face. I might not be able to physically attack Cassandra again tonight, but that didn't stop me from picturing all the ways I could kill her. I would have been content to merely imagine each scenario for the rest of the night when the same presence I'd felt downstairs returned. It was just a whisper, but it surrounded me all the same. "Gentry." I stopped myself from glancing behind me. I knew he wasn't here physically, but some part of him was reaching out to me. Faking a yawn, I rose from the couch and stretched. Think I'm going to turn in," I told Jared. "Try to get some sleep." He turned off the TV, his eyes never leaving mine when he straightened. "You sure that's all you're going to do? You're going to be standing right outside my door. Not like I can go after Cassandra again." "You have a dangerous gleam in your eyes," he commented. "I think you're seeing things. I'm just tired. Promise." "Emery," he scolded, shaking his head. "Lying doesn't suit you at all." I squeezed his hand and put on the best innocent face I could muster. "I promise I'm not going to do anything to hurt myself. It was just a lot to deal with today, and it wore me out. That's all." "Fine," he muttered after an exceptionally long 10 seconds. "I'll be right outside this door." I nodded and watched him leave. The second it closed, I debated locking it, but that'd make him suspicious. I wasn't planning on hurting myself. I was planning on meditating until I managed to get my ass into the spirit realm. Not sure how long I had until Aleister came to check on me. I quickly prepared my altar, lit 3 candles, and sat cross-legged in front of it. I rolled up the sleeve of my right arm and focused on feeling my magic. There had to be something alive in me, wanting to get out, if I was hearing and feeling Gentry's spirit. I shut my eyes and muscle by muscle relaxed my body. I focused solely on my connection with Gentry, on the blood that had been flowing through his veins when he died, and the small bit of himself he left behind in me. My neck and left wrist burned when his presence surrounded me again, far more substantial than earlier. A tear slipped from my eye. "Gentry," I whispered. My limbs grew heavy, and gradually the temperature dropped in the room. When my right arm warmed for a split second, I hummed with excitement. My magic was there. I breathed in deeply and let it out, repeating the process as Gentry's presence continued to cocoon me. The spirit realm called to me, but it seemed so far away. No matter what I did, I couldn't cross over. The ache that started in my back and hips from sitting like this for so long eventually numbed, until all that was left was the familiar cold of my magic. I repeated Gentry's name, waiting for his spirit to appear. He should have been right beside me when I entered the spirit realm, but I still couldn't make that last step. A rushing sound filled my ears, a tiny voice in the back of my mind saying something was wrong. Desperation to reach Gentry overrode everything else, and I kept pushing. The marks on my body shifted beneath the skin, something they hadn't done in weeks. From far away, someone called my name. He sounded panicked. Why was he so worried? "Emery. What are you doing?" "Gentry." I sighed in relief to hear his voice. "I'm finding you." he snarled in reply. I flinched. Stop. You're killing yourself. Emery. 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 Breathe, damn it. Something hard smacked into my chest. My eyes shot open while I sucked in a lungful of air. My vision was blurry, and someone was smoothing my hair back from my face. Aleister? What was he doing here? Why was his face smeared with blood? My questions faded when a fierce cold gripped me clear to my bones. I shuddered. Aleister hauled me into his arms and carried me to the bed, wrapping me in blankets and hugging me while he vigorously rubbed his hands up and down my arms. Jared, get a damn fire going, he snapped. What? I tried to say, but the rest of the words wouldn't come out. Jared quickly built a fire in the hearth, stoking it until I worried the wall might catch fire. He too wore a look that said I was in trouble. Aleister's blue eyes turned red as he glared at me, and I realized what was all over his face. Tears. Those were tears that stained his cheeks. It's dawn. It looks like you were in the spirit realm all night, he said with a furious hiss. You died, Emery. I shook my head. No, I wasn't. I mean, I didn't even make it there, I argued, teeth chattering. He nodded to the floor in front of my altar. Explain that. The floor was strewn with black irises, so many that they'd started to creep up the walls and cover the window. I pulled you out, but your heart stopped. What the hell were you thinking? I wasn't even there, I repeated. I was trying to use my magic. That's all. Is it? Or were you lying about still having a death wish? He demanded, voice raw with his fear at watching me almost die. I shook my head, hugging him hard as I could. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm sorry, I was just trying to find Gentry and I guess something went wrong. I didn't know I was there that long. Or not there. His cheek rested atop my head. Why were you even trying without me here? I started but buried my face against his shoulder. You need what? I need to see him, I whispered, his hand stilling on my arms. I just want to see him again. I waited for a lecture or for him to scold me. Instead, he quietly thanked Jared, and the door closed a second later. Aleister cupped my face, his eyes reflecting my pain right back at me. I know you want to see Gentry, even if it's just for a moment, but I don't think you're ready. Course I am. No, you're not. If you were, you would have been able to reach the spirit world and not be stuck in some limbo that nearly killed you. He shut his eyes and sighed. All I'm asking is you give yourself time. What if I can't? He pressed his lips to my forehead, soothing some of my own fear and hurt. Then the next time you want to try, I'm going to be right here with you, understand? No more trying on your own. Deal. He kept holding me while the fire crackled across the room. When I was finally back to a normal temperature, he tugged away some of the blankets and helped me get into bed. He told me to sleep and said he'd be back to check on me in a few hours. At the door he stopped. I waited for him to change his mind and stay until I fell asleep. Seeming to decide to trust me, he blurred out of the room. I didn't expect to drift off, but it seemed my attempt to reach Gentry took more out of me than I thought. My eyes closed, and I waited for the nightmares to come. Only they never did. I glanced around, confused at how vivid this dream appeared to be. I was in the study room, back at the academy. It was night. The lanterns on the walls were lit, while a fire burned in the hearth. I ran my hand along the couch, flinching when I felt the softness of the fabric. A thud sounded behind me, and I spun around and saw Gentry. His back was pressed to the wall, his head hanging. My heart thundered painfully in my chest when I took a step toward him, then another. He never moved. Gentry? I whispered, my voice sounding muffled. He stirred, his head rising, but his eyes were scrunched shut like he didn't want to look. Reminding myself this was a dream, and he wasn't really here, I continued forward until only a few inches separated us. Slowly, I lifted my hand and cupped his stubble-covered cheek. It was rough against my palm and felt so real my breath caught. I ran my thumb across his skin, lifting my other hand so I held his face. I miss you, I said without meaning to. His eyes shot open, his hands covering mine. Emery? I bolted upright in bed, mind reeling. I struggled to catch my breath. Dream. It was only a dream. A tingling in my hands drew my gaze to them. I still felt his face against my palms. The tiniest glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness of my mind. A hope that was going to lead me down an extremely dangerous road.
Chapter 3. Gentry. Emery's touch lingered on my cheeks. Dream. It was only a dream, but it had felt so real. Her hands. I was sure they were holding my face. We'd been back at the academy. Together. I shook my head, wincing when all that did was send shooting pain through my skull and down my spine. Opening my eyes was challenging, considering the amount of dried blood working to keep them shut. Clearly, Guinevere enjoyed her job of keeping me weak a bit too much. Not as if they'd given me any blood since I'd been their captive. I was beyond lethargic. Most days, it was impossible to stay conscious for more than a few minutes at a time. My throat burned with my need for blood. If they starved much longer, there was a chance I'd lose what sanity I had left. It might be too late for that. A hoarse, maddening laugh slipped past my lips, echoing around the dungeon-like room I'd been moved to at some point. I had no idea how long I'd been trapped. A few weeks. A month. And Emery, gods, what she and Aleister had to be going through. Did they know I was alive? I absently tugged on the restraints, pinning my arms to the wall over my head. The rattling chain was the only other sound in this god's forsaken place. Despite Guinevere's attempts to break me, she was failing, and it pissed her off. Well, she failed to get any useful information from me. In the beginning, I held on to the hope that I'd get out of here. But each day brought new tortures, and bit by bit my mind cracked. I laughed again, pulling on the chains that never loosened. Concentrating on Emery became harder when all I wanted was blood. Needed blood. My fangs protruded from my gums. I hissed. I hated being weak, hated these rare moments of clarity when I wasn't consumed by rage or hunger. Throwing my head back, I bellowed until I ran out of energy. No one came. My captors were used to hearing me yell and rage. Eventually, my eyes shut, and when I opened them later, I wasn't in the dungeon. I must have fallen asleep or passed out again. I was back in that study room with Aleister and Emery. We were laughing about something. I remembered this moment, one of the few I felt we had a chance at living while not being shadowed by some evil cult out to get us. The images shifted and swayed like I watched them through a wall of water. Emery's voice flowed over me, and I clung to that sound. What little blood was left in me came from her. It pulsed as if trying to tell me I wasn't alone, not really. The dream faded, and when I opened my eyes again, I was alone in that room. This dream, however, was as vivid as the other one I had of me and Emery. I walked the perimeter of the room, marveling at how real everything appeared. The air shifted, and I breathed in the sweet scent of apples and cinnamon. Gentry. I whirled around to find Emery standing in the doorway wearing her typical jeans and a black sweater. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, but her face, something was off about her face. She seemed so much paler than normal, and her eyes were filled with such sorrow it clawed at me until I couldn't stand. I covered the space between us in a blink and embraced her. She gasped, then hugged me back, trembling in my arms. I kissed the top of her head, breathing her in. "I miss you," she whispered. When she leaned her head back, tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm right here," I replied, confused by how real this felt. Why couldn't this be real? "I wish you were." Why did she sound so sad? If this was a dream, I wanted to see moments when she was happy. When she was smiling and laughing. Not when she looked as if someone died. I didn't only see her in my dreams. Ghosts of her touches found me in my prison, a brush of her lips on mine, a hand trailing down my arm. Once, I was sure she was hugging me as hard as she could. But she never was. And this was only another dream come to torment me. I hissed, my anger rising at being taken from her. Dream or not, I wasn't going to waste a second of seeing her. I caught her in my arms and slanted my lips over hers. A burst of hot and cold struck me at the same time from the contact. She kissed me back, yanking me to her by my shirt until we molded together like a single being. I ran my fingers through her hair, relishing in the soft strands I never thought I'd feel again, or how her lips moved against mine with such passion it reminded me I wasn't dead yet. I might be weak, but there was enough blood left in me to keep fighting. When I pulled back, Emery was breathing hard, her eyes searching mine, but for what, I had no idea. "This isn't fair," she whispered. "Why are you doing this to me?" She tore herself away from me. "Emery," I called, reaching for her, but the dream shattered and I bellowed, enraged at the agony in my chest. Guinevere stood before me, her gaze curious as she studied me. I glanced down and saw a silver stake protruding from my ribs. I bared my fangs at her, snarling. She twisted the stake, digging it in even deeper. "What did you see?" she asked when I stopped hissing. I spat in her face, smirking when she cringed in disgust. With a flick of her hand, my head bashed into the cave wall. "I asked you a question, Gentry." She revealed a second stake and drove it home in my right side this time, twisting it as viciously as she had the first one. I fought to hold back a shout, but what was the point? It burst from me, as I shook from the new agony taking over my weakened body. "What did you see when you closed your eyes?" "You. Dying." I wasn't about to tell her I saw Emery in a dream. Even now, I felt her lips pressed to mine, sensed her body so close it was like she stood right in front of me. "Were you pining over your beloved witch?" Guinevere asked. I yanked at my restraints, fighting to get to her. "Don't you talk about her." "Or what?" She cackled darkly, twisting the stake again. "Don't worry, you'll see her again." I leaned forward as far as I could, growling. "The second I'm free of these restraints," I seethed, "I'll rip your throat out and laugh over your dying corpse." Guinevere's eye twitched, and I smirked at the flicker of fear that passed through her gaze. She turned away from me and picked up a silver knife off the table. "We'll see who's laughing at the end of today." She casually tossed the knife end over end in her hand, eyeing me closely. My eyes jerked open, but I was alone again. 2 silver stakes remained embedded in my sides, the silver irritating my skin and seeping into my bones. "Gentry." Sluggishly, I lifted my head, searching for the source of that voice. She wasn't here. She couldn't be. I thought I saw her when I shut my eyes. Was that 1 day ago? No, it had to be more. My throat was on fire. Images of Emery were quickly chased away by ravaging hunger. I snapped my jaws at the air, furiously fighting the chains holding me up in this damned position. "Gentry. Fight. You have to fight." Snarling at the voice, I thrashed against the wall until the little bit of strength I had was drained from my limbs. My head fell forward and I hung limply, barely able to keep my legs under me. "You're not here," I rasped to the darkness pressing in around me. She whispered my name over and over until I shouted, enraged, trying to shut it out. She wasn't here, and I had no way to get to her. I fought and kicked, willing it to stop. My body gave out a second time, and I saw nothing. Voices roused me later. How long, I had no way to tell anymore. These voices weren't the one that kept tormenting me. Emery. Her name was Emery. I had to remember. I had to hold onto the memory of her as long as I could. Emery. Emery was mine, and I was hers. Emery. Emery. We'll come for him, eventually. He and Emery Dravosh are connected in a way I had not anticipated. I knew who was speaking, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Who was she? Who the hell was she? "He calls to her in his sleep," Guinevere answered. My fangs sprouted, wanting to end that horrid woman's life. "She the one who banged up your face?" Accused me of killing the vampire. Killing the vampire. What vampire? Did they mean me? I wasn't dead. A brief burst of clarity forced my eyes open wide. Emery. Did she and Aleister think I'd been killed? No, this wasn't happening. It couldn't be. I was alive, but if Emery thought I was dead, if they both did, gods, what would that drive them to do? She's losing it. It'll serve to help me in the end, if she goes completely insane. Sounds like a fitting way for them both to go out. The crazed vampire kills the one he loves after you've drained her of her magic. Certainly be enough to push him over the edge and make him easy to control, Guinevere stated. See that he's ready soon. I have to move up our timeline. The new arrivals are taking more power than I anticipated, but once they're turned, they'll bolster our numbers. I have a few others to bring into the fold. Then the final stages of my plan can begin. When do you leave? Guinevere asked. Tonight. I'll leave you to your duties. Footsteps retreated, leaving me alone with my maddening thoughts. Plan. That witch was talking about a plan. I knew her name. Thornheart. I hissed, recalling what that woman tried to do to someone I loved. Emery. I repeated her name, needing to remember it and the plan. They'd been talking about a plan involving me killing her. I had to get out of here. Somehow, I had to escape before I turned into a mindless beast and drained Emery dry the next time I saw her.
Chapter 4. Aleister. I blinked at Emery when she finally seemed to run out of energy to keep talking. Half of what she'd said was a jumbled mess, but what I had caught made my head spin and made me wonder if she was getting worse instead of better. Aleister, did you hear me? Yeah, I'm just not sure what to say, I muttered. You're seeing Gentry in your dreams? Yes, she blurted. He's there all the time now, and I'm telling you, these dreams aren't just dreams. He's there. He's really there. Trying to tread carefully, I mulled over the best way to ask, then gave up and simply said, How do you know? She threw up her hands. I just do, all right. Something's off about those moments. And I keep hearing him and feeling him, and… You what? I cut in, confused. I've asked you repeatedly if you've seen his spirit, and you keep saying no. How long has this been going on? She cringed, shoving her hands in the front pocket of her dark gray hoodie. Since the day I attacked Cassandra. And the day she found herself trapped in some weird in-between while trying to reach the spirit world. The same day she nearly died. I walked around the bench we stood by outside on the front lawn of the lodge. I rubbed my hands down my face, trying to stay calm and make sense of what she'd blurted. It's his spirit, I said, turning back to face her. That's what you're feeling, right? Are you telling me you want to try and find him again? In the spirit realm? I don't think he'll be there. I blanched, finally realizing what she'd been trying to tell me. What are you saying? Don't give me that look. What look? The look that says I'm going crazy, she shot back. I know what I've seen and what I've felt, so don't even start with me. I'm not losing it. But they're just dreams, I said slowly, worried she'd gone from being extremely depressed to being delusional. I have them too, but he's not here, and I don't think you're ready to try finding him in the spirit realm. She let out an aggravated yell, nailing me with a frustrated glare. You don't get it. These dreams, they're too real. It's like I'm there in that room with him. I can smell him, that same pine scent that followed him around, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. And I can feel him like he's alive. Explain that to me, huh? Explain it. Tell me why every damn time I shut my eyes now, I end up in that same room, and he's there waiting for me. The pleading in her eyes killed me. I don't know, I murmured, but he's gone. You have to accept that. He's not coming back. He's alive. I was already colder than usual from being outside for so long. More snow had fallen, another storm on the way, but her words froze me to my very core. Emery. I'm not crazy, she assured me, snagging my hands and squeezing them. Please. I'm not, okay? I know what this sounds like, which is why I wanted to talk to you out here. But he's alive. Why else would I be seeing him so clearly? And feeling him like I am? Why? Because you miss him, I replied, mind racing. We both do. Or because those aren't dreams, not really. Half of me said this was it. This was when Emery finally went mad from losing Gentry. The other half of me held its breath, wanting what she said to be true. How would you even be seeing him? I asked, not ready to believe anything just yet. Seeing her with her hopes so high already had me concerned for when she would realize Gentry was, in fact, dead. She'd have to deal with his death all over again. I wasn't sure she'd survive it a second time. Who the hell knows? But there must be something linking Gentry and me together like this. Between my death magic and what Kylie told us. Hell, he drank my blood that morning too. Maybe it's somehow tying us together. She licked her lips, her eyes darting wildly around until they landed back on me. I don't care how it's working, but it is. Gentry's alive. What did you just say? I tensed at Brolin's angry voice. Keeping Emery behind me, I turned to face the vampire prince, his eyes narrow and dark red. Roderick stood beside him, his face a mask of confusion and concern when his gaze darted to Emery. Cassandra, thankfully, was nowhere in sight. Did she just say Gentry drank her blood? Brolin demanded. Did you miss the part where I said he's alive? Emery shot back before I could stop her. Brolin's lip twitched, hissing loudly as he marched forward. Gentry is dead. No, he's not, she insisted. He's alive. I've seen him in my dreams. Glancing skyward, praying for patience, I threw Emery a look, willing her to be quiet before she talked herself into a padded room. She ignored me. I sidled between her and Brolin. You need to get her under control, Brolin snarled. She needs to accept the truth, as the rest of us have. Gentry is dead, and he was not murdered by Cassandra Thornhart. She's lucky I'm not going to press charges against her. For what? I spat. She admitted Gentry was drinking her blood. And? I argued, moving forward to stop him from advancing any closer to Emery. If she gave consent, it's not against the law. They're together. It's not unheard of between couples. It's how she manipulated him, Brolin shouted. How she turned him against me. Bullshit. Her arms were crossed, her stance looking like she was ready to attack Brolin. I shot Emery another annoyed glance at her outburst. Emery didn't put any sort of enchantment on Gentry, I stated, though a nagging thought had me wondering if that was how Cassandra managed to get inside Brolin's head. Was she sharing her blood with him? The question was on my tongue, but I held back, as Brolin already looked ready to explode. He was in control of himself. If not, I would have known. Brolin, let it go, Roderick said, grabbing Brolin's shoulder. Get away from me, Brolin yelled, tearing away from Roderick. That witch has brought nothing but trouble to us all. I want her gone. Not happening. Roderick moved to put himself between Brolin and Emery. She has broken no laws, and until these cultists are caught, she's to remain here where we can keep an eye on her. Why are you protecting her? Brolin bellowed, drawing the attention of others. She killed Gentry. I'm the one willing to have hope that he's alive, she argued. Why aren't you? Why do you want him to be dead? She scoffed and let out a bitter laugh. You were terrified of losing your house to him, and now that he's dead, you don't have to worry. It's all about keeping whatever power you think you have. Is that it? Is it? Brolin's eyes burned red. He lunged for Emery, baring his fangs. Saliva flew from his mouth while he ranted at her to shut up or he'd rip her throat out. Roderick and I shoved him back, yelling for guards at the same time. 2 shifters and another vampire sprinted over, restraining Brolin while I grabbed Emery by the arm and hauled her into the lodge. We didn't stop walking until we reached her room. I guided her inside and slammed the door shut behind me. What are you doing? She shrugged. He's the one who's been acting weird. You think he'd be excited to know Gentry's alive? Stop saying that, I said louder than I meant to, and cursed at the anger and hurt filling Emery's green eyes. We have no way to know if what you're seeing is true. Even if it is, you can't go off on a prince like, let alone a member of the Eternal Ember. It's too dangerous. Especially when we have no way of knowing if he is under Cassandra's influence or not, I added in an undertone. Her brow furrowed. She staggered back, head hanging. You don't believe me. Her sorrow crashed into me. I want to, I do, but how do we know what you're seeing is real? What if it's the cultists messing with you? I'd know the difference. Would you? What the hell is that supposed to mean? I was treading on dangerous ground. One wrong move, and I'd push Emery away. She needed me right now, but how was I supposed to simply give in and believe her? It had been weeks since we discovered Gentry's body. Why was she only now seeing him? Get out, she whispered, turning her back to me. I want to believe you. Then do it, she screamed, shaking as she whirled back around and stomped toward me. I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't think it was true. I was tempted to agree, if only to calm her down, but the rational side of me wouldn't let the words come out. I hesitated. Emery hauled off and punched me in the face. My head jerked to the right. A spike of anger shot through me. What do you want from me? I whispered. What? I want you to say you believe me. I can't do that. Not when the cultists are hell-bent on getting to you. This right here. This could be how they do it. Swallowing back my grief, I grabbed her shoulders firmly and lowered my head so I could look her square in the eye. Gentry's dead. Whatever you're seeing or feeling, it's probably his spirit reaching out. Nothing more. A storm raged in her eyes. With it came a flicker of magic. For a moment her eyes shimmered brightly. She blinked and it was gone, but the storm remained, visibly ripping through her. She fell into me, and I held her. I'm sorry, she murmured against my chest. I know you miss him too, and talking about him sucks, but I know what I saw, what I felt. He's alive. He has to be alive. Nothing I said was going to get through to her, so I said nothing. After a while, I pulled back and cleared my throat. Why don't you try to get some rest? I have a few errands I need to run. I won't be gone long. We can talk some more when I get back. The blank look she gave me while she nodded was a dead giveaway she was up to something. I kissed her forehead and left her room. Once the door closed behind me, I turned to Jared and pointed to the door. You check on her every 10 minutes. I don't care if it pisses her off, you do it. You think she's going to hurt herself again? He asked, the question punctuated with a growl. I don't know, but she's up to something. If you even think she's going to try and enter the spirit realm, you stop her. I don't care how. I'll be back as soon as I can. Where are you going? To find Gretchen. I need to make a plan to head to Cedar Valley. We still haven't heard back from Debbie Dupree. Cassandra claimed she sent people to check on her, but I don't trust her. Debbie needs to know about her missing daughter, and she might be the only one that can help me stop Emery from doing something stupid. Rose's body might not have been found, but it was only half good news, seeing as she was probably with the cultists and being even more brainwashed. I'd tried contacting Debbie every couple of days, or any of the elders in Cedar Valley. Roderick assured me Cassandra and the witches on the Eternal Ember had sent word and heard back. No one told me what Debbie's reply was. I might not have known her long, but she wouldn't be staying in Cedar Valley if she knew the truth. She'd be here doing everything she could to help the guard find Rose. And she'd never leave Emery in a situation like this. I'd grab Gretchen and sneak away from Burning Glade the first chance I had. I could only pray that I'd have good news to bring back to Emery when we reached Debbie's house.
Chapter 5. Gentry. A familiar touch brushed across my cheek. Hissing at it to go away, I forced my eyes open. I was alone. The witch with the knives hadn't come back yet. Maybe they were going to leave me here, to rot in the darkness. Crazy laughter bubbled up inside me, and I let it out. No point in holding the insanity back now. I was dead. Good as dead. Nothing made sense anymore. My name. I remembered my name. And there was another vampire, one with pale blue eyes. I knew him, but who he was to me, why I cared, eluded me. The thoughts slipped out of my grasp, floating away with what little bits I could recall about myself. Those eyes stayed with me, and they weren't the only ones. Sharp, green eyes teased me every time I slipped into unconsciousness. Green eyes and shimmering white lights that took the shape of a raven. It was her touch that haunted me when I was awake, and her face and voice that tormented me when I shut my eyes. My chest ached with a sudden burst of need to have her back with me. Her name. What was her name? The manacles bit into the raw skin around my wrists while my mind dug around for her name. I had to remember. Why did I have to? The name didn't matter. Getting back to her did. Unable to stay conscious any longer, my body went limp against the wall while I slipped into peaceful nothingness. I wanted to stay. There was no pain, no witch with knives trying to tear me apart physically while my mind shattered. There was only me and the nothing. Gentry. I didn't want to open my eyes. I growled, hoping it'd all go away. When a warm hand pressed against my cheek, I leaned into it, unable to resist the comforting pull of the woman standing in front of me. Her other hand flattened against my chest and my eyes shot open. We were back in that room, the one I'd been in before but couldn't recall why or when. "What are they doing to you?" she whispered, those green eyes filled with anger and sorrow. I opened my mouth to reply but grunted instead, pushing away from her. "You're not real." "Don't please," she begged, grabbing my hand. "I'm going to find you. I'm going to save you." Her words caught. "I have to save you." When I glanced over my shoulder, tears shimmered in those vibrant eyes. Seeing her sadness shredded the fog on my memories. A flash of kissing her struck me like a hit to the face. "Emery." She nodded frantically, clinging to my hand even harder. "I'm trying to convince Aleister this isn't just a dream. That you're real. You're alive. I just have to figure out how to find you, but I will, you hear me? I'm going to find you and bring you home." Lightly, my fingertips caressed her cheek. She sighed. Longing consumed me, and all I wanted was to pull her close. Snippets of a conversation between Guinevere and Cassandra slammed into me, and I staggered away, shaking my head and putting space between us. "No, you can't. It's not safe," I muttered, repeating the last words over and over again. "I don't care." I snarled when she came near me again, and I rushed around the room to keep distance between us. Her face blurred. The name I'd said only moments ago slipped away. This woman was a witch. Was she like the other one who tortured me? Starved me? I gnashed my fangs together, craving blood. I'd been without it for so long, become so weak, but this witch, she had it. Another memory surfaced. One of biting her. There was nothing else to tell me why I'd do that, not that I cared at that moment. All I wanted was blood. My hands twitching at my sides, I stalked around the small room, headed right for her. I expected her to make a run for it. She planted her feet instead, lifted her chin, and squared her shoulders. "I'm not afraid of you. I'll never run from you." Her words barely penetrated the hunger clouding my mind. I lunged forward with a snarl and bellowed, enraged when I woke up, my shoulders screaming in pain from being nearly yanked out of their sockets. These dreams of yours must be getting worse." I didn't give a damn about the pain I was in. I fought even harder to get free. The witch's beating heart called to me. I was going to rip it from her chest and eat it before her eyes. I was going to drain every last drop of blood from her. She snapped her fingers and my jaw clamped shut, my teeth nearly taking off a chunk of my tongue. My body felt like it was on strings. I maneuvered myself until my back was pressed into the cold wall. The witch strolled closer. Nothing I did gave me control back of my body. When she removed a silver knife from her hip sheath and grinned, I trembled, trying to break free of whatever dark hold she had over me. "How do you feel about your sweet Emery now?" she asked and snapped her fingers. My jaw loosened. I growled. "Who?" "Interesting. You don't remember her at all." Your green-eyed witch. Your soulmate. Blood was all I cared about, yet her last words reverberated through my thoughts. Soulmate. I had a soulmate. Emery, I whispered, that one word breaking through the heavy haze that kept weighing me down. The witch in front of me was Guinevere. Slowly, who I was and what was happening came back to me, and I bared my fangs. I'll never harm her. I'm afraid you won't have a choice. A few more days, and you'll attack the first person you find that can quench your thirst. Can take away that burning hunger, she whispered, dragging the tip of the knife down my throat to my sternum. You'll rip her apart like the animal you are. I started to reply when she buried that knife in my chest, barely missing my heart. Leaving it there, she drew another gleaming blade from the scabbard on her hip. She cackled, tracing it slowly around my shoulders, her eager gaze calculating. Emery. I had to think of Emery. A furious growl cut through my thoughts when Guinevere stabbed me above my right hip. The more pain she caused me, the quicker my memories faded, until they were barely a flicker in my mind. If I forgot Emery and she tried to save me, I would kill her. Maybe dying wouldn't be such a bad idea, after all. I wouldn't let them use me as a weapon against her. Praying she'd forgive me when they eventually found my body, I strained to hold onto Emery's face while hunger and pain warred for my attention. Several knives later, I snarled at the voice whispering my name and the bright green eyes that met me. Then I fell into oblivion once again.
Chapter 6. Aleister. It took 2 days before Gretchen and I found a chance to sneak away from the lodge while Roderick was busy with the other Eternal Ember members currently in Burning Glade. During that time, Emery didn't try to enter the spirit realm, but she never ceased insisting that Gentry was alive. I'd stopped arguing with her. For now, I'd let her believe whatever she wanted if it stopped her from losing herself completely. Upon our arrival to Cedar Valley, the stench of death and decay hit my nose a few miles out. Beside me, Gretchen gagged and her face wrinkled, while her eyes glowed in the night. I don't have to tell you this is a bad sign. I nodded, thankful I didn't have to breathe. Not that it helped keep the smell out of my nose. We stuck to the woods, traipsing through the snow and dead leaves until we reached the garden backing up to Debbie's home. The back door was wide open and hanging off the hinges. Gretchen grabbed my arm, forcing me back while she took the lead. I rolled my eyes but let it go. She drew her daggers, cautiously entering the kitchen. The table and chairs were broken splinters on the floor. Smears of dried blood covered the floor and dotted the walls. It wasn't enough to say someone died here, but any blood was bad news. Stay here, Gretchen whispered and set off to clear the house. Less than a minute later, she was back. Well? Place is empty. No more blood. Whoever took her trashed the place. I checked out the front windows. There's no one out there. The streets are deserted. That smell's coming from somewhere. We should call the guard. Not yet, I argued. Let's figure out what we're dealing with first. I walked through the house to the front door that had been broken open. Half the streetlights were out. We wandered the roads of Cedar Valley, mostly in the dark, searching for any signs of life and following the horrid smell. When we reached the center of town, I gazed up at a massive juniper tree that occupied a grass plot. It looked like it had been singed. I pointed it out to Gretchen, but she shrugged, not sure what could have caused it. Brushing my fingers along the burnt branches told me magic had been used here. A few days ago at most. A whisper sounded in the breeze. I started to ask Gretchen if she could hear it when shimmering silver chains wound around my arms, pinning them to my sides. Trapped as well, Gretchen hissed viciously. A weight slammed onto my shoulders, forcing me to the ground. Footsteps rushed toward us, accompanied by floating orbs of white and yellow lights. At first, I thought the cultists were behind the attack and had stayed behind, but the people who surrounded us weren't cloaked. I recognized a few of them as witches who resided here. Who are you? The witch at the front of the group demanded, his hands held aloft. The chains were courtesy of him, I guessed. Answer me, vampire. Who are you? Did she send you back to finish off the rest of them? I knew the man's face. I said, "Who are you?" He snapped, closing his hands, and the chains tightened. "Aleister," I muttered. "Aleister Talbot, and this is my personal guard, Gretchen." "Aleister!" The man hurried forward, ignoring the warnings of those behind him. An orb of light came with him, hovering between our faces. "I'm sorry. I wasn't going to take a chance they'd come back." He snapped his fingers, and the chains released us. He held out his hand, pulling me to my feet. "Varric," I addressed Emery's dad, unable to hide my surprise, "what are you doing here?" "Debbie and the elders put out an urgent call several weeks ago, requesting we return home and bring a few friends with us." His dark blue eyes darkened even more while he glared around the town square. We were too late. I sniffed the air again. We smelled it on our way here. What happened? We've been trying to get a hold of Debbie for weeks. Is she? I swallowed hard, unable to finish asking the question. "No, at least she's not among the dead," he replied. "I don't understand. How is an entire witch community taken out, and no one knows about it?" Gretchen asked. "Because she doesn't want anyone to know," an approaching woman said. Her silver and black hair hung down to her waist. Though wrinkles covered her face, power sparked in her brown eyes, mirroring the same power at her fingertips. "This isn't the first time she's done this." "You mean Cassandra Thornhart," I whispered. The witch nodded. She raised her right hand to brush her hair behind her ear. I hissed, catching sight of the brand on her skin. Gretchen moved to block me, but the witch only sighed and looked at the mark herself. "It would appear we have much to discuss," she said calmly. "You're one of them," I accused. "I used to be. A number of us did." I was tempted not to believe her, but Varric was here. If Emery's dad trusted these witches, then there was no reason for me not to. I hoped. I placarded a hand on Gretchen's shoulder to let her know we were all right. She sheathed her daggers but remained tensed, ready to attack. "Talking sounds like a great idea," I said. "But we can't stay long. I have to get back to Emery." Varric stiffened, his eyes darkening with worry. "Last we checked in, she said she was fine." "How is she really?" Clearly, after I told Emery she needed to reach out to her parents, she finally gave in and did so. I told her they'd want to know the truth, including that she wasn't doing well after Gentry's death. It seemed she'd lied instead. She didn't even tell them she'd been back with Gentry when he was taken from her. When I'd asked her why, she'd said they had enough to worry about without adding her problems to the mix. "Bad," I replied simply. She and Gentry were far closer than she let on. "How bad is bad?" Varric pushed. "This is a conversation best left for when you're sitting down and maybe have a drink," I murmured. Varric's hands twitched at his sides, but he nodded toward the direction the 20 or so witches had come from. "This way. We've been at the inn regrouping until we could figure out what to do." We followed him down a familiar road, and into the inn I'd stayed at this past summer. Gretchen hadn't been here to watch over me during that time, but I'd had 2 other vampires keeping their distance at Roderick's orders. When last I was here, though, the place had been filled with smiles and laughter. Now, a heavy fog of grief and anger hung in the air like a thick fog. We were barely through the front door when someone called my name. Turning, I spotted Evelyn, Emery's mom, seated in an armchair in the main floor lounge. I went to her and offered my hand. She pulled me into a hug. She had the same ebony hair and green eyes that Emery did, but she was far frailer and paler. There was a nervous energy about her, brought on by the bouts of madness she suffered from time to time. "Emery," she whispered after she sat back down, her gaze searching. "She's safe, but it's not good," I admitted, sinking into the chair beside her while Varric and the black and silver-haired witch joined us, as well as several others. Clearly, the situation here isn't either. "Marcy, would you like to start?" Varric asked the witch. "Where to start is the better question," she replied, sitting on the brown leather couch across from Evelyn and me. Varric had taken a place beside his wife, holding her hand. "How about the beginning of Cassandra Thornhart?" I suggested. "We know she was a part of the Twisted Thorn Coven, and from what Emery saw, she's the reason it was destroyed. As well as the Order of the Frozen Hearts, or at least the founding members. Marcy's brow rose. My, you have done your research. We wanted answers, but what we have doesn't make sense. Then allow me to fill in the blanks for you. Marcy folded her hands on her knees. She took a deep breath, let it out, and seemed to have a silent argument with herself. Cassandra was born 1550 years ago. Her mother died when she was young, and her father, well, he disappeared as the story goes. Elvira Dravosh took her in as a girl, and they became close. Treated her like another daughter. She taught her everything she knew. When Cassandra was gifted with death magic, Elvira instructed her in that art as well. If she took her in, why did she kill her? Why wipe out the entire coven? I asked. Marcy's brown eyes darkened until they were black. Almost the entire coven. Elvira's daughters had all moved on by that time to start their own families and covens, thank the goddess. Otherwise, her line would have ended. She smiled briefly at Evelyn, then went on. Vampire attacks were far more common back then. There weren't any localized governments. No guard to keep everyone in check. Cassandra's coven suffered greatly from several assaults. The witches paid the vampires back in kind. The shifters even got involved at some point. Soon the loss of so much life and the blood spilled began to affect the land. Elvira, along with one of the first vampire princes and the pack leader of the shifters, formed a pact not to attack one another. The Order, I murmured, and Marcy nodded. That's why they started it. Yes. Think of it as the early stages of the eternal ember. And what? Cassandra didn't think they should have peace. Marcy smirked, her quiet laughter bitter. She wanted vengeance, and she never trusted the vampires. She argued with Elvira constantly about using their death magic to either wipe out the vampires or use them as bound servants. Form their own army. Then no one would ever harm them again. Elvira refused, and Cassandra began to gather like-minded witches and shifters to her side. What of the cult? That's when it came about. I asked. Marcy held up her right hand, the brand of a circle of vines covered in thorns with a budding flower at its center. It is, but the original members, aside from her, were wiped out when she attacked Elvira. Obliterated her own coven, her home, all for the sake of power. Elvira's daughters spent years trying to understand what happened to their family. There were rumors, of course, of a powerful witch having survived. There's no narrative regarding whether they caught up to Cassandra or not. I had a feeling if they did find Cassandra, it wouldn't have ended well for them. The sigils we saw on the ground in Ireland, they what, steal magic? Yes, if the person is lucky enough to survive the length of the ritual. If not, their magic is destroyed, usually killing them in the process. And those who don't have magic, well, it drains them of their life force. I blanched. How did she find this spell? Find it. She created it. Cassandra is powerful and intelligent, a deadly combination for a witch hell-bent on gaining more power and destroying every vampire who doesn't kneel before her. Marcy's lip lifted in disgust. The only reason her spell backfired way back when was because of Elvira. She managed to destroy the sigils, but not before Cassandra stole her death magic. Instead of taking the magic from all the witches, the sigils overloaded and killed everyone. Cassandra survived because she has a resurrection spell carved into the bones on her spine. Her face scrunched in anger when she whispered, "Lost one of our own to get that piece of information." I cringed and fought back a shudder. How do we stop her then? Destroy the spell on her spine. Tear her to pieces, she mused, tilting her head while she studied me as if she were seeing me for the first time. With her coven destroyed, she sought refuge in another one and started the order up all over again. Except this time, she started recruiting the most powerful members to a secret inner circle. Her cult, if you will. I shifted uneasily in my seat. One you were a part of, I said, harsher than I meant to. I understand your anger. Varric and Evelyn told me what you and their daughter have endured because of them. She stood, wringing her hands while she strode slowly about the room. I joined the cult 300 years ago. Back then I was young and foolish, wanting power. I dealt with my own hardships at the hands of other witches and vampires. That's how Cassandra picked her targets. The promise of power and never being at the mercy of another person. She manipulates you with her words and her magic. Makes you feel like you can be unstoppable if you join her. Those who are a bit more difficult to convince, she messes with their minds. Brainwashes them. Remembering how Rose had walked around like she was trapped in a daze, pulled an angry hiss from my mouth. At least we knew she hadn't gone willingly to join the cult. And you just what? Decided killing innocents wasn't right for you after a while. I spat. She murdered my sister for her death magic, Marcy whispered, and my flare of anger disappeared. She chained her to one of her damned totems and killed her for her magic. For decades I was too scared to run away, so I kept my head down, followed my orders. When she went under one of her long sleeps this last time, I ran. Many of us did. We've been in hiding ever since. She motioned to the witches in the room, and those standing in the doorway. Many of them had either the same brand on their right hands, or their skin was scarred from being burned. I supposed not all of them wanted to keep the reminder of what they'd been a part of. I don't understand, I muttered. What's her endgame? Why is she so hell-bent on getting death magic if she has it already? What the devil does she want? Same thing she wanted over 1,000 years ago. Power. She wants vampires to be crushed, and she wants witches to take our rightful place in this world, ruling over everyone. She steals magic from those she deems as a possible threat and recruits others. But she had vampires with her. I saw them, I argued. I was confused at first too, she said. But then it made sense. She promises them the same power as all the others, but she uses them to hunt down witches. They're her dogs. When she's finished with them, she kills them. They're nothing to her but meat sacks. And, she added, staring right at me, she hasn't had death magic in 149 years. What? I whispered, clutching at the armrests until my nails bit through the fabric. For centuries, Cassandra was alone. She had power, yes, and her followers, but no one on her level. No one to love her. Then she met someone, a vampire. A prince. She should have despised him, but she was drawn to him instead. He was powerful like her. Had managed to keep his magic after he was turned, she said quietly, her eyes never leaving my face. For quite a while, she seemed to forget about her plans. She told everyone she intended to use this vampire, take control of him, but she never did. Instead, she did something none of us expected. She fell in love with him and he with her. Why are you telling me this? I whispered, rising from the chair. Because for the first time, Cassandra seemed ready to give up on her endgame. This vampire broke through the walls of hatred she'd put up. He made her see past her need for power. She'd been willing to give up everything for him, and she did. She gave up her death magic so they could have a child, and he stabbed her in the back. I backed away, the room closing in around me at her words. It's not possible. I'm afraid it is. She wanted so much to have the family she denied herself all those years. She knew deep down he wanted a child of his own. And like with all things, Cassandra found a way using magic. Marcy's face softened. She reached for my hand and squeezed it. She sacrificed her death magic so they could have a child together. So they could have you. No. I hissed and snatched my hand away, but Marcy followed me across the room. Necromancers were attacking then. She was behind it all. Why would she order those attacks if she were suddenly willing to give up her plans? When she decided to leave the cult, another took her place and carried on. But she was cruel, and only wanted to watch everyone suffer at her hands. Guinevere Grey was a monster. Guinevere! I exclaimed. She's the one who attacked us at the academy. I'm not surprised. Cassandra was furious at her for carrying out the attacks back then, but she and Guinevere had a history. She couldn't bring herself to kill her. Wait, I said, throwing my hands upward. Just stop. I can't just believe all of this. How old are you, Aleister? I'm not doing this, I argued, gritting my teeth. The sooner you admit the truth, the sooner you'll understand what's happening here. Cassandra was pregnant with you when Roderick Talbot turned her away because he let others convince him she was a threat and would destroy his house. He never knew she was with child, or what she'd given up to make him happy. "Stop," I whispered, but Marcy kept talking even after I turned my back on her. Afterward, she was furious. She gave birth to a son gifted with his mother's magic. But the pain from her shattered heart was too much to raise you herself. So she let 2 of her most trusted cultists keep you as their own. Then she had them killed. I seethed. In a sense. While you were growing up, she plotted her revenge against Roderick through a curse she placed inside you. Your fake parents were killed after ensuring you were close to Roderick. Then when the curse was ready, she had you attacked, knowing Roderick would save you himself. How could she have known? Marcy shrugged. I'm sure she had contingencies, but either way, Roderick turned you, and the first phase of her revenge was complete. Recalling what Roderick told me about the night I was turned, I whispered, "She used me to steal his magic." "Yes. You became a vessel for it, but she put a block on it so you could never use it. Or your own magic for that matter." "Why?" "Because she never saw you as having your own magic. It was always hers after what she gave up, bringing you into the world. All these years you've been cultivating not just your magic, but Roderick's." Marcy frowned, glancing me over. "Tell me, 20 years ago, did you start to feel something with your power? Something that shouldn't be there?" My eyes narrowed. "Cassandra came out of a magic-induced sleep 2 decades ago. I'd bet anything she's been pulling on your magic, using it. I'm going to assume you haven't been able to access it all this time." "No," I replied. My legs no longer able to support me, I fell back into the chair, holding my face in my hands. "I'm her son. I can't be, not her." "It's not," I struggled to find words and lifted my head. "How do you know all this?" "I wasn't able to escape until Cassandra went to sleep. It's when most of us fled. 20 years ago, we heard whisperings of her name and knew she'd come back. We have a few witches who remained in the cult to keep an eye on her. More like we had. A couple of weeks ago, they were discovered and forced to flee. They delivered the information to us." She knelt in front of me, a sad smile on her face. "But if I'm her son, why does she keep trying to kill me?" "The cult is under strict orders to apprehend you, but not kill you. She needs you alive until she can steal the magic inside you. And then she'll have me executed." I snarled. When Marcy didn't answer, I slouched in the chair. "That's great. Fantastic. Nothing like finding out your biological mother wants to kill you." Marcy gave me a sympathetic look. I wish I could say there wasn't worse news, but I'd be lying. "What do you mean?" Marcy glanced to Varric and Evelyn. The fear and guilt radiating off them clogged my senses, and I knew where this was going without having to ask. "I think it's time you bring Emery to us. There's something she needs to know."
Chapter 7. Emery. "Jared?" I frowned when he walked right past me into my room and held out a pile of clothes. "What are these for?" He moved close and pressed his lips right to my ear. "I need you to change. Aleister and Gretchen sent word from Cedar Valley. I don't have the details, but he needs you there." I shook my head. How the hell was I supposed to sneak out of here? Jared pointed to the clothes, and I looked at them again. A guard uniform. My mind a mess with questions Jared probably didn't have the answers to. I ducked into the bathroom and changed into the black uniform with a long jacket and hat. I pulled it down low over my eyes and joined Jared by the door. He gave me a once-over, and then we were out the door. 2 vampires waited for us in the hall. One entered my room, winking at me as she passed. The other took up a post outside the door. "You think that's going to work?" I whispered. "Better than nothing. No one comes to see you except Aleister. And if that suddenly changes, they'll hear the lack of heartbeat." He smirked. "No, they won't. I have a recording of that. Breathing too. You guys just prepare for everything, don't you? I muttered. I held my breath while we walked through the lodge to the main floor and out the door. I kept my head down and my posture stiff, trying to act like a member of the guard. We reached the road, and Jared and I climbed into the back of an SUV. I wasn't sure who he'd trusted to drive us, until two familiar faces turned around to smile at me. Remy and Stuart, of course. Cedar Valley? Stuart asked, pulling away from the curb. Yeah. Time to see what trouble Prince Aleister stirred up today, Jared mused. The drive took too damned long, especially since Jared had no more answers regarding what this was about. I hadn't even known Aleister left Burning Glade. Why had he gone to my home? Unless it was to find Debbie. I threw my head back, watching the trees fly by the windows, until finally Stuart turned off the main road and headed into town. Instead of going to Debbie's house, he drove straight to the inn. Gretchen stood outside on the sidewalk, but she wasn't the reason my heart pounded and my jaw dropped. Dad? I said, hurrying to climb out of the back seat when the SUV came to a stop. Emery? Dad called, rushing to me. He wrapped me up in a bear hug. When was the last time I'd hugged him? He kissed the top of my head, stepping back to really look at me. Good to see you, kid. Why are you here? Is Mom okay? Go see for yourself. I ran inside the inn, sliding on the front rug when I heard my name. There, sitting in a chair, was my mom. She met me halfway, and we clung to each other. Tears slipped down my cheeks. She kissed my forehead, rambling about how much she'd missed me and how sorry she was. I wasn't sure what she meant, until I realized Aleister must have told them about Gentry and me. I hugged her even tighter while she squeezed me back. Dad joined us, and for the first time in years I stood between my parents. Why didn't you tell us? Mom asked, cupping my face. Sweetheart, if we'd known, we would have been here for you. I didn't want you to worry, I whispered, fighting against breaking down all over again. About which part? Dad asked sternly. I glanced over my shoulder and saw anger simmering in his light green eyes. Aleister told us what you tried to do, Dad continued. I couldn't stop the rush of guilt and sorrow that engulfed me under his gaze. I shook my head, trying to apologize, then I fell apart all over again. Even with the tiny sliver of hope that Gentry was somehow alive until I had proof, there was a hole in my heart. I might never see him again. I might be wrong about him not being gone. Aleister might very well be right, and I could merely be losing my mind, unable to process my grief. I let my parents hold me, not caring who else was in the room with us. When the tears finally stopped, I wiped my face dry and frowned. Wait, is this why you guys are here? Where's Aleister? Why didn't you come to the lodge? We couldn't, at least not all of us, Mom replied. What are you talking about? She stepped aside, and I finally spotted Aleister slumped over in one of the leather armchairs. He made no move to sit up when I approached, reaching for my hand. I took hold of him while I knelt on the floor, trying to see his face. What's wrong? I asked. Aleister? It's true, he whispered, finally raising his head enough for me to see a pair of pale blue eyes and a face twisted in anguish. It's all true. I'm her son. I'm hers and Roderick's son. You're sure? I asked, confused. What changed? She told me. Cassandra? I bolted upright and looked around, expecting her to be here. Was this some kind of trick? No, I did, a woman said, stepping forward. Marcy Carlton. Who are you? It's a long story. Then give me the cliff notes, I snapped, reaching back to keep hold of Aleister's hand. Who are you, and what the hell did you tell him? The truth, just like I'm going to tell you. Please, Emery, you might want to sit down. My parents told me it was okay, but the sudden regret on their faces made me want to stand. I shifted so I was beside Aleister, not letting go of him, and motioned for Marcy to go on. When she finally stopped talking what felt like an eternity later, my head spun, and I did want to collapse into a chair, but I remained standing. Aleister had sat up halfway through, his body humming with agitation. Marcy had even talked about who was actually behind the murders at the academy my first semester. Guinevere. I knew that witch was bad news. She'd killed those vampires to force me into using my magic, and as a test to see how strong I was. The following semester's spiritual attacks had been to try to steal my magic and kidnap Aleister. Every horrible incident that took place at the academy was because of Cassandra. Goddess, and I thought I hated her before. You're serious? I finally managed to ask. Marcy laughed quietly. I wish I wasn't. So then what? Cassandra's after those with death magic to wipe out the vampires. Why don't we go to the Eternal Ember and tell them? It's not that simple, Aleister remarked. And you know it. The second they show their faces in Burning Glade, Cassandra will know, and I can guarantee she'll have them taken into custody. No one will ever hear this story. We have to do something, I argued, shaking my head. Wait, why does she even want me? I'm not that powerful. From what I've heard, you are, Marcy commented. You have 5 guides and you raise the dead. You're one of the strongest witches with death magic Cassandra has seen in years. She wanted you before because of your name, but after what you've done, she won't stop until she gets your magic. Wanted me before? I repeated, confused. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad exchanged a glance. Tell me what she means. I asked, hating how my voice shook. We weren't entirely truthful with you about the attack when you were little, Dad told me. The vampires who came after us weren't simply out for blood. They'd been sent by Cassandra to take you. The blood drained from my face, and I staggered into the chair beside Aleister. His grip on my hand tightened while I struggled to keep breathing. No. It's true, Mom said, frowning. Guinevere Grey came to us asking about you. We turned her away. The next night, the vampires attacked. They were under her control. She stiffened, and Dad rested his hands on her shoulders, whispering in her ear. I'm fine. She needs to know. Dad's lips thinned, but he picked up where Mom left off. Guinevere made the vampires torment us to get information on others with death magic. We refused to talk. Then she went after you and, he gulped, unable to hold my gaze. We still refused to tell her anything. They tortured you because of us. I'm sorry, Emery. A tear slipped down his cheek. I was across the room the next second, hugging them. It's okay, I assured them. I survived, didn't I? But we had to leave you in the pain you suffered, Mom rambled. We can never be sorry enough, and she's still coming after you. Well, she's going to be sorry if she does get a hold of me. Why's that? Mom asked. I blew out a heavy breath and shrugged. I haven't exactly been able to use my magic since the last attack. I can feel it, but it's weak, feels almost like it's fading. You suffered a loss recently, yes? Marcy asked. I spun around, nodding, but wasn't up to talking about Gentry. My heart ached, my left wrist throbbed merely thinking about him. It's affecting your magic. I barked a sharp laugh. You think? Marcy reached for my hand, examining my palm. It happens to many of us when we endure such heartache. But, she said, pulling me across the room and back to Aleister, you are not alone. You two have a connection. I can feel it. If you use it, tap into that, you'll find your way back to your magic. She put my hand in Aleister's, and he arched his brow as if to say he'd been trying to tell me that all along. But just like all the other times we were this close, I sensed a gap for where Gentry's presence should have been. The moment I thought it, Aleister was on his feet, hugging me. I need to know for sure, I whispered against his shoulder. I have to see if I can find him. I know you think I'm losing it, but I can't accept his death, not if there's even the tiniest chance we're wrong. His quiet hiss was enough for me to know he wasn't ready for me to attempt another trip into the spirit realm. If you're in there too long, I'm yanking you out. I can't go through that again. What are you talking about? Mom asked. I hadn't wanted to add in the complication of my dreams about Gentry, or how I'd been feeling his presence. Too late to try and lie now. I think Gentry might be alive. Quickly, I explained to them the dreams I'd had and how real they felt. I rambled on about how I was sure a few times he should have been standing right behind me. The minute their gazes turned sympathetic, I knew they were going to tell me the same thing Aleister did. I simply wanted Gentry to be here, or it was his spirit reaching out to me. Until I see it for myself, I added, I'm not going to simply give up, all right? I can't. I shoved the coffee table aside and promptly sat cross-legged on the floor. You want to do this right now? Aleister asked stiffly. Yeah, I do. You're here, and so are a hell of a lot of other witches. I'll be fine. His furrowed brow said he was far from convinced, and I sighed. Look, I know we have a lot to process and plan for, but I can't move forward unless I know. Please help me see him? He muttered in the vampiric tongue, words now I knew were curses, then he sat down in front of me. What do you need from me? I took off my necklace to remove Gentry's ring from it, and held it in my palm. Hold your hand over mine. Don't let go. Might get a wee bit chilly. My parents remained where they were on the couch, holding hands and nodding encouragingly. Marcy stayed close by. I wasn't sure why, but I trusted everything she said. Maybe it was the pain in her eyes that resonated with me, or the guilt at knowing how many had lost their lives to Cassandra. Either way, I was glad she and the others had come at Debbie's call. And Debbie. Goddess, I could only hope she was alive and that somehow I'd get Rose back to her. Jared, Gretchen, Remy and Stuart were also in the room. My chest swelled at having so many people around Aleister and me. A makeshift family of sorts. I was happy and terrified at the same time. The more people we brought into our circle, the more deaths might end up on my head if Cassandra managed to kill them. Emery? Aleister asked. Right, let's do this. With Aleister's hand over my right one, I shut my eyes and focused on my breathing. The last time I tried this, I hadn't been able to make that final step into the spirit realm. The more I thought about the reason why, the more I clung to the possibility that Gentry wasn't dead. It was his spirit I'd been trying to connect with. But if he wasn't there, then it made sense I hadn't been able to reach my intended destination and got hung up in that weird limbo. Instead of merely focusing on Gentry, I thought of stepping foot into the spirit realm. Once there, I could call for him. His presence continued to linger near me. If he really were dead, I'd find him in the first few seconds. Aleister's hand tightened around mine as my temperature dropped. Frost crept up my hands to my arms, and my entire right side warmed with the hum of death magic, right before that sensation of being dunked into icy water struck me. I opened my eyes and smiled. The world had turned to shades of gray. I rose from the floor, leaving my physical body, and stepped forward. A weight in my right hand drew my gaze, but there was nothing there. I felt the ring but couldn't see it. Gentry? I waited a few seconds, then called for him a second time. Unlike in the world of the living, I felt nothing of Gentry here. Not a whisper of his presence. My wrist and neck didn't throb as they had done so many times before. There was nothing at all of him in this realm. He's alive, I whispered, clutching at my chest as hope exploded inside me. He's still alive. A sharp wail cut through my quiet celebration. I hurried to the front door of the inn, and immediately wished I hadn't. Spirits of the witches who'd been murdered recently swarmed the streets. I hadn't seen them when we arrived, but my magic hadn't exactly been cooperating with me lately either. I knew every face, and it tore at my heart to see them like this. Dead. So many were dead. And it was all because of Cassandra. None of the spirits appeared to be hexed. I left the inn behind anyway, needing to see just how many were taken from our coven. When I reached the juniper tree standing at the center of town, I'd lost count. Debbie wasn't among them, nor were the rest of the elders. I wasn't sure at this point if them being dead would be better than being trapped in Cassandra's clutches. The sad wailing echoed around me, sending a new chill shooting down my spine. No one stopped to communicate with me. They glided around, faces downcast, empty eyes full of pain, confusion, and regret. They might not be hexed, but I sense many of them were still too shocked from their sudden deaths to truly let themselves accept their fate. Figuring there was no time like the present to test if my magic was back to its full strength, I held up my right arm and lightly brushed my fingers over the hair tattoo at my wrist. She shook her tiny furry body, slipped from my skin, and bounded around me. Her elation and pure joy coursed over me, and I grinned. Ready to work? Her little nose twitched, and she hopped away, leaving trails of shimmering light in her wake. While she bounced around the spirits, the dark gray color of their sorrow lifted until they were glowing embers in this dull world. Many of them were laughing while they shot away, free of the weight of their grief at dying. The raven on my shoulder fluttered, soaring around my head until he landed on a fence post nearby. He wasn't the only one who came to join me. The owl ruffled his feathers after he broke free and hooted quietly, landing beside the raven. The bear came next, pushing her head hard into my shoulder until I scratched at her ears, staring into her half-decayed face. I waited for the wolves to show themselves, but they remained still on my chest. Not even a flicker of movement came from them, nor a hint that they were anything more than simply a tattoo on my skin. I pressed my hand to the 3 wolf heads, wanting to cry at the hollowness in my chest. But there was no crying in the spirit realm. He's alive, I reminded myself. He's alive, and we're going to find him and get him back. The bear nudged me and grunted as if in agreement. I had my magic. I had Aleister. That was all I needed to bring my vampire home. One by one, my guides returned to me, the hare the last after seeing to every tormented soul in Cedar Valley. Some stayed behind, but there was no longer an air of desperation and sadness hovering over the town. Quickly, I made my way back to the inn and sat down in my body. Shivering, I opened my eyes. Aleister was still holding my right hand, a look of relief passing over his face when I smiled. He's alive, I whispered. Aleister hesitated, his eyes brimming with disbelief and hope. You're sure? Knocking the frost from my hair and shoulders, and rising from the spread of black irises stretching out from where I'd been sitting, I nodded. Here, I feel him, I said, easily sensing the essence of Gentry's love pressing against my back. The places he'd bitten me warmed, and I grinned wider, squeezing Aleister's hands. There, I felt nothing. Not even a whisper of him. Aleister yanked me into a hug so fast, it nearly gave me whiplash. He leaned back just as quickly, his brow furrowed. That means Cassandra has him, he whispered. I know. I tried not to think of what she might be doing to Gentry, or what that evil bitch Guinevere was putting him through. After everything Marcy told me, my gut said Guinevere was the one in charge of taking care of Gentry. He'd looked so weak when I saw him and drained. They were probably starving him, on top of whatever else they did to him. How the hell are we supposed to find him? Aleister glanced to Stuart and Remy, but they exchanged a helpless glance. Too bad the guard can't simply arrest Cassandra and make her tell us. Sadly, Stuart agreed. These dreams of yours, you think there's a way to track Gentry through them? Aleister asked. I wanted so badly to say yes, but I was still unsure how I'd been able to connect to Gentry like that in the first place, let alone do it on command and figure out where he was. The last few times I saw him, he hadn't recognized me, and his eyes had been solid red. We were losing him. Somehow I had to convince him that these weren't dreams, remind him of who we were to each other so I could bring him home. We'll think of something, I told Aleister. We're going to get him back. We can put out a few feelers, Remy suggested. See what rumors are circling around. Find out if there's been an increase in magic use in the last few weeks. New warding, things like that. If she's holding Gentry, she won't be leaving him unguarded. Just be careful, I warned her. I don't want anyone connected to Cassandra knowing about this. Or anyone from the Eternal Ember. She's already got her claws into Brolin. We don't know who else she might be influencing. Even if you do find him, you can't go after him, Dad said worriedly. I don't have a choice. I'm not leaving him to be tortured or worse. If we figure out where he is, we're going. No, you're not, he argued. You'll be walking right to her. You do it for Mom, I said quietly, and he hung his head. You've done so much for each other and for me, because you love each other. Gentry and I have a future together. I'm not about to let that bitch steal it from us. Aleister held my hand, his determined gaze bolstering my courage and chasing away my doubts. We're going to get him back and take Cassandra down. Marcy smirked. You want to what? Openly declare war against her. She started this mess, Aleister answered. I'll be damned if I'm going to let her keep hurting innocents in her quest for more power. So yeah, if it's violence and death she wants, let's give it to her. I worried about the truth affecting his judgment when it came to dealing with Cassandra. She was his flesh and blood mother. She was the whole reason he was alive. But there was no sympathy emanating from him, only anger. There'd be no loving reunion between mother and son. How could there be, when she was only using him for the power trapped within him? It settled then. Step 1, we find Gentry and steal him back, I announced. Step 2, we have to figure out Cassandra's endgame and somehow not let her know we're attempting to stop her. Leave that to us, Marcy said. We can't enter Burning Glade, but we can help you from here. Whatever she's planning is going to involve massive amounts of magic. If her cult is on the move, we might be able to track them. Do a bit of spying. You think she's going to have them all in one place? Aleister asked. Cassandra never does anything small, Marcy informed us. If she is finally setting her plans in motion to go after the vampires and take over the Eternal Ember, she's going to need the strength of her followers. All of them. Who knows? That might be how we find Gentry too. Aleister, we should get back, Jared said from the door, glancing at his watch. Now? I hadn't seen my parents in so long, leaving them made me anxious. We're staying in Cedar Valley, Mom assured me. We're not going anywhere until this is over. She pushed off the couch and came to me, hugging me tightly. You be careful, you hear me? I can't lose my only child to that monster. Not after everything she's done to our family. How could I forget that bombshell too? Everything that Emily Dravosh went through, the murders she was accused of that eventually led to her banishment and later being found dead, that was all because of Cassandra. She'd gone after her for her magic, just as she did Elvira and probably all the other witches in our family who had death magic. And now she wanted me. Too bad I wasn't about to go down without one hell of a fight. Mom let me go so Dad could hug me. After he did, he stepped back, turned to Aleister and took his hand, looked him in the eye, telling him to keep me safe. Aleister promised to watch out for me, as he'd been doing pretty much since I'd met him. We said our goodbyes to Marcy and the rest of the witches, telling them all to tread carefully while hunting the cultists. Then we were in the SUV, and headed back to the lodge with Stuart, Remy, Gretchen and Jared. Aleister held my hand the entire ride back. I wanted to ask how he was holding up, after learning so much about his life was a lie, but he kept his head turned to the window. If he wanted to talk about it, he would. I wasn't about to push him. By the time we reached Burning Glade, it was a few hours from dawn. I made sure the guard hat was back on my head, and keeping my face lowered, snuck into the lodge and walked to my room without incident. Jared and Gretchen took up their posts outside the door, while the vampire who'd been in my room exited. I shrugged out of the heavy jacket and hat, and told Aleister I was going to change. When I left the bathroom a few minutes later, he was sitting on the couch by the fireplace. He looked so lost, and the full barrage of hatred, confusion and hurt he'd held back in Cedar Valley filled his eyes. Without a word, I went to sit beside him and wrapped my arms around him, resting my head on his shoulder. It was all a lie, he whispered with a hiss. Everything about my life was just a life. Not everything. Who you are, that's real. What you have with Gentry, that friendship? What you have with me, that's all real. She can't take any of that away from you, and she sure as hell can't claim you turned out like her, I insisted. So you weren't raised by your real parents? It sucks, but you've been around your father almost your entire life. That counts for something, right? Shit, I didn't even think about Roderick. I have to tell him. Why don't you give yourself time to accept the news? I don't think it's going to be an easy conversation, and you don't need to deal with that right now. He leaned his head over to rest on mine, his shoulders sagging. Nothing about these last few months makes sense, you know? Or about the last year. You can blame me for that, I said lightly. He pulled my arms free and held my hands, looking into my eyes, his brow furrowed. I don't blame you for anything. I know you keep saying I've been there for you, but you've done the same for me. We might not be destined to be together, the way you and Gentry are, but the three of us are part of something so much greater than I ever imagined. He smiled, glancing at our joined hands. I didn't realize what I was missing until you showed me. You showed us both. And what was that? A family, he replied, tears welling in my eyes at those two words. And before you say anything, it's always been about more than just my magic calling to yours. It's our souls, I whispered, and he nodded. This mark, it's because of the bond we share. I pressed my hand to the wolf heads on my chest. I think the three of us were lost in our own way. Each looking for someone who understood us on a deeper level. And the further we go into this insane shitstorm, the more I'm starting to feel only the three of us are going to be able to stop Cassandra. Fate, he said quietly. Roderick always told me fate would reveal my path to me one day. He was right. He rested his forehead to mine, and the tattoos on my body flared brightly at his touch. We'll get Gentry back, and then we'll stop Cassandra no matter what it takes. I won't let her hurt my family, not anymore. He pressed his lips to my forehead, and I hugged him. We sat on the couch, not talking, not that we had to. I sensed the turmoil inside him, almost as if I sifted through my own emotions. From the quiet hiss he let out now and again, he obviously felt my messed up emotions loud and clear. Eventually my eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted off, resting against Aleister's side. What seemed like seconds later, I shot upright, expecting to see my room at the lodge. Instead, the study room at the academy quickly came into focus, and I bolted off the couch. Emery? It wasn't Gentry calling my name, but Aleister. From the confused look on his face, he'd somehow jumped into the dreams I'd been sharing with Gentry. This is what you've been seeing? He asked, touching the couch he currently stood behind. Why does this feel real? Is it real? It's not, right? It can't be. I haven't figured out what it is yet, I admitted. Where's Gentry? I shook my head, not seeing him anywhere in the room. Beyond the door was a wall of fog. I hadn't tried to step through it yet, too worried it'd somehow mess up the weird mental connection I'd made to Gentry. He usually just appears, I murmured, worry gnawing at my stomach while the seconds ticked by without Gentry showing up. Come on. Be here. You have to be here. I rubbed hard at my left wrist, straining to sense a hint of Gentry. Scrunching my eyes shut, I thought only of him, needing him to show himself. My eyes flew open, and I gasped at the rush of heat behind me. Aleister jumped the same time I spun around and saw Gentry. His face was so pale and gaunt. Those red eyes, they were a stranger's eyes. Gentry? I said softly, reaching out my hand to him. His eye twitched, and he made no move to approach Aleister and me. A deep growl slipped past his lips when he bared his fangs. He was so much worse than the last time I saw him. Slowly, I took a step closer. Aleister grabbed my arm. Wait. He won't hurt me, I assured him, not letting my gaze slip from Gentry's. He doesn't even know us, Aleister replied. Looks like they're starving him. He's going to go insane if they have him much longer. Guilt assailed me, but it wasn't mine. It was Aleister's. Aleister grimaced when he glanced at me. I should have listened to you sooner. Wouldn't have mattered. Still don't know where he is being held. Reluctantly, Aleister let me go, and I turned my attention back to Gentry. He hadn't moved, but his eyes darted wildly from Aleister to me. His nostrils flared when I walked closer. His growl turned into a vicious hiss while he glared. I'm not afraid of you, I said firmly. You would never hurt me. You know me, Gentry. The hissing grew louder, but his eyes shifted from red to brown for a split second. Don't let them win, I whispered. Don't let them break you. Please, we need you. The red disappeared again, longer this time, and he shook his head violently. Eyes, he rasped. Green eyes. Haunting me. Leave me alone, just leave me alone. Never. I wanted to rush to him and hold him, but was too worried I'd lose whatever connection we had. He needed to know we were coming for him, that he hadn't been abandoned. We're your family. We will never give up on you. I was so close now, so close that when I reached out my fingers brushed his shoulder. Come back to us. He tensed, hunching his shoulders and burying his face in his hands. Aleister whispered my name. I didn't back off and gripped Gentry's arm instead, not letting him go. He jerked away, rushing to put distance between us. He threw his arm up when I attempted to follow, his gaze shifting from red to brown every few seconds. Don't, he uttered. Emery, don't. Please. You're not alone. I motioned to Aleister, who'd stepped up beside me. Gentry's face screwed up in confusion for a second, and then he was sagging against the wall behind him. Too much, this is too much. We're going to find you, Aleister assured him. You just have to hang on. No, you won't, because you're not real. None of this is real. And if it is real, it doesn't matter. Too late, too damn late. He mumbled the words repeatedly, until I reached for him again. Then he snarled and threw himself to the side, not letting me near him. Can't be near you. Not now. Not ever. It's all right, I said, my voice shaking while Gentry's sanity crumbled before me. I don't want to kill you, he said on a breath, eyes welling with anguish. Kill you. That's all I'll do. Kill you, and I won't do that to you. Go away, just go away. He backed toward the hallway and the wall of fog. No, don't, I pleaded. Wait, please. He shut his eyes, shaking his head, and kept backing up until he stood right in front of the doorway. When he lifted his head, the Gentry I'd come to love was gone, replaced by a feral monster. Hunger stared back at me so raw and primal it made my blood run cold. He shifted forward like he was going to lunge for me, but threw himself backward at the last second and was swallowed up by the fog. I yelled, sprinting forward to grab him, but my hand caught air. My vision cleared and I was wide awake, back in my room at the lodge. Aleister's hand found mine, his face a mix of disbelief and panic. They're torturing him, he whispered. Starving him? I know. No, Emery, you don't get it. You can't go after him. It's not safe. If he doesn't recognize you, he could kill you. He'll tear you apart without a thought. I meant what I said to him, I insisted. I'm not afraid of him. You should be. If we find where he's being held, you're not coming with us to rescue him, he said, pulling away from me. The hell I'm not, I snapped. You're not leaving me behind. What do you think will happen if Gentry realizes he hurt you, huh? If he's not completely broken, he will be if he realizes he's harmed you in any way. Aleister's hands shook when he rested them on my shoulders, lowering himself so our eyes were level. It should be enough knowing he's alive. If we find him, I swear I'll bring him back to you. And if something happens while you're out there? What if I lose you both? Did you think of that? He hissed, but I grabbed his shirt in my fist, not letting him walk away when he tried. I'm coming with you. Gentry will not hurt me. His eyes narrowed, but after a long stare down he gave in with a nod. Get some sleep if you can. I have a feeling the next few days are going to be long. He hugged me, said he'd check on me when I woke up, and left. I worried about him being on his own with his rambling thoughts. Between learning Cassandra was his mom and being knocked in the face with the knowledge that Gentry was alive, he had to be a mess. Gretchen would look after him. And he knew where to find me, if he decided he wanted to talk about it more. I turned around, exhaustion catching up with me, and headed for bed. I paused at the window, resting my hand on the cold glass. The moon peeked through a thin layer of clouds while it sank toward the horizon. Emery. My eyes slipped closed with the sensation of Gentry's arms closing around me. We're going to find you, I whispered. We will. I swear it.
Chapter 8. Aleister. I hissed until Emery glared. What? Knock it off, she snapped. You're overreacting again. I'm overreacting? You're the one ready to run off and start banging on doors without a plan, I argued. What do you think will happen when we knock on the right door? The cultists are just going to be nice and let us in to see Gentry. I never said we'd go by ourselves. I crossed my arms, my brow shooting up. Seriously? Then why am I hearing about this dumbass plan of yours from Jared and not you? She shifted her furious glare to Jared, standing near the door in her room. Traitor. You were planning on sneaking out of here alone, weren't you? I accused. When she fiddled with her necklace, I growled and threw my hands up. I know being patient is hard, but if you go out there alone, you'll be giving Cassandra exactly what she wants. He's running out of time. I can't just sit here and do nothing while they're killing him. Remy said they had some promising leads, I reminded her. They need a few more days to verify the information, so we're not going in blind. Don't you think I hate this too? She dug her hands through her hair, messing it up while she let out a frustrated grunt. I know you do, and I'm sorry. I promise I won't run off until we have a plan, but we can't wait forever. Her eyes told me what she neglected to say. Each day that passed meant a higher probability that when we did find Gentry, he wouldn't be the same vampire we knew. He'd be a monster. As much as Emery said she wasn't scared of him, I was terrified for her being near him in that state. Blood rage was common amongst newly turned vampires. It could take anywhere from days to months for a vampire to get control of its hunger. If Gentry had been starved and tortured to the brink of death, he'd attack the first person with a beating heart he found. Soulmate or not, I feared he'd kill her. He'd kill her and it would destroy him, then I'd lose them both. I turned to ask Jared if he knew when Remy and Stuart would be back, when a wave of dizziness struck me. I staggered forward into Emery, and she sat me down on the couch. I'm fine. Don't think I ate today. Liar. You've been like this for the last 3 days. We both know what's going on. 3 days ago, Cassandra returned to Burning Glade. Since she'd been back, I'd been drained nearly every day. I tried to hide it, but wasn't as good as I used to be at lying to Emery's face. It didn't help each time I passed by Cassandra somewhere in the lodge, she'd give me a wicked grin. It took everything I had not to call her out for what she did to Roderick and me. I wanted to, gods did I, but Marcy and the witches from Cedar Valley had warned me about keeping my mouth shut. We had no way to know how many cultists were already near or hiding in Burning Glade, or who Cassandra had under her influence. The second I ousted her, she'd set in motion whatever plans she had. We'd never have a chance of finding Gentry, let alone stopping Cassandra from killing us all. I'll be all right, I said, trying to ease the worry lines on Emery's face. Have you had any luck yet with your guides? Manifesting them, yes, but sending them to find Gentry isn't exactly working, she muttered. If I knew how they kept finding their way to him, I might be able to make something work. So far, all I've been able to do is have them appear. I think about him, use the ring, but nothing works. He could be surrounded by magical wards, Jared suggested. Shielding his presence somehow. Emery's face turned thoughtful while she straightened, pacing away from me. True, but somehow I've been able to connect to his mind or his to mine. Maybe he's able to leave the warding, but I'm not able to enter it. Gentry doesn't have magic, I said slowly. No, but I do. Is there a chance the magic in my blood that he drank is still in him somehow? Not the blood, since I'm sure they've made sure he's about out of that, she snapped, her anger turning her cheeks red. But my magic? I don't see why not, I mused. They wouldn't have known that when they created the warding. Which means he's able to get past it from the inside. If I could somehow get him to send out a beacon of some kind, maybe my guides would be able to find their way to him. Or... She trailed off, her brow furrowing while she mumbled under her breath. What are you thinking? I asked loudly to get her attention. That I need to fall asleep. What? Why? So I can do something that's never been done before. You haven't seen him these past few nights, I reminded her gently. And if I still don't see him, I lose a few hours. Not like I'm going to do anything crazy. Maybe, she added, and I scowled. Look, if I can see him again in that weird dream state, I might be able to somehow transfer one of my guides to him. I exchanged a confused look with Jared. Really? He asked. Like I said, it's never been done before, but I'm willing to try anything right now. You go do what you need to, and I'm going to sleep. Let you know what happens when I wake up. She kissed my cheek and hurried to go lay down. Figuring nothing too terrible could happen while she slept, I nodded to Jared and left Emery's room. I debated on heading to my room to rest while I could, but never made it. Gretchen rushed down the hall to me, calling my name. Captain Lucien's back, she whispered in my ear. He has news. Where's he at? Outside. We walked quickly through the lodge, smiling and nodding at those we passed, and finally made it outside. I followed Gretchen down one of the garden paths to find Captain Lucien waiting by a bed of dead roses. His face was pinched, his hand twitching at his side. Captain, I said when I approached. You found something? Oh, we found something, he uttered. Out by the old Shifter estates, about 10 miles outside of town. I started to shake my head, then stopped, recalling what happened out there. It was a kind of compound for the packs, wasn't it? They had to shut it down because of the sickness that spread. Killed almost everyone there. And they traced it back to some curse placed by some asshole. Yeah, that place, Lucien said with a growl. They were condemned, and have been in the process of being cleansed this entire time. Or they were. What are you talking about? I asked, attempting to hold back my impatience. The entire place is heavily warded, he whispered, glancing around us while he spoke. And there are guards there who sure as hell don't answer to Commander Bain or me, if you catch my meaning. He tapped the back of his right hand. Couldn't get a clear count. Remy and Stuart stayed behind to keep an eye on the place. You think Gentry's there? If he's not, then I think we found where the witch has been sending her cultists to hide out. No matter what was happening at the old estates, we had to get out there. If it was the cultists massing, we now had a location we could keep an eye on them. Hell, it could be both. If Gentry was there, we had to get him out. Is there a way to get past the warding? I asked Lucien. One that might not alert every single asshole there. That'd be a question for the witches, he replied. I shot a look at the lodge. Emery might not even be asleep yet. Running to Cedar Valley to speak with Marcy and Emery's parents wouldn't take too much time. Lucien said he'd be sticking around the Hall of the Undying. After telling him I'd check in before we decided what to do, Gretchen and I set off into the night, headed toward Cedar Valley. Dawn was fast approaching when Gretchen and I finally returned from Cedar Valley. We'd stayed far longer than intended. Once Marcy heard about the warding, she and several other witches, including Varric, set to work on forming a blessed token that would get us past it without alerting anyone. Crafting the potion and writing a spell strong enough to work against the cult's power had taken several long hours. Now, the token hung around my neck from a heavy silver chain. The small gold medallion was etched with several intertwined sigils, each adding another layer to the magic pulsing through the small item. It warmed my skin where it rested, a sensation that was far from comforting. This token meant we were one step closer to possibly finding Gentry, and Emery risking her life to get him back. At the lodge entrance, I told Gretchen to feel free to turn in for the day. I planned to snag a bottle of blood from the kitchen and retreat to my room to get a few hours of sleep. She seemed reluctant to leave me, but said she'd see me this evening. Alone, I hurried to the kitchen and was just about to take the back set of stairs up to my floor when hushed voices met my ears. A woman's sultry laugh slipped down the hall, accompanied by a man's grunt. I told myself to turn around and head the other way, but curiosity got the better of me. Carefully, I peered around the corner and immediately jerked away, biting back a hiss of surprise and anger. Cassandra and Brolin were together, only yards away, and not simply standing there talking to each other. I didn't want to chance another glance, and frankly didn't want to see them caught up in that heated embrace a second time. And Brolin had the nerve to yell at Emery about giving Gentry her blood, when there he was with his mouth clamped on Cassandra's neck. I no longer doubted my theory of how the witch had managed to influence Brolin. Deciding it was best to sneak away and take the other set of stairs to my room, I backed away until I heard Brolin speak. "What's your next move?" "In time, my sweet, in time. There are still quite a few pieces to move into place. My people are working tirelessly at their duties, but the magic is intricate. Delicate. Has to be handled carefully," Cassandra purred. I bit my tongue to stop from gagging. She continued, "You'll be happy to know your heir will end up proving quite useful for tying up loose ends." Her words froze me in place. My fangs sprang from my gums while red flooded my vision. "As have you," she added quietly. "Now come. We have a few more issues to discuss, amongst other things." Their footsteps retreated, and I counted to 100 before I risked rushing around the corner. Instead of going to my room, I ran to Emery's and knocked. Jared wasn't in the hall, but opened the door to let me in. I pushed past him and told him to close and lock it behind me. "What happened?" Jared asked. I searched the room for Emery and noted the bathroom door was shut. "She's awake?" Retching sounded from behind the door. Jared sighed, following me across the room. "Yeah, she woke up a few minutes ago, said something about it working, and ran into the bathroom." "What working?" "No idea." I knocked on the door and called Emery's name. She said she'd be out in a minute and said she wasn't dying, then she started retching again. I tried the door, but it was locked. I was a second away from breaking it down when it was thrown open. Emery held a towel to her flushed face, her hair pulled back in a hasty ponytail, and her eyes wide. "Told you I wasn't dying," she muttered. "You sure about that? What did you do to yourself?" She exited the bathroom on unsteady legs, lowering the towel from her face long enough to curse and jerk to a stop. I waited for her to turn around and be sick again, but she held up a hand. "I'm okay." Took a lot more out of me than I thought it would. "Emery," I said, hissing, and she rolled her eyes. "I saw Gentry. It wasn't for long, but long enough to help us find a way to get to him." "How?" She shoved aside the right shoulder of her sweater, and I tilted my head, confused at the sight of her bare shoulder. "I gave him a guide." "You transferred your raven to him. How?" "No idea, and honestly don't care. I doubt it's going to last long, but now we have a way to track him if that warding really isn't there to keep magic from getting out." Speaking of the warding, I held up the token Marcy and the witches created for us. "I have a few things I need to catch you up on." I hesitated to tell her what else I'd discovered in the last few minutes. She didn't seem to be in any condition to go on a rescue mission. "Aleister," she pushed. The sun was rising, but there was no time to rest and no more time to wait. Knowing somehow I might come to regret my next decision, I took Emery's hand and told her it was time we went and found Gentry. "You're sure that thing's going to work?" Captain Lucian asked, eyeing the token in my hand. "So I was told." I squeezed the token, glancing to my right and left. Emery, Gretchen, Remy, Stuart, Jared, and Captain Lucian stood with me about 20 yards away from the abandoned shifter estates. We debated on bringing more guardsmen, but decided against it. If a large enough group were spotted leaving Burning Glade, Cassandra could become suspicious. After overhearing her saying she had her people working on what sounded like some magical ritual, we were on high alert. The concern we all had of her cultists already being in Burning Glade was starting to feel justified. Having a larger force would have gone against our plan to sneak in and steal Gentry anyway. I turned back to the estates in front of us. An iron fence surrounded the property, but had rusted and fallen apart in several places. The fence wasn't my concern. The shimmering, nearly invisible barrier of warding was. We'd had to wait until dusk to leave the lodge. The sun had been too bright for half of our group. Then again, coming here at any time of the day was a bad idea. Cassandra had witches and shifters on her side, as well as vampires. There was always going to be someone on guard. Worse was not being able to see how many might be patrolling. We'd been standing here for the last 20 minutes, trying to get a feel for how much trouble we were about to stir up. So far, I'd only counted 10 cultists wandering around and not in any sort of organized patrol. Stuart and Remy, who'd been watching the place since yesterday, hadn't been able to establish an exact number either. They thought there were 40 cultists here, but they were all wearing robes, which made it hard to keep track. We were going in half blind, which was only part of the problem. I had been worried when we arrived that maybe we were wrong, and Gentry was held somewhere else. The moment we reached the road that ran into the compound, Emery had jumped out of the SUV, and the 3 wolves had sprung from her chest. They'd led us to where we stood now, and disappeared back into her body. Gentry was here. Now all we had to do was get him out without dying ourselves. Everyone remember the plan? Lucian asked, eyeing Emery the longest. She scowled, muttering, "Yeah, I remember. Get past the warding, stay together, stay quiet, don't attack anyone unless we have to, find Gentry and get the hell out. Easy. Easy. Right." I studied the token again, remembering what Marcy told me. The spell would cover everyone within a 10-foot perimeter from the token. It was supposed to have enough power to get us back out of the warding, but that was only if we managed to find Gentry without alerting the entire area to our presence. I said I was ready, and after everyone prepared their weapons of choice and nodded, I stepped forward. We moved in a tight group. The hairs on my arm stood on end, the token burning red-hot on my palm when we reached the warding. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I aimed for the gap in the fence we'd found earlier. No sentries had come by this area of the overgrown fence. The old manor closest to us was barely standing, and half of the walls were caved in. They probably didn't use this building for anything. Just when the pain from the token became unbearable, it cooled, and I let out a curse. Emery whispered, asking if I was all right, and I nodded, draping the token back around my neck. No sentries came running. No one sounded an alarm. We were in. I glanced to Emery, waiting for her to tell us where to go, when she gasped, and the wolf's tattoo shimmered a half-second before the wolves appeared in front of us. The largest of the 3 turned tail and ran, shifting into a blazing trail of greenish-blue light. The other 2 remained by our side, looking at Emery. "We need to follow the trail," Emery whispered. "He'll take us straight to Gentry." With Emery and the 2 wolves leading the way, we headed deeper into the estates, our eyes and ears alert. I almost let myself hope we'd make it in and out without being caught. Until someone shouted from our right. The wolves sprinted toward the red-robed figure, taking him down in seconds, but it was still too late. All over the grounds, shouting filled the air, and footsteps came running right for us. I urged Emery forward, covered her back, and drew my daggers from their sheaths.
Chapter 9. Gentry. The woman hummed under her breath while she spread out the silver stakes on the table. The noise wasn't what woke me, though. My right shoulder burned hot and cold. I dreamt about the witch with the green eyes again, only this time she'd done something to me. What was it? My thoughts were nothing but red-tinged fog. Every inch of me craved blood. The burn was back in my throat, and I winced, barely able to see straight from the driving hunger consuming me. Something growled harshly. Belatedly, I realized it was me. Blood. I needed blood, and soon, or I wasn't going to last much longer. Shit, what was I even doing here? "Oh good, you're awake," the woman said, turning from the table filled with steaks. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. I tensed automatically, knowing what was coming next. She picked up a steak and strolled forward. "What were you dreaming about?" "Emery, again." The strangest sensation of something moving beneath the skin on my shoulder forced another growl from my parched throat. The witch with the green eyes, what had she done to me? The sensation came again, a fluttering like wings. I wanted to dig my nails into my flesh and tear out whatever was there, but my arms were still chained over my head. When I kept twitching, the woman in front of me tilted her head, her evil gaze turning calculating. What's wrong, Gentry? You appear more uncomfortable than usual. I hissed, snapping my jaws at her face if only to cover up the discomfort I felt. Why didn't I want her to see my shoulder? I had no idea what was even there. No matter. A few more days, and you'll get to see your precious Emery again. Should be a wonderful reunion, don't you think? Why did she keep saying that name? The fluttering sensation came again, and I gritted my teeth, biting back a snarl. Wasn't my agony enough? Now I had to be tortured by some invisible force, attempting to break through my skin. Or was this another trick of my torturer, to steal what little sanity I had left? The pointed tip of a stake pierced the underside of my chin, forcing my head up. I glowered at the woman, the beating of her heart taunting me. Blood. There was so much blood within her veins. I wanted it, all of it. I hissed when she dug the stake in a bit harder, threatening to stab through the underside of my jaw. I waited for the torture to begin, but the sudden explosion of a bright green orb of light forced the woman away from me. She yelped, crashed into the table, and toppled over with it. Blinded by the light, I squinted, straining to see what was in the room with us. The light morphed into a familiar shape, and a flicker of recognition cut through the haze that had become my mind. A wolf with a face half skeletal, the other half full of life, its body giving off an ethereal glow, stood in front of me. It was as tall as my chest, those empty eye sockets staring right through the heart of me. The fluttering in my shoulder intensified, heat and cold pouring over my body like someone dumped hot coals and ice water on me at the same time. The wolf stood on his hind legs and lunged forward, biting through the manacles that held me captive for so long. Arms free, I collapsed to the stone floor, grunting at the agony in my shoulders and arms from finally changing position after all this time. My back burned in agony, and all I wanted to do was stay on the floor and not move. I sniffed. Froze. Fresh blood. It was here in this room. A fast-beating heart drowned out all other noise. I pushed off the floor into a crouch, staring at the woman across the room from me. Blood dripped from a gash on her forehead. My fangs ached, preparing to enjoy a meal I'd been deprived of. A flicker of fear appeared in the woman's eyes. I hissed, my muscles bunching, ready to pounce. "You will stay there," she snapped, thrusting out her hand. The command hit me, but the wolf threw his head back, howling long and loud. The sound bolstered me, filling my body with a thrumming energy that was familiar and foreign at the same time. I stalked away from the wall with only one thought on my mind. With the wolf at my side, I closed in on the woman who'd tortured me, bled me dry, starved me, pushed me to the brink of insanity. Red flooded my vision. Her curses and shouts didn't faze me. When she turned and tried to run, I sprinted forward, blocking her path. "You will move," she demanded, her voice shaking as much as her body was. My lip twitched. I grabbed her by her shoulders and bit down on her throat while she screamed. Eventually, her cries faded, and her body went limp on the stones. I tossed the corpse aside, it and I drenched in fresh blood while the rest of it coursed through my body, pummeling my senses. Licking the last few drops from my hands, I turned toward the door. Yelling reached my ears. A fight took place up above. I should have cared, but my need for more blood, for violence, overrode all other senses and thoughts. I charged out of the room, up a set of narrow steps, and barely took note of the large house I'd been kept in. The wolf, its coloring shifting to crimson, stayed by my side, and together we burst out the front doors to find a scene of pure chaos. Figures decked out in red robes surrounded what appeared to be 4 vampires, 2 shifters, and a woman with ebony hair flying wildly around her head. 2 wolves, almost identical to the one by my side, flanked the woman while a massive ethereal bear roared, protecting her back. A nagging voice in the back of my mind said to help them, but another shouted for me to get my revenge. These bastards held me prisoner. They tried to break me. I was going to make them pay. Fueled by fresh blood and rage, I grabbed the first robed figure I came to and ripped his throat out. Tossing his body aside, I tore into the next one to attack me and the next, not caring for their cries or pleas for mercy. Body after body hit the ground at my feet, the wolf fighting alongside me until its shimmering light was tinged crimson. A woman's voice rang out, the words unrecognizable, but not the voice. Recognition slammed into me. I knew that voice. "Aleister, there's too many. We have to go," another voice shouted. "We're not leaving without him." That familiar voice struck me a second time. I turned, searching for the source of it. There, looking right at me, were a pair of sharp, vibrant green eyes, the same ones from my dreams. The witch. She was here. Her eyes widened, but there was no fear gazing back at me. She should have been scared. She'd tortured me in my sleep, while the other witch had tried to break me while I was awake. Not letting my gaze leave hers, I slaughtered anyone foolish enough to try and slow me down. More robed figures continued to surround the witch, and finally she tore her eyes from mine. "Get down," she yelled. I wasn't sure what she was doing when she raised her hands, the massive bear behind her doing the same with its paws. The witch's eyes glowed a fierce green when she smashed her hands into the ground. When the bear matched her, a shockwave of energy exploded outward, knocking the robed figures aside. They rolled and crashed into each other, slamming into the ground where they stayed. I expected to be thrown back too, but the wolf jumped in front of me, stopping the magic from striking me. The bear disappeared in a burst of bright light. Whatever magic had kept it alive was clearly spent. "Emery," the blonde male vampire beside the witch uttered, helping her to her feet. "Fine, I'm fine," she whispered, swaying into him. "Didn't think that would even work." He closed his arms around her, and a spike of pure hot rage stabbed me in the heart. Bellowing, I sprinted forward, ramming my shoulder into his chest and knocking the vampire aside. Snarling, I bared my fangs, blocking him from the witch. My actions confused me, but she was mine. She would always be mine. Gentry. I twitched when she said that name. My name, I vaguely recalled. Whirling around, I grabbed her by her arms and held her to me, hissing in her face. She tortured me, tried to drive me insane. She didn't even flinch in the face of my pain and fury. Didn't even blink. I dug my fingers harder into her arms, wanting to pay her back for how much she tormented me. Her pulse thundered in my ears. The scent of fresh blood met my nose, and I followed it to where her palms were scraped and bloody. "Gentry, let her go." I glared at the blonde vampire behind me. "Mine," I growled. "It's fine," the witch in my grasp said. "He won't hurt me." That was precisely what I intended to do, wasn't it? When I faced her again, those green eyes were filled with sadness and worry. Not worry for herself, though. Why wasn't she afraid? Why wasn't she begging for her life? The wolf that had fought by my side stood between the two who'd been guarding the witch. Slowly, the red faded from its body until it was back to the greenish blue that had first blinded me in the basement of my wretched prison. I frowned, unsure what I'd witnessed when the witch lifted her hand and placed it on my right shoulder. Gasping at the soothing warmth cascading over and through me, the fog in my head lifted a little more. Glimpses of memories of the green-eyed woman and I appeared before my eyes. Her laugh filled my ears. I grunted, hanging my head to shake away the recollections mixing with the madness and the urge to spill more blood. The comfort she gave me warred against the hatred boiling inside me until it was too much. I had to make it stop. It all needed to stop. I raised my head and bared my fangs. "Gentry, don't." I couldn't take it anymore. The witch opened her mouth, probably to finally scream, but her gaze shifted over my shoulder, her eyes widening. "No." She spun me around with strength I didn't know she possessed. When she gasped, falling into me, I caught her, trying to understand what just happened. Then I saw the tip of a silver stake protruding from her left shoulder. Blood dripped from the metal, her blood. My hunger flared to life all over again, and I drew her against my body, ready to drain her dry until another, stronger emotion exploded within me. She'd risked her life to save mine. She wouldn't have done that if she wanted me dead. When her eyes found mine again, the intense love staring back at me cut through the last of the haze until I all saw was her face. I knew this woman, knew about her determination, her strength. I'd felt her passion for me and been touched by her magic more than once. Gently, I trailed my fingers down her cheek. She sighed, leaning into my touch, and my heart lifted. Emery, I whispered, and she nodded, her lips twitching in a smile until she winced. My eyes darted to the stake in her shoulder while I snarled. Lifting my head, I spotted the cultist holding the crossbow that had shot the stake. No one dared hurt Emery. No one hurt what was mine. Moving Emery behind me, I locked eyes with the attacker, a shifter. I smelled his fear while he fumbled to ready his weapon for a second attack. I sprinted to him, crushing the crossbow in my left hand while I grabbed his throat with my right. He clawed at my hand while I lifted him off his feet. When he tried to transform, I smirked and squeezed tighter until bones snapped. His body sagged, and I dropped him to the ground. A sharp intake of breath drew my attention behind me again. Aleister stood beside Emery, both watching me closely. I returned to them and pulled them into my arms. My family. Gods, how did I ever doubt I'd see them again? Thought we lost you, Aleister muttered. For a moment there you did, I replied. Grunts and moans sounded around us. The cultists Emery had knocked down were slowly coming to, and we'd be surrounded once more. Time to go, Jared called, giving me a firm nod when I glanced his way, grateful to see him here too. Let's move it, people, Captain Lucian urged. Remy, Stuart, and Gretchen were also here. They'd risked their lives to save mine. That was a debt I'd never be able to repay. Emery cursed when she took a step, her hand shooting to her wounded shoulder. I immediately picked her up in my arms, careful not to bump the stake sticking out of her body. Pulling it out now would mean loss of blood. She'd have to wait until we were out of here. With the 3 wolves surrounding us, we hurried through the rundown manors and mansions and headed toward a rusted iron fence. I had no idea where we were until Aleister told me while we ran. I'd been so close to Burning Glade, so damn close. Enraged by what Cassandra had put me through, I hissed, imagining doing to her what I did to Guinevere back in that dingy basement. A warm hand pressed against my cheek. I glanced down and saw Emery smiling, tears shimmering in her eyes. My heart swelled with love for this woman in my arms, followed immediately by regret for what she must have gone through this whole time. Turning my head, I kissed her palm. Her smile faded and her eyes slipped closed. The wolves soared back to their place in the tattoo on her chest, and I held her tight, knowing this night was far from over. After draining 3 bottles of blood and listening to Emery's yelp of pain when the silver stake was removed from her shoulder, I was unable to sit still. My hands fidgeted non-stop while I stalked around Aleister's room at the lodge. Having blood pumping through me again was a shock to my system. I kept waiting for the blood rage to return or the haze that had clouded my mind for so long. Being near Aleister and Emery kept me stable for the most part. On our way in, accompanied by numerous guards staring at me like a ghost, we walked right into Cassandra. If I hadn't been holding Emery in my arms, I would have tried to tear her apart. The surprise on her face had quickly been replaced by fake relief that I was indeed alive. I'd smirked, knowing she'd be finding Guinevere's dead body soon enough. Once we were in Aleister's room, a healer had been summoned, and Roderick and Vic had arrived with him. Jared and Gretchen had taken up their guard posts outside the door to the room, leaving Captain Lucian, Remy, and Stuart inside with us. All 3 guardsmen stood at attention, as if waiting for another attack. Everyone had questions about where I'd been and what I'd gone through, but I refused to say anything until Emery's wound was treated. Besides, going through the weeks of torture I endured was not how I wanted to spend my first night back. Not even close, though. I knew eventually I'd have to give them the details of my captivity. Being starved for so long left me shaky, and I had to keep squashing the urge to find someone else to kill. A vicious growl erupted from my mouth when a hand slipped into mine, gently pulling me to a stop. Emery didn't say a word, simply wrapping her arms around me, burying her face in my chest. Thankfully, someone had brought me a change of clothes, and I'd taken a quick shower, so I was no longer drenched in blood or smelled of death. I hesitated in hugging her, recalling what I'd almost done. "Don't," she whispered, looking up at me. She'd also changed into a fresh pair of jeans and a black tank top. "You didn't hurt me. You never will." The bruises in the shapes of fingers on her exposed arms said otherwise. She took hold of my chin in her hand and forced me to look at her. I searched those green eyes for any hint of fear or discomfort. When all I saw was her concern and love for me, I gave in and bundled her in my arms, lifted her off her feet and kissed her as I hadn't been able to do thus far. Sensing eyes on us, I broke away from her too damn soon and cleared my throat. We were still waiting for Commander Bain to join us, before I ran through the short version of my captivity. Aleister approached, nudging my arm with his. He kept looking at me, as if he expected me to disappear. And each time I didn't, a new wave of relief washed over his face. I might have been trapped in hell all this time, but from the way he and Emery acted, they hadn't exactly been living out a sunny dream. A sharp knock came at the door, and Lucian went to open it. Commander Joseph Bain was not a small shifter by any means. He stood a few inches taller than me. His broad frame was all the more intimidating by the black and gray guard uniform he wore. His overcoat stretched past his knees, but it was easy to see the crossbody holster he wore loaded with knives and the short swords sheathed at his hips. His dirty blonde hair hung to his square jaw, and pale green eyes observed every face he passed until he stopped in front of me. He held out his paw of a hand, and I shook it, his firm grip hinting at how much muscle was hidden by his clothing. He had a jagged scar running down the left side of his neck, evidence of the fights he'd survived to reach the point of commander over the entire guard. "Gentry, I must say I'm surprised to find you alive." Almost as surprised I was to hear several of my men taking off on a secret mission without my approval, he said, releasing my hand. "Glad to you back with us, as I'm certain Prince Brolin will be whenever we can reach him." I wish I could agree with you, but Brolin and I weren't exactly on good terms. I'm sure that will change. Now then, if you can tell us what occurred, anything you remember, anything at all. I would like to get this matter resolved as quickly as possible. Lucian assured me Commander Bain would take me at my word, but I wasn't entirely convinced the shifter would be on my side at the end of my story. I moved to the couch, sat down with Emery on my right and Aleister on my left. With Aleister and Emery each holding a hand, I told those present what happened, starting with the night I was taken. The night they thought I was killed. Once I started speaking, there was no stopping until I'd relayed the least depressing version of my time in captivity. I couldn't bring myself to go into detail, not yet. I squeezed Emery and Aleister's hands, their presence the only reason I was able to keep going until I reached the point where I murdered Guinevere. I flinched, recalling all too clearly the blood rage that had taken me over once I drained her. My words faltered, and I fell silent, staring into the fire chewing away at the logs in the hearth. "I think that's enough for tonight," Roderick said quietly. "We'll keep trying to find Brolin." Aleister tensed but didn't say a word. "You're saying Cassandra Thornhart was present," Commander Bain stated. "You saw her?" "Yes," I replied. "She was there when I first came to, but I was in a different location. After they moved me, I didn't see her, but I heard her giving orders to Guinevere Grey." "But you never saw her after the first time, correct?" he asked. I frowned but wasn't about to lie. "Yeah, that's right." Commander Bain rested his large hand on the hilt of his sword and sighed. "If your story is true, then it would appear we are dealing with an extremely delicate situation." "If?" Emery snapped, lurching to her feet. "You're kidding, right?" "I understand your anger," Commander Bain told her, "but if I am to take this information before the Eternal Ember and accuse Cassandra Thornhart of kidnapping, attempted murder, conspiracy to do gods know what, we have to tread carefully. I am requesting that you do not speak of this to anyone outside this room, not until I'm able to have my men in place first." "What are you going to do?" I asked, even while Emery continued to fume silently next to me. "I've already dispatched men to the shifter estates. With any luck, we'll find these cultists there and we can take them in for questioning. I'll put my men on Cassandra," he added, staring pointedly at Emery when she opened her mouth to probably argue more. "She's bound to make a mistake at some point." "That's it?" Aleister asked. "For now, yes. I might be commander of the guard, but I too must obey the laws set out by the Eternal Ember. I cannot take anyone into custody without probable cause." He saw her, Emery yelled, jumping up from the couch. And he heard her plotting to use him to kill me. How is that not probable cause? Because he admitted to not being of sound mind the entire time he was imprisoned. Commander Bain breathed out heavily through his nose, his eyes turning to shimmering gold. I'm sorry, but without hard, solid proof, this is the best I can do. I suggest the three of you get some rest. If and when we can apprehend these cultists, I will need to speak with you again. Captain Lucian, you and your men are with me. Commander Bain turned on his heel and marched to the door, with Captain Lucian, Remy and Stewart following him out. Roderick and Vic each shook my hand one more time, telling me how glad they were that I was back, then they left too. The door closed with a deafening click behind them. An uneasy silence settled over the room, until Emery paced away from the couch. This is bullshit, Emery muttered, furiously shaking her head. How can they keep waiting? We still don't know who's with her and who's not, Aleister said gently. And Commander Bain is right. He has to do this by the law, or we'll lose whatever chance we have at stopping Cassandra. I'm sick of sitting around and doing nothing. I'm sick of waiting while that horrible, wretched woman wanders around free, plotting her next move. Emery sucked in a breath, pressing her hand to her chest when her heart rate kicked up, sounding so loud in my ears. I can't simply do nothing, not when we know Brolin's been comprised. Why the hell didn't you tell Roderick? I flinched at her words. Brolin's compromised? You're sure? Aleister's eyes darkened. Cassandra's been giving him her blood. I came across them, entangled, if you know what I mean. He shifted his gaze to Emery. And I didn't say anything, because we don't know whom else she's got under her control. Telling Roderick and Vic will only put them in danger. We need a better plan, before we go around accusing Eternal Ember members of plotting to destroy the world as we know it. He was standing by the time he finished speaking, the scowl on his face rigid while he shook. From the red glow of his eyes, he was pissed. I'd been so caught up in dealing with my own shit from the last weeks of being imprisoned, I hadn't taken the time to see how bad Aleister and Emery were doing. They'd thought I was dead, killed at the hands of the cultists. I had no idea what they'd been dealing with here in Burning Glade, while I'd been chained to a wall. It was clear their time here had been far from pleasant. He's right, I whispered, and Emery whipped around to nail me with a glare that immediately filled me with a guilt I didn't fully understand. Her guilt. Was she really going to blame herself for what Guinevere did? What was done to me was horrible, but I'm here. I'm alive, and Cassandra can't use me as her puppet. Stop with the guilt trip. The guilt only increased, her eye twitching while she trembled. Beneath it was a quickly growing storm of anger I sensed she was attempting to shove down as deep as she could. My brow wrinkling, I pushed off the couch and tried to go to her, but she backed away. None of this is your fault, I said firmly. You should get some sleep, she blurted and stomped to the door. I was quicker and blocked her path. Move. Not until you tell me why you look like you're ready to lose it. She turned her back to me, and I quickly spun her right back around. She shrugged my hands off. When I asked her to simply talk to me, she shoved me into the door and tried to push me to the side. Refusing to let her leave, I merely caught her by her shoulders. All that did was set her off, and she shouted, breaking away, stumbling back. I glanced to Aleister to explain what I was missing, but he was too focused on Emery to catch my look. I just need some air, all right. That's it, Emery said, wringing her hands. I hate sitting here doing nothing. The longer we wait, the more time she has to come after us. To take you away from me, and I can't go through that again. I can't. No one is going to take me from you, I argued gently. They already did, she whispered, my heart breaking when tears slipped from her eyes, wetting her cheeks. She gulped, guilt darkening her gaze even more. It was my fault, it was all my fault, she murmured over and over, her shoulders sagging. Wanting nothing more than to hold her and comfort her, I reached for her, but like before, she stumbled out of my grasp. Remorse and pain assailed me, spilling into the air around her the longer she looked at me. Tell him, Aleister whispered, and Emery's eyes narrowed to slits. Tell me what? I asked, confused. Emery. Don't, she breathed, her gaze pleading. Do it, Aleister urged. He has a right to know. You might as well get it all out tonight. Emery paled, looking like she was going to be sick. I'm sorry, she murmured and took off for the door. It slammed shut behind her. Worry overrode the lingering rage surging through my body. I crossed my arms and stared him down. What happened while I was gone? Why does she look so damned guilty? It was rough, he admitted. We had a few touch-and-go moments. How bad? He hesitated and shrugged. I shouldn't have said anything. She's right. It's nothing like what you went through. Liar. I stalked to the vampire I considered my brother, lowered my arms and glared. What am I missing here? Just tell me, I growled. Aleister fiddled with the blanket draped over the back of the couch, guilt now pouring off him, too. How bad was it that he was suddenly too worried to say anything? Unless it wasn't bad in the way I thought. Wondering if I was off the mark entirely, I quietly said, Look, if you two comforted each other while you thought I was dead, I won't be mad. What? Gods no, he countered, shaking his head. I wish it was that, because what did happen is far worse. She's not the only one who's worried you'll hate her. Aleister, I barked, and he held up his hands when I took a step toward him. He gulped. His eyes burned red. After we thought we found your body, believed you were dead, Emery shattered. His voice was unsteady and raw with his pain. I tried to be there for her, but I failed her. I failed you both. What do you mean? She gave up, Gentry, he whispered, and my heart sank. She stopped caring, and nothing I said or did helped. One day, Jared and I went into her room to check on her, and we found her with a knife to her wrist. It was too damned close. I'm sorry, and I'll understand if you hate me for breaking the promise I made, I will. Emery tried to kill herself. My body went numb. That possibility had never crossed my mind. Was that the only time? I asked, barely able to get the words out from the swell of anger and dread forming a lump in my throat. Was it or not? No, but she claims the second time was by accident, he answered in a rush. She was trying to reach you in the spirit world, and was stuck in some weird limbo. She was there for too long and her heart stopped. I stalked away from him, running my hands through my hair and clasping them at the back of my neck. I almost lost her before Cassandra ever had a chance to set me loose on her. I almost came home to find Emery was gone because she'd given up. Unbidden, an image of Emery holding a knife to her wrists filled my mind. I saw her bleeding out because Aleister hadn't gotten to her in time. Saw her lying dead on the floor. Snarling, I stalked toward the door. Where are you going? Aleister asked, following. Where do you think? You were right. This can't wait, I snapped and stopped so fast he ran into me. Thank you for keeping her alive. I dragged him into a quick embrace, turned, and continued out into the hall. It was time, Emery, and I had a talk about how little she seemed to regard her own life.
Chapter 10. Emery. The confines of my room closed in around me, but I didn't risk rushing outside. I had to get away from Gentry before I told him the horrible truth of what I'd done or tried to do. Why couldn't Aleister have left it alone? Gentry didn't need to know how far I let myself slip into the darkness. He'd been tortured for weeks. Had been bled and starved. Furious, I kicked the end table near the couch, sending it crashing against the wall. Shouting my rage, I went for the coffee table next, breaking the glass vase sitting on it. I swiped my arm across the mantel too, sending the candles and lanterns clattering to the hardwood at my feet. Chest heaving, I searched my room for what I could destroy next. My door opened and Gentry walked in. I said I needed air, I snapped. He took in the destruction around me, not moving away from the closed door. I don't care. You should be resting. I waited for him to say something, anything. All he did was shift his furious red gaze until I was trapped in those depths, unable to move, barely able to breathe. The longer he scowled at me, the more I realized Aleister had told him. Shit. Can we not make this a big deal? Please? What do you think? He muttered, his eyes darting to my left wrist. I immediately grabbed it with my other hand. There wasn't even a mark left behind, but I felt the cold blade of the knife there all over again. Nothing happened, all right? This conversation is happening whether you like it or not. He reached me in 4 long strides, grabbed my hands in his, and held them up so he could see my wrists. When he gently ran his thumbs over my skin, I couldn't bear to look at him any longer and shut my eyes. Why? Just tell me that. I don't want to talk about this, I whispered, trying to take my arms back, but his grip was like iron. He told me to open my eyes. I refused until he repeated it, his voice low and stern. He searched my face, but for what, I wasn't sure. You thought what? Because I was dead, that gives you the right to die? Answer me, damn it. A swell of anger burst from me, my magic shocking him into letting me go. Shut up, I uttered, clenching my fists at my sides. You have no idea what I went through during those weeks. You don't get to stand there and judge me. The hell I don't. Your life is too valuable for you to just throw away. Yeah? And what was I supposed to do with my life, huh, what? I shot back, shoving him in the chest while my fear and fury exploded. I had nothing left. Nothing. You had a life. You had Aleister. And he's not you, I yelled, pushing him again. We were meant to spend our lives together, and then you were taken from me because you decided to sacrifice yourself for me. You don't get to make that choice. I will always give my life for yours, he insisted, catching my hands when I tried to shove him again. I yanked out of his grasp, storming around the room, sensing his presence right behind me. You are my life, Emery. I won't watch you die. But you expect me to watch you die, is that it? I whipped around, shaking with anger at his lecture. I can't live without you. Got it? I can't. If you die, then I die too. That's the deal. Emery, he growled. I cut him off with an aggravated shout. You don't get it. When you were gone, I lost part of myself, I said, clutching my hand to my chest. Every time I shut my eyes, I heard you, I felt you like you were here. But you weren't. My magic stopped working. I was numb to everything except what you'd left me with. As I'd done so many times after he was gone, I rubbed my neck, followed by my left wrist, both places where he'd touched me so tenderly, where he'd brought us even closer together. I kept feeling you, and I couldn't stand it when I believed you were never coming back. I just wanted it to stop. The despair that had eaten me from the inside out during those dark weeks came roaring back, and I cursed, staggering away from Gentry. He reached for me when I tried to move further away. He was too damned fast, and I was suddenly wrapped in his arms while he crushed me to him. I clung to him, needing to be as close as possible. Those horrible days without him replayed themselves over and over inside my head. I was angry at myself, at Gentry, at the whole freaking world, so damned angry. Trembling, I tried to push out of his arms, but he didn't let me go. The horrifying notion that we might not have reached him in time clawed at me like a living beast, until I couldn't breathe. Everything I'd held back since we brought Gentry home threatened to break through the carefully constructed walls I'd put in place. He'd been tortured by Guinevere, been starved, but he'd been strong enough to survive. I'd given up, and I hated myself for that, as much as I hated he nearly died protecting me. I had to get rid of the places you'd touched, I whispered. Had to make it all stop. I was weak, I was so damned weak, and you almost died because of it, and I didn't deserve to go on without you. That's what you thought? He cupped my face in those hands that held me so lovingly, his eyes searching mine. You are not weak, you hear me? But I am. No, he said sternly. I love you with everything I am, Emery Dravosh. I will never let any harm come to you, not if I'm there to stop it. I don't blame you for anything that happened to me. If I had to go through it all again so you could live, I'd do it in a heartbeat. It shouldn't have happened. But it did, he murmured, wiping the tears from my cheeks with his thumbs. Whatever might come of this fight, if for some reason I don't make it, you are not allowed to kill yourself, understand? You find a way to go on without me. Swear to me. I can't do that, and you can't ask me to. The hell I can't, he said, slipping his arms around my waist, holding me to him, so his presence overwhelmed me, making it hard to figure out where I stopped, and he began. His love for me hummed through his body, washing over me in waves of pure heat and want. Do you have any idea what I pictured when Aleister told me? I saw you dead in a pool of your own blood. I saw you cold and pale, your eyes empty. Never again, you hear me? Never again. Swear to me, Emery. Tears burned in my eyes. I nodded, unable to get the words to come out. I stood on my toes, kissing him while I wound my arms around his neck. He lifted me off my feet, our lips moving with an intense passion from the rest of my emotional walls collapsing. I murmured apologies against his lips, until he told me to shut up and kiss him again. I did so gladly, burying my hands in his hair. He backed me into the wall, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. His hands were everywhere, and for a little while at least, I forgot what waited for us outside this room. When his fangs lightly grazed my neck, I pressed his head closer, desperate to feel his bite again, the bite of the vampire I planned on spending the rest of my life with. His growl reverberated through his chest and into me right as his fangs pierced my skin. I gasped, my eyes fluttering shut then opening again while heat poured through my veins. My tattoos shimmered, pulsing in time with my beating heart. When the raven on Gentry's shoulder did the same, a completeness I never knew I'd missed filled me, until I couldn't stand it any longer. Gentry lifted his head, licking a few drops of blood from his lips. I looked deeply into those red eyes, whispering, I swear I won't try to kill myself again. Dragging my fingers over the scruff on his cheeks, I pressed my lips to his. He started to draw back, raising his thumb to his fang, but I shook my head. Leave them. It serves as a reminder that this isn't a dream. His eyes flared brightly as he captured my mouth again, pulling me away from the wall and making our way across the room. Gentry was truly back with me, and I never planned on letting him go again. I didn't care what shit Cassandra rained down on us. She'd only get him over my dead body. And I didn't plan on dying anytime soon. Firelight danced across the rug Gentry and I were sitting on in my room. We'd stoked a fire, and had been sitting as close to each as we could get for the last, hell, I wasn't even sure how much time had passed. My back rested against his chest. He breathed me in, and I smiled, sinking deeper into his arms wrapped around me, a silent promise of his love. I miss this, he whispered, kissing the top of my head. Gods, I never thought I'd be this close to you again. I knew exactly how he felt, and shifted enough so I could tilt my head and look into those dark brown eyes I'd fallen in love with. I couldn't imagine spending my life any other way than with Gentry. A crazy idea popped into my head, my cheeks burning hot, unsure what he'd think. His lips twitched in a smile while he studied my face. You're thinking about something. I'm always doing that. Yeah, but this is different. Your cheeks are on fire. He brushed his lips over mine. Tell me. The raven tattoo peeked out of the collar of his t-shirt, the feathers trailing up the side of his neck. Lightly, I traced my fingers over the visible lines and shrugged. It's nothing. Emery, he murmured, kissing me again until I was clinging to his shoulders, turning all the way around until he was holding me on his lap. Whenever all this shit is over, if it's ever over, I don't know what your plans are, but would you want to maybe come live with me? I have no idea where or what we're going to be doing, I rambled, picking at his shirt. We can go wherever you want, and honestly, I don't think I'm going to up for doing anything at the academy for a while. I just know I want to be with. He cut my last words off with a kiss so fierce, the glow from our tattoos competed with the light from the fire. You think I'd want to be anywhere else than with you? He whispered. It could happen. Never, he said with a deep growl that rumbled through his chest and right into me. Your request makes my next question seem not so crazy then. Your question? He held up my left hand and kissed my ring finger. Would it be too soon if I said, marry me? I kissed him so hard, he lost his balance and fell over backward to the floor, taking me with him. We laughed and held each other, the power of the bond we shared falling over us like a sweet spring rain. A light knock at the door drew our attention, and I smirked. "Aleister," we whispered at the same time, sensing our friend on the other side of the door. "Just making sure you're both alive," Aleister called a second later. Chuckling with mirth, Gentry and I climbed off the floor, and I rushed to open the door. Aleister tensed, like I was going to hit him. Instead, I grabbed his arm and yanked him into the room. I hugged him, and Gentry squeezed us both, lifting us off our feet while we laughed. "Glad to see you two made up," Aleister said, smiling. He gave me an apologetic frown, but I kissed his cheek. "Thank you for being a snitch." "Any time," he replied. His gaze shifted from Gentry to me, then back again. When those blue eyes turned calculating and he crossed his arms, I burst out laughing. "Did I miss something?" "I might have proposed," Gentry said, and Aleister yanked us back into a tight hug. He started asking questions while the three of us headed to the sitting area in front of the fire. For the first time in weeks, I had Gentry and Aleister with me, and I couldn't have felt more content. My cheeks hurt from smiling and laughing harder than I had since the day my world came crashing down around me. Somehow, we ended up sitting on the rug by the fire, so we could take turns tossing in logs to keep it going well into the early morning. We stayed there for a long while, the bond of love and friendship and family strengthening between us until I was sure I could reach out and touch it. My wolf tattoo glowed and hummed with energy. The beasts emerged one after the other, laying in a circle around us, ever watchful. Their presence was a comfort I hadn't had in far too long. The pulsing warmth of my magic wrapped us in a cocoon, chasing away the nightmare I thought would never end. I hugged Gentry and Aleister to me, and nothing else in the world mattered. I was home with the two vampires, whose fates were interwoven with mine. I didn't give two shits what Cassandra threw at us next. She was never going to take my family away from me again. I'd rip her heart out first.
Chapter 11. Aleister. Emery's quiet snoring came from the couch, and I grinned. She'd fallen asleep lying atop Gentry, much as she'd been doing every day since he came back to us. He tucked her hair behind her ear while I stood, and carefully draped a blanket over her. He thanked me quietly while I resumed my seat in the chair, propping my feet on the ottoman. Over the last 3 days, Emery and I caught Gentry up on everything we'd learned about Cassandra and her cult, including the realization that she was indeed my mother. He'd taken the information in stride, and seemed more worried about me accepting that evil woman as my flesh and blood. Hell, I was still working on it. I hadn't even told Roderick yet. There never seemed to be a good time to bring up the fact that I was his son. It seemed such a minor issue compared to all the other shit we were wading through. Gentry had opened up a little more here and there about what Guinevere did to him. When he told us more in-depth details on their plan for using him to kill Emery, he hadn't been able to stop growling for a solid 5 minutes. He wasn't alone. We already knew Cassandra was evil, but driving Gentry mad enough to kill his soulmate? That was sick and made me hate her all the more. Gentry apologized at least once a day for our having to think he was dead. Each time, Emery and I told him to shut up. It's not like it was his fault they kidnapped him. We were thrilled he was alive and that we managed to rescue him. I had been worried Emery would hold it against me for ousting her suicide attempts to Gentry, but she seemed to have moved past it. Despite putting on a brave face, she was still fragile beneath the surface. Every so often, I'd catch a dark gleam in her eyes. She'd been broken, and though Gentry was back, she was far from put back together. The nightmares seemed to stop at least, and she was sleeping through the night. Emery mumbled in her sleep. Slowly, Gentry sat up, cradling her in his arms, and carried her to bed. Once she was tucked in, he kissed her forehead and prowled back to the sitting area. He didn't sit down yet, and instead rolled his right shoulder, pacing in front of the fireplace. "Still bugging you?" I asked quietly. "It's strange is all. I keep feeling it move. I don't know how she deals with having 5 of them on her all the time like this." The raven Emery had transferred to Gentry so we could find him, hadn't returned to her body yet. The tattoo seemed quite at home with Gentry and had even grown, encompassing most of his right shoulder, upper back and chest. Anytime Emery was near, it would pulse with a deep blue light. "Emery isn't concerned about it staying with me," he said, tugging his shirt collar aside to see it better. "What the hell am I going to do with a guide like this? I don't have magic." Debatable. "What do you mean?" I shrugged. "The reason Emery thought it might work was because of the blood you had from her. There's magic in it, and well, she hoped it'd somehow still be in you. That's how you were able to get the guide in the first place." He adjusted his shirt, nodding slowly. "Guess I shouldn't be too worried about it, right?" "I wouldn't." He crossed his arms, frowning while he watched Emery sleep. "I wish I could erase those weeks for her, for you both," he whispered. "Make it so neither of you ever had to grieve for me. She's not back to herself, not yet. And you," he said, glancing my way, "you haven't said one word about how you're dealing with our latest inconvenience." "Oh, you mean how Cassandra has simply up and vanished?" "I'm thrilled," I grumbled. Commander Bain had sent several guardsmen to bring Cassandra in for questioning the day after Gentry returned. Those who had gone to check out the estates had found numerous dead bodies of cultists, as well as evidence that they'd been staying there for quite some time. There'd been maps of Burning Glade as well as handwritten orders signed with the seal of the Order of the Frozen Hearts. Since Cassandra was the known leader of said order, it had been enough to convince 8 members of the Eternal Ember to bring the witch in for more thorough questioning. Only when they'd gone to retrieve her, she was nowhere to be found. The guard were busy tearing apart the estates down to the last stone. They hoped to find some idea of where Cassandra had run off to. The notes left behind were all written in code. Those hadn't been deciphered yet. I'd caught a glimpse of them, as had Gentry. We'd been quick to point out the sigils on them, matched those that had been used to steal magic. The number of patrols in Burning Glade had doubled, and the hunt for Cassandra or any of these other cultists was an ongoing endeavor. Gentry, Emery and I attempted to volunteer our aid, but Commander Bain restricted us to the lodge. Until we were told otherwise, the 3 of us were on lockdown. "Be nice if we weren't under house arrest," I said, and Gentry barked a laugh. "Yeah, it would. Be nice too if Brolin showed his face. Hate to say it, but he's probably wherever Cassandra is. Find her and we'd find him too. Unless she decided she's finished with him," he muttered darkly. "He could be dead and no one would even know. If he's missing much longer, your house is going to start looking to you," I said quietly. "Brolin didn't want me to be his heir, remember?" "You sure about that?" I argued. "We have no way of knowing when Cassandra started manipulating him. I'd bet anything it was around the same time she joined the Eternal Ember, maybe even." I doubled over at the sharp pain in my gut. Gasping, I fell out of the chair and rolled onto my back. Gentry hovered over me, asking me what was wrong. I had no idea. Whispered words in a language I didn't recognize drowned out all other noise. I clamped my hands to my ears, trying to drown out the racket, but another jolt of agony shot down my spine. My body went rigid, as if I'd shoved my hand into a wall socket. When I opened my eyes the next time, Emery had joined Gentry on the floor. Her lips moved, but whatever she said was lost to me. The whispering in my ears grew louder and picked up a rhythm like a chant of some kind. More faces appeared around me, and I was carried to the bed between Gentry, Jared, and Stewart. My arms and legs jerked, fighting against the searing pain tearing me apart. Another burst of electricity had me bellowing, my back arching off the mattress. I snarled and hissed, lashing out to try and get away from the agony. I was held down, and then hands I'd know anywhere cupped my face. Hot and cold touched my cheeks, pushing back against the tidal wave of destruction occurring inside me. "What is it?" Gentry asked with a growl. "Emery." Her eyes shut while sweat broke out on her forehead. She cringed, her right arm lighting up with the use of her magic. A rope of trickling blue-green light wrapped around her arm reached me and flowed over my body like a wave. The second it touched my gut, a loud crack resounded in the room, and Emery was thrown into the far wall. She yelped on impact, falling to the floor. Gentry rushed to her side, and I tried to do the same until I tensed, struck immobile by the burst of anguish that pulled a yell from me. Black spots filled my vision, and I sank to the bed. When I opened my eyes again, Roderick was with us, and Emery was back at my side. Her magic wound around her hands in never-ending streams of ethereal light. She started to reach for me, but I scooted back on the bed, shaking my head. The argument against whatever she was going to do died in my throat. I gagged, flipping to the side in time to vomit blood off the edge of the bed. "What's happening to him?" Roderick demanded after I laid back down, shivering from the icy grip on my body. The chanting in my ears had quieted slightly, but was there all the same. "Aleister, can you hear me?" I reached for his hand and he gripped mine. "It's her," I whispered, shifting my gaze to Emery. Emery's brow furrowed, then she cursed. "She's stealing your magic. Aleister, you have to fight back. You can't let her take it from you." I wanted to know how Cassandra was doing this to me, but my words were drowned out in a shout. It took all of them to hold me to the bed, so I didn't fall out and hurt myself. Emery's hands were back on my face. She was speaking in the same tongue as the voice inside my head. Gentry yelled for more help. Once Gretchen and Remy arrived, he, Jared, and Roderick took off out the door, led by the glowing raven guide that had broken free of Gentry's body. I had no idea where they were going, and a few seconds later didn't have the strength to care. Emery's words slowly drowned out the first voice. Her glowing green eyes focused only on me while her hands remained on my face. Her arms shook with the effort of the spell she spoke, those ropes of magic winding around my arms, legs, and chest. My eyes slipped shut, sensing the turmoil inside my very core. The magic that had been in me since my birth, magic that I thought was mine, was being pried loose from its moorings. It took with it Roderick's magic that I'd inadvertently stolen all those years ago. A massive part of myself was stolen bit by bit, despite Emery's attempts to hold the magic inside me. When my body grew numb, I wondered if this was it. At least I'd helped bring Gentry home so Emery wouldn't be alone. Cassandra, it looked like, was going to get her wish. She'd get her magic back and tie up another loose end in the process. Something dripped onto my face. Slowly, I opened my eyes, horrified to see blood running freely from Emery's nose. Her lips moved with a spell that seemed to have no end. I tried to make her stop, but had no strength to even speak up. "Aleister," a woman's voice said in my ear. It sounded as if she stood right next to me. "Aleister, let go, make it easier on us both." "Screw you, bitch," I thought back. She cackled, and my eyes were forced shut. My stomach flipped, and when my eyelids parted, I stood a few feet away from a figure kneeling on a stone floor. Red sigils pulsed in a circle around her. She was in a room that looked similar to those in the lower levels of the Hall of the Undying. A black cloak hung about her shoulders, the hood covering her face. I glanced at myself, but my body shifted in and out of focus like I wasn't really here. "You had to go and ruin my plans," she said, clicking her tongue. "Rescuing Gentry, I mean honestly. What good will he do you? He's family, which is more than I can say for you, Cassandra. Or should I call you Mother?" She threw back the hood, her lips curled into a wicked grin, and her glowing violet eyes lighting up her face. "How long have you known? What does it matter? Changes nothing." "Really? Nothing at all?" I spread my arms wide. "You're currently trying to steal my magic, and probably kill me." "No, I'd say nothing's changed." She looked at me for a long few seconds, then sighed. "You're right, unfortunately for you. I wish I could say after all these years it's wonderful to see my son again, the son I gave up so much for." I waited for her to go on, but she merely looked at me. "Why have me at all?" Her lip lifted in disgust. "Roderick made me think love was real and that I could have it. But love isn't real. It's all just a lie to make you weak, and you, my sweet son, made me almost too weak to go on. It almost made me forget my purpose in this life. Almost." Emery's voice echoed around us. Cassandra winced. "She genuinely believes she can save you. Such a pity." While we'd been talking, the sigils around Cassandra moved closer to her until they formed one long symbol. She raised her hand, a hungry look taking over her face. For too long, I've been without my true power. Now I'll have what's rightfully mine. Goodbye, Aleister. I yelled, but she drove her hand into the symbol, and I clutched my hand to my chest, a vice grip closing around my heart, crushing the life from me. I shut my eyes. When they fluttered open, I was back in the room with Emery and Roderick. They closed, and then there was Cassandra, cackling like a madwoman while she drained my magic and my life. Back and forth, my mind was yanked until I couldn't stand it anymore. Emery's voice competed with my shouts. Banging and more yelling resounded in my skull. I had a moment to witness Cassandra panic and curse as a door was thrown open to wherever she was. Then red light flooded my vision, and after a final shock I was certain had killed me, the world went quiet and darkness took me. Stop fussing over me. I'm fine, Emery said, sounding exhausted. You should be getting some rest. I'll let you know when he wakes up, Gentry's voice came next. At least go sit on the couch and get out of that damned uncomfortable chair. Fine, I'm going. A chair scooted, and a warm hand pressed against my forehead. Emery. Then she pulled back, her conversation with Gentry moving away. I could still hear them, but another presence took Emery's place. He'll wake up. Teresa. She was here. Where was here? I was in bed, but wasn't sure if I was still in my room or not. Cassandra had been trying to steal my magic, and then something happened. What was it? I thought I'd died, but from the way everyone acted, I was very much alive. I told my eyes to open, but they refused. A strong hand squeezed mine as a man cleared his throat. I know, I never thought this was possible, and now I don't know what to think, Roderick whispered. How did I not realize he's my son after all these years? How? It shouldn't have been possible, Teresa replied. Don't blame yourself. I doubt Aleister does. He should blame me, Roderick muttered darkly. I made him think I regretted the day I turned him, the day I saved his life, but he's my son. No father should say those things to their child. And to think Cassandra almost killed him. This time my eyes opened and landed on Roderick. His head was hanging over our hands, with Teresa standing at his shoulder. She smiled at me and tapped Roderick. He straightened, and a pair of pale blue eyes brightened when they shifted my way. Aleister? Can you hear me? He asked. I nodded or tried to. The pain I hadn't felt a few seconds ago bloomed to life. I flinched. Don't move too much, Roderick instructed sternly. You're still recovering. I followed his gaze to my left and saw an IV pole with several bags of blood hanging from it. A tube ran into my arm. I frowned. Had I bled out? What happened? I whispered. Internal bleeding is what the healer said, Emery said. She was back at my bedside with Gentry right behind her, their worried glances betraying the smiles on their faces. The spell Cassandra used ripped you apart from the inside. I was barely able to keep you alive. If Roderick and Gentry hadn't interrupted her when they did. She trailed off with a shake of her head. Doesn't matter. You're alive. Magic. I murmured. I tried to keep it in you, but she was too strong. I managed to cling onto a sliver of it, but she stole the rest. I'm so sorry, Aleister. I fumbled for her hand. You saved me. I can live without magic. She swiped at her eyes. Yeah, well, not about to get one of you back just to lose the other. We're going to give you some time to rest and talk with Roderick about what's going on. She kissed my forehead and stepped back. Gentry squeezed my shoulder, sternly told me to make sure I let myself heal, then they walked away. Teresa left with them, so it was just Roderick and me. Wanting to sit up, I shifted on the bed, hissing at the discomfort from merely moving. Roderick helped me. With my back to the headboard, I studied him. He was nervous. I'd never seen his hands shake like they were now. You knew, he finally said, sitting in the chair by the bed. I had suspicions for a while, and then I found out it was true, I said, taking my time to form the words. Talking was more exhausting than it had ever been. His lips twitched, but there was no smile. All these years, I simply believed you picked up mannerisms from me, you know? From me taking you in and turning you." He sagged in the chair, rubbing his hands down his face, his brow wrinkled in dismay. "I should have known you were my blood. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened to you. You couldn't have known." "I'm technically a freak of nature," I said, smirking, and he laughed. "Far from it," he argued gently. I held out my hand, and he took it. "I loved her, you know, I truly did, but I let fear and uncertainty get the better of me. If I hadn't, none of this would have happened. Can't blame yourself. Can't I?" I shook my head until it hurt. "No. You loved her, and maybe for a time she would have loved you, loved me, but eventually her true nature would have come out again. She gave up her death magic to bring me into the world. A child would never be enough to replace what she lost." I wasn't sure why I sounded so sad. The only real parents I'd ever known were Roderick and Teresa. There was no reason for me to wonder what it would have been like to have Cassandra raising me. "It's all right to be upset." Roderick patted my hand, sighing. "I wonder all the time what my life would have been like if I hadn't turned her away." "Where is she?" "Gone. Gentry and I tried to stop her, but I'm afraid she has the full range of her magic back." His eyes flared red, and he grunted, making it to his feet. "Whatever she's planning, she won't succeed, and she will not take my son from me. Now get some rest. I'll check in on you later." He hesitated, regret immediately followed by pride crossing his face. "You were right about Emery, by the way. She truly is an incredible witch." "Yeah, she is." He patted my hand one more time and left me alone. Lionel, one of the resident healers in Burning Glade, bustled in a few minutes after to check the blood bags. He gave me a sedative to help me sleep, and another potion to ease my discomfort while my body continued to repair itself. Before I passed out, I sensed Emery and Gentry nearby. Turning my head, I spotted them sitting at my side. Together they took my hand, the comfort of our bond letting me fall into a peaceful sleep.
Chapter 12. Gentry. "What the hell are you two doing?" Emery scolded. I currently had Aleister in a headlock. I turned us around and saw her standing in the doorway to the training room, hands planted on her hips and brow raised. "What?" "You're idiots," she muttered. "Just stupid idiots. Who cleared you both to spar?" "Lionel," I replied, grunting when Aleister threw his elbow to my gut, breaking himself out of my hold. "It's been nearly 2 weeks. We're healed." Emery rolled her eyes. "I think I need to have a talk with Lionel." "Now who's being overprotective?" Aleister asked while I grinned. "I think I'm allowed." Her eyes flicked from Aleister to me, and there it was, the guilt that had reappeared over the last couple of days. No matter how many times I asked her to talk to me about what was going on inside that head of hers, she'd brush it off like I was paranoid. I hadn't asked Aleister if he noticed it too. He'd been spending a fair amount of time with Roderick, catching up and working on building a stronger relationship than they had before. No matter what, though, he always came to find Emery and me in the late hours of the morning. We'd been staying in the same room, all of us appearing to share the same fear we refused to utter. That somehow, one of us would end up being stolen away again. Since Cassandra had attacked Aleister, every day was a waiting game of wondering if the guard would catch up to her. There'd been no cultists found in Burning Glade as of yet. Commander Bain reported they were no closer to figuring out what the notes were, for that had been left behind at the old estate. "Something wrong?" I asked, and Emery's jaw clenched. "That bad?" "Yeah, you could say that." The men Commander Bain sent to the vampire houses finally called. All they found aside from destroyed mansions were a lot of dead bodies. Said it looked they'd been ripped apart by a wild beast, but not a shifter. Something bigger. Stronger. She fiddled with her necklace, worrying at her bottom lip. "Wait, you're saying they found no one alive?" Aleister asked in disbelief. I was in agreement with him. It wasn't possible. Cassandra couldn't have wiped out so many vampires this fast, not without our hearing about an attack. There were survivors, but they said many were stolen during the fight, she explained, glaring at the floor. They're taking the wounded to the closest hospitals to be treated. When she hesitated, I went to her, removed her hand from her necklace, and grasped it firmly in mine. What else aren't you saying? I asked quietly. The survivors claimed they were attacked by an army of skeletons, she whispered. And figures in red robes. Sounds like Cassandra and her cultists, Aleister muttered. And? I urged when Emery shifted uneasily on her feet. A beast with wings. They said there was a massive beast with wings. That's what tore most of their numbers to shreds. When I exchanged a confused glance with Aleister, Emery's brow rose. The griffin on Cassandra's back. That's what attacked them. One guide was able to cause that much destruction. Fear slithered into her gaze, immediately followed by a furious storm that caused her eyes to glow a dangerous shade of green. She might have her death magic back, but that doesn't mean we're defenseless. Damn straight we're not. She's not the only one who can raise the dead, Emery said, squaring her shoulders. The sudden determination in her stance didn't sit well with me at all. She'll be in for one hell of a fight if she dares to step foot in Burning Glade again. But I do think it's time our friends in Cedar Valley join us. Don't think we have much of a choice. I'll see who I can send with a message to bring them here. Aleister clapped me on the shoulder. Hope you're ready to meet Emery's parents. Don't worry. They'll love you, Emery assured me, patting my cheek. Her smile was replaced with a worried frown. Going to be a long few nights. Might want to get yourselves cleaned up. She made to leave, but I caught her hand and hauled her against my chest, kissing her fiercely. When I let her go, her cheeks were flushed. She cupped my face, pressed her lips to mine once more, then set off. I turned back to Aleister, who was watching Emery walk away, his head tilted and his gaze calculating. I wanted to ask him what he was thinking, but if we were about to have a host of death magic witches arrive in Burning Glade over the next couple of days, we needed to prepare for whatever new shitstorm might be coming our way. Has Emery spoken to you? I asked Aleister while we sat in the dining room of the lodge the following evening. Emery's parents, and the witches from Cedar Valley, were going to be arriving in the next hour or so. I was anxious to meet them, but that wasn't why I was on edge. Since yesterday, when the reports came in about the vampire houses being attacked, Emery had been quiet. Too damned quiet. She was up to something, and whatever it was would not end well. This afternoon when we'd woken, and after Aleister had left the room, she'd kissed me so deeply, it felt like she was trying to tell me something. She'd pressed my head to her neck, and I drank from her. The taste of her blood lingered on my tongue. With it came a surge of doubt, sorrow, and fierce determination. When I'd lifted my head from her throat, those green eyes had locked onto my gaze, and a flicker of guilt had appeared. Aleister spun his glass of blood around on the table, watching the door to the room. About what? She's up to something. You think she's plotting to go after Cassandra on her own or something? He joked, then cursed. You're serious? She wouldn't go that far. I scoffed. You sure about that? Wouldn't be the first time she neglected to talk to us about her plans. Restless, I tapped my fingers on the table, replaying my last moments with Emery over and over again. When the nagging in my gut made me too sick to think, I bolted from the table, Aleister right behind me. We entered the hall to our floor, in time to see Emery coming out of Aleister's room. She had her head down and was walking fast in the other direction. I nodded to Aleister and we took off, blurring to her, each catching an elbow and turning her right back around. She grunted, annoyed but didn't argue while we steered her into Aleister's room and blocked the door once we were all inside. She glanced from Aleister to me. Something wrong? Why don't you tell us? I growled. Where were you going in such a hurry? No idea what you're talking about. Just waiting for my parents to get here. That's all. I spotted the dagger sheathed at her hip. She never walked around with blades. Plotting to go after Cassandra alone. Aleister muttered. Emery's eyes widened and her laughter was forced. What? No, I wasn't going to do that. Just stop. I stalked toward her, reached for her hip, and removed the sheath flash. She cursed and lunged for it, but I held it over my head and out of her reach. Give it back, she snapped. Why are you walking around with an enchanted blade, huh? Why? I demanded. Just a precaution. Liar, we said at the same time. She flinched. You're ridiculous. Give me back the dagger. Her eye twitched the longer she glowered at me. I shook my head. Her hand dropped to her side. The guilt I thought I'd seen earlier rushed back with a vengeance. I can't believe you, I whispered. You promised me you wouldn't try to kill yourself again. Going on some suicide mission to try and save us all counts as a suicide attempt. The hell it does, she argued, jumping to try and snatch the dagger, but I raised my hand in time for her to miss. Don't make me order you to give it back. My brow arched. You won't. Grunting in aggravation, she backed away, stomping to the windows to glare out over the streets of Burning Glade. She wants me, all right? She's coming here to get me, and we all know it. Why can't I take the fight to her? What is so wrong with that plan? Maybe because you were going alone, Aleister said with a harsh hiss. It's safer that way, she whispered so quietly that if we weren't vampires, we would have missed it. This was always going to be my fight. She turned around, glancing from Aleister to me as we approached. You might be her son, she said, motioning to Aleister, and she might want to use you to get to me, but it's me she's been after, and me she's going to come for first. I'm one of the few witches here who pose a threat to her. She won't let that stand. I won't watch her kill either of you, or my parents, or any of the other innocents here. If you want to go after her, fine, I said, and she frowned, clearly confused. But we're coming with you. She started to argue, but I pressed my fingers to her lips. Together, Emery, or so help me, we'll tie you to a chair and lock you in a room until Cassandra's dead. You could try. No, we'd succeed, Aleister chimed in, grinning. Together or not at all. That's the deal. She opened her mouth to answer. A knock came at the door, followed by Jared calling for me. Keeping the dagger in my hand, I rushed to let him in. Jared's eyes were wild. He stomped into the room. Brolin's back, he blurted. What? Where is he? Outside. Something's wrong with him, Jared said, gaze wary. You might want to come see for yourself. Emery, wait here, I said, but she was suddenly at my side and out the door. Seriously? Don't give me that shit. You both just gave me the "we're in this together" speech. I'm not about to hide in the lodge. You coming or what? She threw over her shoulder. Having no choice but to go after her, we quickly caught up and led the way down the stairs, through the lodge and out the front doors. Brolin was indeed simply standing there in the center of the road, between the Hall of the Undying and the lodge. Storm clouds blocked out the light from the full moon, but the lanterns lining the street were enough to light up his face. Roderick and Vic were already outside, trying to talk to him, but Brolin either couldn't hear them or had decided to ignore their calls. Across the road stood Commander Bain with Captain Lucian at his side. Guardsmen were lined up behind them, spreading out in a long line on either side. Several more of the Eternal Ember members who'd been in the hall emerged, too, until Brolin had an audience all for him. I moved up to stand beside Roderick when Brolin's eyes turned bright red and landed on me. Gentry, he said with a hiss, baring his fangs that appeared far longer than they should have been. My traitorous heir. Not surprised to see I'm alive? I asked. His eyes narrowed. Surprised? Hardly. Disappointed. He sighed, taking a step closer. You should have played your part. Your death would have been far less painful. What are you doing here? Where's Cassandra? With Brolin's attention focused on me, the guardsmen crept closer, forming a perimeter around him. Commander Bain caught my eye, nodding at me to keep him talking. Well, I yelled when Brolin's gaze started to wander. Where's the bitch hiding? Too much of a coward to face us herself, so she sends you. What are you now anyway, her puppet? Her lover. He growled as I took a step closer, even though Emery whispered my name in warning. The great vampire prince Brolin Wolson, brought to heel by a witch with death magic. And you called me weak. His breaking out in laughter was not the reaction I expected. The red in his eyes turned violet, then back again, and I cursed. Brolin was completely under Cassandra's control now. If she'd sent him here. I tensed when the air grew heavy, weighing me down. It crackled with energy, pricking my skin and making the hair on my arms stand up. He's a distraction, I breathed, and Brolin cackled louder. He's a damned. Violet lightning struck the street, bursting through the air, creating a spiderweb of explosions. The shockwave threw me backward into Emery and Aleister. Screams erupted around us while the ground quaked as if some great beast were attempting to break free of the earth. The wind gusted around us in a swirling storm of magic, while more cracks of lightning exploded all around us. I grabbed Emery and Aleister, keeping them close. I tucked Emery against my chest the best I could, waiting for it all to stop. When I lifted my head, trying to make out what was happening, the night was alive with a violet hue. Whatever magic had caused the blasts lingered, crackling and sparking in the sky and all around us. When my eyes focused better, I cursed, dragging Emery and Aleister to their feet. Robed figures filled the thoroughfare at both ends, but they weren't alone. Vampires were intermixed with the cultists, many of whom I recognized. Emery squeezed my arm, her eyes wide. I followed her stare to where Brolin had been standing. He'd staggered back even further, bumping into the crowd of people who emerged from the lodge when the craziness started. A massive stone totem appeared, triple the size of the one that had nearly destroyed Emery the last time. The asphalt had cracked and broken in chunks all around the base. Sigils covered it from top to bottom, already pulsing with evil intent. Standing before the totem, wearing a black robe with the hood pulled back just enough to expose her face, was Cassandra. She held her arms out to her sides, fingers sparking while her lips stretched into a wicked sneer. Her white hair hung down her front, blowing softly in the breeze created by her power storm. Commander Bane shouted orders for his men to move in, and Cassandra's grin widened. "You truly believe you can stop what's coming, Commander," she shouted. "You and your men will fall. The eternal ember's time has come." She stepped away from the totem, spinning leisurely around to face the crowd while her cultists and army of mind-controlled vampires crept closer. "I will give you all one chance. Bow to me now and I'll spare your lives. Well, most of your lives." Roderick was the first to step forward. Vic joined him quickly, and I spotted the rest of the Eternal Ember members also parting from the crowd. They glared at Cassandra. Not a single person flinched in the face of her immense display of power. "Cassandra Thornheart," Roderick yelled, "you are hereby stripped of your titles and all rights as a citizen of Burning Glade. You are to be arrested and tried for treason against your own kind, and for the slaughter of hundreds of innocents across all races. We will give you one chance to come quietly, and we'll ensure your trial is swift and your death as painless as possible." Cassandra sauntered toward Roderick, her eyes shimmering as she reached him. "My sweet Roderick, as blind as always I see. You honestly believe you can win this day?" She raised her hand to caress his cheek. He snatched her wrist, hissing viciously. "Don't you dare touch me, witch." She shuddered mockingly. "Such an insult." "Your very existence is an insult," he snapped. "You abandoned our son, then tried to kill him. How dare you try to keep him from me? How dare you?" "How dare I?" she shouted, cutting him off. "You're the one who betrayed me, Roderick. And I have regretted it for years, but no longer. I'm not the monster here, Cassandra. You are." He shoved her back, releasing her. "Surrender now, and save the spilling of so much innocent blood. It's not worth it." "Innocent blood," she repeated, turning her glare toward Emery. I shoved Emery behind me, while Aleister and I moved to block her from view. "No one in this world is truly innocent," Cassandra murmured. "I will have what I've come for. Either side with me now and be spared or perish." "You don't have to do this," Roderick insisted. Cassandra snapped her fingers and appeared back by the totem. "Oh, but I do. Goodbye, Roderick." She pressed her hand to the totem, even as Commander Bane shouted the order to grab her. A beam of red light shot into the sky, parting the heavy storm clouds, and it wasn't the only one. Behind Cassandra's army, more beams of light appeared, rising into the air until we were surrounded by them. "She's doing what she did to her coven," Emery whispered. "We have to stop her." "How?" Aleister asked. "Disrupt the sigils, like Elvira did." "That still ended up killing everyone," I reminded her hotly. "We don't have another choice," she argued. "I might be able to disperse the power somehow, overload them, and stop the backlash from hitting everyone here. It's the only plan we've got." "Our time has come," Cassandra yelled. "My brothers, my sisters, the world has taken much from us. Now it is time we take it back. None shall leave this place alive." Chaos erupted at her shouted order. The cultists and vampires charged. Bane ordered the guardsmen to attack, and time seemed to slow while the two forces rushed straight for each other. Shifters tore through their uniforms, transforming as they sprinted to meet the threat. Magic erupted from the witches, clashing against those under Cassandra's influence. Rose and Debbie, so many others who didn't deserve to die bloody, were going to fall here today. How the hell were we supposed to stop this madness? "Gentry," Emery shouted, squeezing my hand. "We have to go." I growled, hating that we had no idea if this would work or not. All around me, fighting broke out. The longer we waited, the more blood would spill. I just nodded at her and Aleister to lead the way when two hands latched onto my shoulders, yanking me back. A fist collided with my face, and a second punch threw me further into the street. I rolled to my feet, shaking out my head, and saw Brolin prowling toward me. Behind him, Emery and Aleister started to rush forward, but I waved them off. I could handle Brolin. They needed to stop Cassandra's ritual before she had a chance to drain the magic of everyone here. Aleister pulled Emery away, and I turned my full attention to Brolin. "I'm going to enjoy killing you," he spat. "And once you're dead, I'm going to track down your witch and drain her dry. This isn't you. Stop letting her control you." "Who said she is?" "You're telling me you wanted to side with a necromancer? Someone who's attacked our house. Killed who knows how many of our kin," I challenged. "You should be standing with us against her." He stilled, and I let myself hope I'd gotten through to him. Then his eyes turned a deep violet, and he threw himself at me. A stake I hadn't noticed appear in his hand then swiped past my face, embedding in my shoulder. I hissed, wrenching away from his grasp. The stake tore free of my skin, and he came at me again, aiming for my heart. I blocked his hit and punched him twice, sending him staggering back. Blood dripped from his split lip. He licked it, and turned into a blur as he lunged forward. I barely stepped to the side in time to miss being staked. The dagger I'd taken from Emery was my only weapon, and I unsheathed it. The stake clashed against the blade, and I shoved Brolin away. He was right back on me, wildly stabbing at whatever parts of me he could reach. I winced when the stake stabbed into my hip. Whirling around, I bashed Brolin in the side of the head with my fist and followed it up with a slash down his chest from the dagger. Blood seeped from the wound. If it caused him pain, he didn't show it. "I don't want to kill you," I yelled. He cackled, tossing the stake from one hand to the other. "Makes it easy for me then, doesn't it?" With another furious shout, he came in low, trying to go for my legs. I spun out of reach and dragged the dagger down his back. His arm swung out wide, but I ducked beneath it, rolled, and came up right in front of him, the blade stabbing into his chest enough to break the skin. One more push, and it'd be in his heart. He brought the stake up, but I snatched his wrist. With a harsh twist and crack of bone, I broke the limb, and the stake fell to the ground beside us. "Don't make me do this," I whispered. "Please. Fight her. You have to fight her." He snapped his jaws at me, and I wrapped my hand around his throat, ready to crush it. I looked into those eyes even as I struggled to stop him from biting me. Hatred and grief consumed me at sight of the stranger staring back from those red depths. All that remained was the intent to kill. If I didn't finish Brolin here and now, he'd track down Emery and Aleister and slaughter them. "I'm sorry," I whispered, hoping somehow Brolin could hear me through the haze Cassandra placed on his mind. He'd nearly broken free of my hold when I plunged the dagger into his heart with a furious bellow of rage. Brolin's body thrashed for a second, then stilled. He went limp, and I gently laid his slowly shriveling body on the ground. The light disappeared from his eyes. I tugged the dagger free and straightened, shifting my glare from Brolin's dead body to Cassandra, standing by that damn totem. Between us stretched a bloody battlefield, already covered in too many bodies to count. She did this. She brought death upon us all. Tightening my grip on the dagger, I took one step toward her. The tattoo on my shoulder burst free of my skin and flew around my head. "Emery," I whispered, watching the massive raven soar away into the mayhem. Emery and Aleister needed me. Cassandra's death would have to wait, but it was coming. One way or another, she was dying tonight.
Chapter 13. Aleister. I kept a firm hold of Emery's hand while we darted through the mass of fighting taking place in the heart of Burning Glade. The beams of red light coming from the sigils pulsed with a low hum every few seconds. Jared and Gretchen had stuck with us, helping to keep the cultists and vampires from us. "Wait," Emery muttered, yanking me to a stop. "What are you doing?" "We have to stop the ritual." "I know, but those vampires, they're not in control of themselves. Even if we stop the ritual, they're going to keep coming after us." She glanced around wildly, then nodded. "Got an idea." She rolled up the sleeve of her gray shirt and rested her hand on the hare and owl tattoos. Their bodies gave off a soft glow, rising from her skin until they were solid. I wasn't sure what she was planning on doing when she directed her guides toward the vampires afflicted by Cassandra's tainted magic. 3 of those said vampires sprinted toward us, fangs bared and ready to attack. The hare and owl circled around them, ethereal ropes of light wrapping around the vampires. Emery's magic halted their progress, a burst of bright green light erupting from inside them at the same time, bursting through eyes that had been red a moment before. They shook their heads while the magical ropes fell away. When they straightened, their eyes were filled with panic. Jared quickly directed them away from the fighting, but all 3 denied his urgings, turned around, and rushed right back into the fight, attacking the cultists this time instead of our own. "How long do you think your guides will last?" I asked, turning back to Emery. She was pale and looked ready to keel over. "Not sure, but we have to keep moving." She took a step as a massive shockwave rippled from the sigils. When it struck Emery, she yelped, her back arching while she fell into me. A flicker of discomfort shot down my spine, but I was able to stay on my feet. Whatever spell Cassandra used to steal magic was working and working fast. "Emery?" I asked, holding her upright. "Hey, can you hear me?" "Yeah." "Shit, that hurt," she muttered, glancing over her shoulder at the beacons of red light. "The pulsing is getting faster. We're going to run out of time." "Then let's move it," Gentry said, appearing beside us, his face set in a grim scowl. Emery started to check his wounds until he caught her up in his arm and kissed her. "I'm fine," he assured her. "But we can't just stand here." "You have a plan?" he asked roughly. I knew Emery wanted to ask him the same question I did, but there was really no need. He was standing here with us, and Brolin wasn't. Not hard to figure out what happened to the prince. "Wouldn't exactly call it a plan," she said, frowning when the raven fluttered around her head and landed on Gentry's shoulder. Her lips tugged into a smile, but it only lasted a few seconds. "The sigils. We have to break them somehow." "Without killing everyone," I added. "Including you," Gentry told her. Emery waved his concerns away. "I have to get to them first, and there's a bit of a fight between them and us." She wasn't wrong. Blocking our path was not only a solid wall of cultists, but undead that had been yanked from their graves. They gnashed what teeth they had left, clearly anticipating tearing us all apart. Gentry gripped a single dagger, clearly ready to rip into them. Emery shut her eyes, and her bear burst from her side, landing in front of her on its hind legs, roaring in challenge. The wolves were right behind her, throwing their heads back and howling to the turbulent violet lightning-charged sky. Ropes of ethereal magic encircled Emery's arms and pooled, ready to be used in her hands. Watching Gentry and Emery, who were ready to take on the world, made me glad I was on their side in this fight. Jared and Gretchen nodded when I glanced at them, both already covered in their fair share of blood. The 5 of us against a 50 or so undead and cultists. The pulsing of those damned red lights picked up another few beats. We weren't going to make it. There was no way. A hand landed on my shoulder, and I turned back. Roderick gave me a firm nod, a short sword in his left hand and a dagger in his right. "What do you need?" "A path to the sigils," I told him. "You heard him," Roderick shouted, and I glanced past him to find his entire personal guard of 30 vampires rallying to their prince. "We'll follow you," he said to me, handing me his short sword and keeping the dagger for himself. Emery's bear let out another terrifying roar and led the charge into the oncoming mass of enemies. She and Gentry were right behind it, and I took off with them, the wolves sprinting on ahead to break the first line of undead. The vampires and Roderick were a blur, cutting a bloody swath through the cultists, letting Emery head for the sigils. Gentry and I guarded her back, taking down anyone that came too close. The grizzly bear and wolves were simply bursts of light I caught sight of every now and then, while they tore into the cultists and the undead. The raven had launched itself from Gentry's shoulder and dove into the melee too, shrieking as it attacked. Belatedly, I hoped since they were a part of Emery, if they came across Rose and Debbie or anyone else from Cedar Valley, they'd know to spare them. "What's happening over there?" Gentry yelled after breaking the neck of a grisly corpse and tossing it aside. He nodded back the way we'd come. "Are those her guides?" "She's reversing the hold Cassandra has on the vampires," I told him, ducking under a shifter who threw himself at me. He whipped around, long claws extended for my face, but I was faster. I brought the dagger up under his chin and slung him to the side. Don't know how long they can keep it up, though. Behind us, Emery knelt by one of the sigils. It was at least 3 feet by 4 feet and carved into the ground, exactly like the ones back in Ireland. This one, however, was alive and well. Gingerly, she lifted her hands, which were coated in her magic, and reached for the pulsing red light. Emery winced, her fingers bouncing off the sigil at first, yet she pushed forward. Gentry growled from beside me, taking a half step forward until Emery's hands broke through the red light. A crack formed, as if she'd reached through a pane of glass. Her eyes slipped shut when she flattened her hands on the sigil. Her entire body seized, and Gentry rushed to her side. "Emery?" he asked. "I've got it," she said through gritted teeth. "Just keep them off me." Gentry planted himself at her back, the bear, wolves, and raven hurrying to surround her too. I moved to help cover her when Roderick's pained shout filled my ears. I spotted him about 20 yards away, completely overwhelmed by skeletons. "Go to him," Gentry yelled. "I've got Emery." Sprinting through the mayhem of the fight, I barreled right into 3 of the skeletons, knocking them to the ground. Their bodies shattered on impact, bones and skulls rolling every which way. More rushed in to take their place. Where had Cassandra found so many undead to yank from their graves? How was she even controlling them all? 2 latched onto my back. I spun around, attempting to dislodge them. I lost sight of Gentry amid bones and decaying flesh. Roderick was shoved to his knees, vanishing as more piled on top of him. Cassandra must have sent them to kill him specifically. The short sword was torn from my grasp and tossed aside. Shouting, I ripped at the skeletons with my bare hands, breaking them apart as quickly as they jumped me. There were too many. Too many to fight them all. I heard Gentry shout my name, but I yelled at him to stay with Emery. She needed to break the sigil. The weight of so many undead drove me to the ground. I was barely able to stay on my hands and knees while they pummeled me, stabbing at me with sharp, bony fingers. A spark of heat burst at my fingertips. I frowned. A second one came, and a third, until my entire body was on fire. Gentry and Emery weren't close by, but it was like were standing stood at my side with their hands on my shoulders, lending me their strength. Another tidal wave of pure warmth ran through my veins. The sparks at my fingertips turned into crackling balls of electricity. Yelling with the effort it took to push off my hands, I shot my arms out to the side, and spheres of magic shot out from my palms. They circled around me, striking the undead down until I was able to get to my feet. Green currents of magic rippled across my skin. I didn't stop to question how I was doing this. Roderick's groan drew my attention. Not hesitating, I rushed toward him, touching the first undead I could reach. The shock from my body into the undead's body traveled to all the undead nearby. They shrieked and screamed, their corpses convulsing until they exploded, leaving Roderick lying in a pile of bones and rotting carcasses. Offering him my hand, I hauled Roderick to his feet. The magic that had saved us both flickered and went out, creating a hollowness inside me. "Looks like that was a one-time deal," I muttered. Roderick grabbed my sword and tossed it back to me. "Thank you, my son," Gretchen shouted in warning. We turned together to face another wave of skeletons. Fighting back to back with Roderick, we created a tight circle of death for anything that came too near. A shifter trampled a line of more charging cultists, tearing into them with his teeth and claws. When the wolf-like beast turned to me, I recognized his eyes. "Captain Lucian." I nodded to him in thanks, and he set off again, leading a pack of beasts into the fray. His attack gave us a chance to breathe. I turned around in time to hear a high-pitched scream, then the sigil Emery had her hands on cracked down the center, the red beam of light disappearing. She was thrown away, but Gentry caught her in his arms, whispering to her while she nodded. "Did it work?" I asked, reaching their side. "Yeah, but it's not enough," Emery murmured. "I have to take out more." Gentry's jaws set in a firm scowl. "You can't do all of them, not alone. We need more witches." "It could kill them," she argued. "It's going to kill you," he snapped, steadying her. "Emery." She smiled sadly, resting her hand on his cheek. "If we can take out a few more, it might be enough to disrupt the ritual." "I'll be—" her words cut off on a scream and she went rigid in Gentry's arms. A second shockwave erupted from the sigils, causing more cries to join hers. All around us figures dropped to the ground. Witches. Cassandra was going to steal all their magic, at least the ones not part of her cult. The robed figures remained unaffected. A deep hum reverberated from the sigils. Emery screamed a second time, thrashing like she was trying to get away from something. Blood dripped from her nose, then she collapsed, still conscious but pale as death. Have to keep moving," she whispered. "Gentry." He growled, curling his hands around her. "You can't take another hit like that." The bear and wolf guides had joined us, but after the last shockwave, they flickered in and out of sight. Emery was weakening. Quickly, I searched the crowd for any sign of the hare and owl, but they were gone. Even the raven had faded away. This was impossible. "Get me to the next sigil," Emery ordered roughly. "We don't have time to argue." Growling furiously, Gentry supported her with an arm around her waist, and I told him I'd help clear a path. Roderick, Gretchen, and Jared fell in beside me. With the bear and wolves leading the charge again, we punched a hole through the enemy heading for the next sigil. Even as we fought to reach it, a voice in the back of my head said we weren't going to make it. Cassandra was going to kill us all.
Chapter 14. Emery. Gritting my teeth, I did my best not to show the excruciating pain that accompanied that last attack from the sigils. My limbs ached as if someone beat on them with a baseball bat. My stomach churned with every shaky step I managed to take, and my head swam. The sounds of the battle were muffled in my ears, but I had to keep going. We reached the next sigil, and I knelt before it as I did the last one. Gentry and Aleister guarded my back while I forced my hands through that red stream of light, and onto the symbol carved into the ground with such malice and hate, it left a bitter taste in my mouth. I focused all my energy on destroying the sigil, but containing the magic so it didn't blow back and hit everyone. It just hit me. Behind me, Gentry cursed, and Aleister yelled. I sensed them being pushed further back while the enemy converged on us. Cassandra must have realized what we were doing. Willing my magic to work faster, I pressed all my weight into the ground, waiting for the moment the sigil would break. The furious roar of my grizzly bear turned sorrowful, then it fell, a sharp stab striking my right side a second later. There were too many cultists, too many vampires still under her influence. Too many to fight. Just as I was going to pull my hands free to do what I could to fight off the cultists as long as I could, bright white lights shot past me, exploding in the air. The cultists screamed, clutching at their faces while they staggered back. More orbs of light zoomed past my head. I wanted to look, but the sigil cracked and I was blasted off my knees and landed hard on my back, gasping for air. Gentry and Aleister each took a hand and pulled me to my feet. "What's happening?" I asked, a bit wobbly. "Reinforcements," Gentry replied. I wasn't sure what he meant until I heard Dad shout my name. Whipping around, I spotted him, Marcy, and the rest of the witches from Cedar Valley. He wrapped me in a quick hug, then turned his fierce glare toward the fight behind us. "What do you need?" he asked. "The sigils. We have to disrupt them," I explained. "It's taking too long." "When you're doing it alone," Dad said. "We've got this. You need to stop Cassandra." "I can help." "No," Mom said, and I frowned at the sight of her approaching. "End this for all of us." "Why are you here?" Mom cupped my face and kissed my forehead. "You think I was going to just sit back and wait to hear about my daughter and husband? That woman tried to steal everything from me. I think it's time I returned the favor. Now go, we've got this." I was too stunned by the fire burning in her green eyes to argue. Dad was already calling out orders to take on the sigils, which gave me a chance to survey the street. Cassandra was in the middle of all that chaos. How the hell were we supposed to get to her in one piece? I took a step and swayed, cursing my lightheadedness. Gentry had my back pressed to his chest, and his bleeding wrist in front of my face too fast for me to even realize he'd moved. "Drink." "What are you doing?" "You're going to weaken yourself," I argued, trying to shove his arm away. "Emery, you can barely stand upright. If we're doing this, you need to drink. Now." Aleister gave me a firm nod, and after cursing, I gave in. Clutching Gentry's wrist, I brought it to my lips and drank his blood. The taste wasn't as terrible as I expected. I swallowed the hot liquid down, immediately sensing a change in my body. The tattoos on my body glowed, and the guides that had been knocked out of the fight by the sigils appeared once more, bright and full of life. When I'd had enough, not wanting to weaken Gentry, I pulled my head back and licked my lips. A quick glance over my shoulder showed me his red eyes currently shifting from love to desire and back to determination. I grinned, and he tilted his head. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Your whole body's changing," he whispered. He lifted my left arm, staring at the skeletal design that covered my skin. "I guess vampire blood is good for me," I murmured, an idea popping into my head with this new boost of power. "There are catacombs beneath the town, right?" Not waiting for an answer, I shut my eyes and sank to the ground. Gentry said my name, but I ignored him. With his blood pulsing through my veins, it was like my magic was in hyperdrive. Digging my fingers into the dirt, I sensed not only the dead buried in the tomb within the Hall of the Undying, but every living creature that had perished within Burning Glade. Sending a pulse of energy into the ground, I called out to those dead, willing them to rise and join me. The heat that had come from Gentry's blood was quickly replaced with a comforting icy touch that had my breath coming out in little white clouds while I breathed. I sent another pulse of energy and another, demanding the dead to rise. Rumbling stirred, and I opened my eyes, smiling like a madwoman. "Emery?" Gentry asked. "What did you do?" I didn't have a chance to answer before the lawn in front of the hall erupted, spewing out the risen dead. They weren't the only ones. More dead ones shambled around the burning sigils, coming to my aid. Creatures from deer to squirrels, barely held together in their skeletal and decayed forms, pushed forward. Across the street-turned battlefield, I locked eyes with Cassandra. Her sneer disappeared while she glanced around the dead I brought into the fight. "Who's in trouble now, bitch?" I whispered, and ordered the dead to attack. Our forces renewed, we charged back into the fight, the cultists struggling to keep their lines while the dead rushed them. All around us, the high-pitched screams of the sigils breaking bolstered my spirits. Maybe we weren't so screwed after all. The hare and owl guides went right back to freeing vampires quick as they could. The bear, raven, and wolves cleared a path in front of Gentry, Aleister, and me, leading us right to Cassandra and that damned totem. All I had to do was destroy it, stop her from stealing any more magic. We were close to Cassandra. She had her back to us, fighting to keep the undead creatures from overwhelming her. My grizzly bear roared, and she spun around in time to be run into and thrown away from the totem. Her scream would have had me smiling if I wasn't staring down the massive totem that erupted from the earth. I destroyed the one back at the academy, but it hadn't been nearly this massive or powerful. "How are we going to destroy this?" Aleister asked. I took his hand in my left and Gentry's in my right. "Don't let go," I ordered, and praying I knew what I was doing, we pressed our joined hands to the stone monolith. Cassandra's evil magic fought back, straining to push us away. I didn't let up, pushing harder into the stone. Ropes of flowing green magic flowed down my shoulders, wound around my arms, and over to Gentry and Aleister. The bond I'd felt between the three of us increased tenfold, and I focused on the strength it gave us. The three of us were a part of each other, and together we were strong enough to destroy this evil. We had to be. There was no other choice. The tiniest of cracks formed where our hands met. I imagined those crevices ripping open wider, pictured the entire monstrosity tumbling down around us. When I started to hope that we would win the day, the totem groaned, coming alive. Red pulsing light pushed back on us, warring with my magic. I cursed, watching that light destroy the ropes my magic had created around the totem. Inch by inch, it crept closer to our joined hands until it collided. The blast broke us apart, and we were thrown away from the totem. Wincing from my head smacking the pavement, I pushed myself up, searching for Aleister and Gentry. They were sprawled out on either side of me, grunting and hissing. We needed more power, more witches, but they were busy destroying the sigils. The totem, though, if we could take out the totem. "Emery!" Gentry bellowed, reaching for my hand when I was yanked away. Our fingers brushed, but it wasn't enough for him to catch me. Agony exploded in my side, and I screamed at the stabbing of talons reaping through flesh and muscle. The flapping of wings was the only hint I had at what grabbed me when I was thrown through the air and slammed into the totem. The impact knocked what little air was left in my lungs, and I sagged to the ground, gasping. Tears slipped down my cheeks. My back and head throbbed. I barely had a chance to lift my head when a hand closed around my throat and shoved me into the totem, pinning me there. "You truly believe you're more powerful than me?" Cassandra asked, her violet eyes brimming with hatred. I smirked at the scratches and cuts covering her beautiful face. Her grip tightened around my throat, but I kept grinning. Behind her, fluttering to the ground, was the griffin I'd only ever seen as a tattoo on her back. The beast was made of black shadow with violet eyes that matched its mistress's. The creature's beak looked razor sharp, and its wings spread out impossibly far on either side of its feathered body. The thin tail cracked the air like a whip while it let out a sharp cry, making my ears ring. Long talons dug into the ground, talons covered in my blood. Chancing a glance down at my side, I frowned at the rips in my shirt and the deep, wide gashes at my side. Blood ran freely from them, and inwardly I sighed. So much for not dying today. "You could have made this so much easier on yourself if you had simply not fought back," Cassandra snapped. "Look how many innocents have died because of your stubbornness. You should have simply given me what I wanted." I spat in her face, unable to do much else with my strength quickly waning. She backhanded me and dropped me to the ground. Wiping the spit from her face, she sighed as if I was just some minor inconvenience. "No matter. I will take what is mine." The bear and wolves had snuck closer, all four of them looking ready to pounce. "You'll regret it," I said, and my guides charged. I held my breath, hoping they'd reach Cassandra, but the griffin spun around and tore them to pieces right before my eyes. The mournful howls of the wolves and bear echoed in my ears while Cassandra cackled. "Will I?" I poised to charge forward, not ready to give up when she shoved me into the totem. I screamed until I was hoarse. Red light surrounded me. That horrifying sensation of something rooting around inside me for my magic was back, and all I could do was suffer while Cassandra looked on. Gentry bellowed, enraged, and threw himself at Cassandra, Aleister on his heels. The griffin stopped their assault, biting and attempting to maul them with its talons. I strained to get to them, but the magic of the totem wrapped around me in thick, heavy ropes, tightening their hold with each pulse of power. Gentry and Aleister were pinned to the ground beneath the talons of that beast. They were going to die. I was going to watch them be torn apart, then follow them down into that darkness. Emery. My head lolled on my shoulders even while I struggled to stay conscious. Emery. You're stronger than this, Emery. Fight back. I have nothing to fight back with, I replied inside my head, not even sure who I was talking to. Yes, you do. You're not alone, child. You never were. I shut my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was surrounded by white fog. Figures emerged, one by one, until I was surrounded by women and men, all with black hair and vibrant green eyes. Elvira and Emily stepped forward, each resting a hand on my shoulder. I didn't have to ask to know all these witches were of my family, and had death magic. And all of them had been tainted by Cassandra. It's time to end this, Elvira's voice whispered in my mind. Are you ready? I had no idea what was about to happen, but Gentry and Aleister were dying. So was I. What choice did I have but to say yes? I nodded, and the figures shimmered until they became nothing but floating green orbs of light. Elvira and Emily gave me one last encouraging smile before they too transformed. I wasn't sure what to expect when they shot into my body. My head fell back, my arms shooting to the sides as I absorbed the magic of the entire Dravosh line from start to finish. Power like nothing I ever experienced flowed from my head to my toes, a never-ending river of hot and cold, while my magic joined with the death magic that had marked my family for generations. Something moved beneath the skin at my back, but there was no time to contemplate what it was. I was thrust back into my body, pinned to the totem. Time had seemed to stop but now sped up. The griffin threatened to crush Gentry and Aleister with its talons. Cassandra stood by, cackling wickedly at her plan finally coming together. Too bad that wasn't about to happen. The influx of power given to me by my ancestors pushed to the surface until my body glowed with its strength. I pressed my hands flat on the totem behind me, sending a jolt of my magic into it. Cassandra's laughter cut off, and she clutched a hand to her chest. What are you doing? She demanded, stalking toward me. I sneered and sent another shock into the totem. The ropes holding me in place shattered. So much power whirled inside me like a storm. I had to unleash it. Gentry and Aleister were still trapped, and I directed my hands to the griffin. A blast of green light burst from my palms, striking the beast in the side. It shrieked and fell over, releasing the vampires. My vampires. Shouting furiously, Cassandra wrapped her hands around my throat and pushed me toward the totem once more. I will have your power, she seethed. Give it to me. Like a magnet was beneath my skin, my body was yanked into the totem, and I was once again surrounded by that red light. It battled the magic inside me, warring for control. Cassandra released me. I was held up only by the forces duking it out inside my body. When the totem let me go, I fell forward onto my knees and hands. All around me, the screams of the dying rang out, and I lifted my head enough to see the destruction wrought by Cassandra's greed. So much death, and for what? For her to rule over everyone she saw as weak. Anger, as I'd never known, erupted like a volcano inside me, and something shifted on my back. I scraped my nails against the pavement until my fingertips bled, needing to cling to something while the anger reached new heights, and all I wanted was to see Cassandra dead at my feet. Someone was yelling my name, but I couldn't hear it over the screaming inside my skull. I opened my mouth, the pain of countless deaths at the hand of that wretched monster spilling forth. The shrieks rolled away from me in tumultuous waves of despair and rage, but they weren't alone. The resounding roar of a beast joined my cries when it parted from my back and spread its ethereal, shimmering wings wide. The griffin landed heavily behind me, its body created out of the death magic I'd used for good all my life, just as my ancestors had. It lowered its head over my shoulder, staring at me with green eyes I'd know anywhere. I raised my hand to stroke its feathered head and paused. My hand wasn't merely skeletal in appearance. I had shifted into something not of this world. My clothes had turned to white and gray strands of light, matching the light emanating from my body. I was covered in a flowing dress that took me back to the very beginning of my line. To when magic was first born. Somewhere deep inside me, I knew what was happening, and I smiled with the knowledge of what I'd become. Cassandra's eyes widened, shifting from me to the griffin, ready and waiting behind me. "That's not possible," she whispered. Behind her, Gentry and Aleister shared a look of awe and disbelief. I wanted to go to them, but there was no time. Elvira's words of warning shouted in my mind that this magic wouldn't last. The griffin spread its wings wide, and I let out a fierce scream filled with centuries of rage. Cassandra clapped her hands to her ears, yelling for her beast to attack. The griffin, made of shadows, launched into the air and dove toward me, only to be met by my own griffin. They shrieked and clawed overhead while I sprinted to Cassandra, unleashing the wraith of the Dravosh line upon her. With long wicked claws, I slashed at her face, tearing into her with a vengeance that was a long time coming. She raised her hands glowing with violet magic, but I snatched her wrists and shrieked in her face. Her ears and eyes bled while she shook. She managed to kick me off, but I was right back on her, strangling her while I screamed, driven to let the world know my agony. I threw her into the totem and pinned her there as she had done me. "Don't," she begged, but I was too far gone to be merciful. I unleashed another hellish scream, and the totem burst into a fiery pillar of blue-green light. Cassandra screamed, clawing at my hands, holding her in place, but I felt no pain. A fluctuating aura appeared around her body and was torn free in seconds. It was sucked into the totem and vanished forever. Cassandra went limp, and I tossed her aside, nothing more than a mortal now. Her griffin burst into a cloud of shadow, while mine returned to me. Together, we faced the totem. I directed the remaining magic at it, while the griffin circled around the towering stone, ropes of magic falling from its wings to wrap around it. The monstrosity cracked and trembled, collapsing in on itself, while the remaining sigils around Burning Glade went out one by one. The fighting ceased, and the cultists fled, running as fast as possible to get away from their failed leader. I leapt back to avoid falling debris, watching the totem become a pile of rubble. The griffin landed by my side, but we weren't finished. Not yet. Cassandra moaned, and I turned around and witnessed her crawling across the pavement trying to get away. Remembering what Marcy told us about the resurrection spell in her spine, and not about to take any chances, I stormed toward Cassandra. She screamed, throwing her hands up to ward me off, but there was no saving her. My griffin dug its talons into her body and flipped her over, trapping her beneath its weight. With nails extended, I clawed at her back, ignoring her cries. With one hard yank, I removed her spine with a strength I didn't know I had, nor did I know where it came from. Cassandra stilled, and I dropped the bits of bone from my hand. If I hadn't been possessed by my ancestors, I probably would have been puking my guts out. The griffin acknowledged me with a glance, then, in a burst of bright light, disappeared. I gasped at the warmth seeping through my back and around my front. It looked like I was going to end up with a new guide. The last fragments of magic driving me dripped from my fingertips like rain, until there was nothing left except for me. I returned to how I was before the possession, and made to take a step forward. Except my limbs seized up. I suddenly wished I had died. Whatever Cassandra's magic had done to my body left its mark. My insides were being torn apart, and the wounds from her griffin bled profusely. I laughed bitterly through my flinching. Great, this was just great. Cassandra Thornheart was dead. Judging from the strength quickly draining from my body, I was about to join her in the afterlife.
Chapter 15. Gentry. If I hadn't been here to witness it, I doubted I would have believed what occurred. Emery had been on the ground 1 second, and the next, she turned into a banshee, the likes of which I'd only ever read about in stories. When that griffin erupted from her back, it was like watching a terrifying and beautiful fairy tale come to life. When she finished off Cassandra and shifted back to herself, I breathed a sigh of relief. Over. It was finally over. Emery's eyes met mine over what remained of Cassandra's corpse. I started to smile until Emery's eyes rolled back in her head and she collapsed. No, Emery. I sprinted across the dead-covered battlefield that had once been Burning Glade. There were so many bodies, but I only had eyes for Emery. Sinking to my knees beside her, I pushed her sweat and blood-soaked hair from her face, fumbling for her hand. The glow in her green eyes faded the longer I looked, and she didn't even have any strength left to squeeze my hand. Aleister knelt at her other side, his brow severely furrowed. "Gentry," he whispered, his eyes shifting down Emery's body. He hesitated, and I growled furiously. "No, she's going to make it. She has to make it. She's going to be fine," I argued, voice shaking. "She saved me, brought me back from the edge of insanity. I'd be damned if I was going to let her leave me now." Emery's hand twitched in mine. She tried to speak but coughed up blood instead. It dotted her lips and she winced, clutching at her stomach. Cassandra's griffin had torn her side up with its talons, but it was the internal damage from that damned totem that had to be killing her. She was going to bleed out and die. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't. She convulsed, gasping for air while her heartbeat slowed. One day, many years from now, I thought we'd have a chance to talk about her becoming a vampire if she wanted to. Now there was no time to talk. No way to ask her what she wanted. All I knew was I was not going to watch her die. When her eyes rolled back into her head, and her heartbeat was barely once every 30 seconds, I exchanged a desperate glance with Aleister. He said nothing, but the intensity of that red stare told me everything I needed to know. Hefting Emery off the ground, I shoved her hair away from her neck and bit down. A gasp left her lips, and she went completely limp against my chest. I drank her blood until there was only a mouthful or two left. Removing my fangs, I quickly sliced open my wrist with my teeth and pressed it to her lips. Aleister helped tilt her head back and open her mouth, allowing my blood to pour freely into her mouth and down her throat. The others closed in around us, whispering quietly to one another. Roderick hovered over Aleister's shoulder, watching with the rest of us. Watching and waiting. "Come on," I whispered to Emery when she still remained motionless. "I know you're in there still. You don't get to leave me, understand? You said you couldn't live without me, well, the same goes for me. If you don't want me following you in death, you come back to me right now." I had to bite my wrist open a second time, tearing a jagged hole in my wrist, but I didn't care. "Emery, please, just come back to me." Red flooded my vision when I let the tears slip down my cheeks, hanging my head. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. I jerked, staring at Emery. Had she moved? Please, gods, tell me she moved. Her lips twitched, her mouth clamping onto my wrist. "Get a room ready at the hall," Roderick ordered someone behind him. "Make sure it's stocked." Aleister swiped at his eyes, holding fast to Emery's hand while she continued to drink from my wrist. With each pull of her mouth, I willed a bit more of my life force into her, imagining it filling her up and bringing her back to life as a vampire. Brolin had taught me long ago how to turn someone, whenever I decided to take on that responsibility. He said it was easy and hard all at the same time. It was as much about giving the person blood as it was giving them a part of yourself. And I did that now willingly with Emery. When I weakened, I gently pried my wrist free of Emery's mouth, and she trembled, her body beginning to go through the change. Aleister gently hoisted her into his arms while Jared helped me off the ground, draped my arm over his shoulder, and we followed the others to the Hall of the Undying. I kept waiting for someone to tell me the fight hadn't ended, but it had. Cassandra was dead, and she wasn't coming back. The cultists were either dead or on the run. There was a mess to clean up, and nothing was simply going to be back to normal tomorrow, but right then, I didn't much give a damn. Emery would wake once the transformation was completed, and she would be my only priority. The next few days would be rough, but she'd make it through. We all would. "You're sure it's safe?" Emery clung to my arm, staring wide-eyed at the heavy steel door. "If I didn't think you could handle yourself, we wouldn't leave," I assured her. Gently, I tilted her head so she could look at me and smiled. Her eyes were red, but that was normal for a newly turned vampire. For 3 days, we'd been tucked away in the lowest level of the Hall of the Undying. Down here were rooms explicitly created for the process of creating new vampires. The mad hunger for blood lasted anywhere from a day to several weeks. Emery had conquered her insatiable hunger after only 3 days. The first night, she hadn't even been coherent enough to understand what was happening. She'd awakened, hissing and snarling for blood. She'd come after me, but I was far stronger than she was, even with her newfound strength. Each time she had a sudden craving, I'd knock, and bags of fresh blood were delivered to the room via a small panel. She'd torn them apart, drained every drop she could find, and would pass out. The second day, she'd come to and looked at me a full 10 seconds before the need for blood had caused her to clutch at her throat, growling fiercely until she had a chance to feed. After, she'd toss the empty bag aside and threw herself into my arms. The faint concern I'd carried around that she'd be upset with me vanished. She couldn't have been happier that I saved her life, and now we truly could be together forever. The red in her eyes faded, and I was gifted with those vibrant green irises I'd gazed into so many times before, knowing I was falling for her. She tilted her head, studying me, then was in my arms kissing me, until it was all I could do was hold on to her. "I can feel your emotions," she whispered against my lips. "All of them." I'd completely forgotten to tell her about that little bit of information. "It's because you and I are connected now, more than before." I ran my fingers through her hair, loving when she leaned into my touch. "I can feel yours now too." Cupping her face, I brushed my lips tenderly across hers, not trying to hold my emotions back from her as I'd done the last few days. She crushed me to her, and I forgot that we were supposed to be leaving this room to check in with the others. After everything we'd been through, we survived. We were here, and we'd get to keep on living together. A whirlwind of love and passion surrounded us in those moments, our touches saying far more than words ever could. She playfully nipped my lip, and I decided a few more hours alone might not be a bad idea. Later, when we finally emerged from the lower level of the Hall of the Undying, Aleister was the first to greet us. Emery yanked him into a hug while he laughed, embracing her back just as warmly. "Are you done scaring us now?" he asked. "Unless there's another evil witch out there trying to kill everyone, yeah, think I'm good." "How's it feel to be a vampire now?" "It could be worse," she said with a wink, and I rolled my eyes. "I feel great. A little hungry." Soon as she said it, I removed one of the pouches of blood I'd brought with us just in case. She started to reach for it, but let her hand fall. "If you're hungry, eat it. I'd rather you be cautious these first few weeks while you adjust." She gave in, drained the bag in record time, and delicately licked the drops from her lips and fingers. I growled quietly, and she smiled, her brow arching. "What?" "Nothing at all," I muttered while Aleister chuckled. "How have things been going up here?" "Good as can be expected, I guess. We can talk about it all later." He glanced at Emery, his brow furrowing slightly. "There are a few people who would like to see you, if you're ready." She bounced on her feet. "You think I'll be okay?" "Aleister and I will be standing there with you. If we think you're going to try and rip someone's throat out, I promise we'll stop you," I promised, grinning. "That's comforting." "You have to learn to trust yourself," Aleister said. "You can do this." Holding both of our hands, she squared her shoulders and told us to lead the way. Aleister said everyone was waiting for her back at the lodge. We wound our way through the maze of corridors inside the Hall of the Undying, and finally emerged into the light of an almost full moon shining down on us. The street where the battle had taken place was still a mess, but the bodies had all been cleared away. From the little information Aleister had given me while I'd been taking care of Emery, many of the vampires Cassandra had turned survived thanks to the magic that reversed her influence. A number of the cultists had fled, but the guard was already in the process of tracking them down. There were numerous deaths, including 6 members of the Eternal Ember. Brolin's face appeared in my mind's eye, and I silently grieved for the part one played in his death. Emery squeezed my hand, a rush of sympathy flowing from her to me. I gave her a sad smile, letting her know I'd be all right. There was no other choice, and I knew that. Cassandra had sealed Brolin's fate. The remains of the totem that had nearly killed Emery had been hauled away, but the hole where it had broken out of the ground in the middle of the road still remained. It would take weeks to get Burning Glade looking good again. Weeks I didn't plan on spending here. I hadn't spoken to Emery about what we'd do next, but I wanted us to get away. Give her a chance to find herself again, and for us to not have to worry about anyone else but ourselves. At least for a little while. At the lodge, we were met by Jared and Gretchen, both of whom hugged Emery. We neared the dining room when Emery tugged us to a stop. "I smell them," she whispered, her eyes shifting to red for only a second, then they were back to their beautiful green. "My parents." "And is that Rose?" she asked excitedly. "Why don't you look for yourself?" Aleister told her. Emery glanced at me, and I nodded. "We'll be right behind you." She slipped away from us and entered the dining room. We stayed close by, but I wasn't worried. I'd also warned Emery that she was a hell of a lot stronger than she used to be, and to be gentle around non-vampires. Thankfully, she'd listened. Varric and Evelyn embraced their daughter the second they saw her. Their small family cried and hugged, talking about how glad they were to see Emery alive. They promised they didn't care she was a vampire, and my heart lifted with a mix of my relief and Emery's. I knew she'd been concerned about how they'd react. Now at least she knew she still had her parents. Rose and Debbie hugged her next, and there were more tears and talk about what happened to them. Rose, thankfully, had managed to break through the mental control Guinevere and Cassandra had forced on her. She had been thrown into a cage with the rest of the witches that hadn't been turned yet. There, she'd been reunited with Debbie and the elders from her coven. Many of the vampires had been kept there too. By the time the guard had found Cassandra's second hideout where they'd been imprisoned, the witches had broken themselves out of their cage and had the cultists begging for mercy on their knees. Aleister said it was a sight to see, Commander Bane leading a massive group of freed prisoners into Burning Glade. Cassandra hadn't used many of the vampires she captured in her assault on us here. Our numbers were not as depleted as I'd feared. "Has she been able to use her magic yet?" Aleister asked quietly, smiling when Emery laughed at something Rose told her. "Hasn't tried. I feel it inside her still. Might just take a while to show itself." I glanced at my shoulder, where the raven mark had remained even after Emery's transformation. Over the last 3 days I sensed it there, waiting for something. It hadn't tried to break free, but it was very much alive. The griffin tattoo that now graced her entire back held a dangerous beauty to it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't anxious to see that beast again. Though her not being able to use her magic could be a nice break for a little while. "Not like you're in a hurry," Aleister added. "Though I suppose now you'll be planning a wedding." I smirked. "Yeah, suppose I will be. Who would have thought I'd be getting hitched before you?" "Ha! Not me," he said, laughing. "I'm happy for you both, really. What are you going to do next?" "Haven't had a chance to talk about it, but we're not staying here. The totem and Cassandra might be gone, but the stench of her magic lingered in the air. Emery deserved a chance to recover as far away from this place as possible." "I might have an idea," Jared said, stepping up next to me. "And that is?" "Brolin never named another to be his heir," he said quietly. "And before you argue with me, he told me himself he didn't mean what he said that day you two fought. He must have had a moment of clarity from whatever Cassandra did to him. He wanted you to take over when he died. I'm not sure the house will feel the same once they learn I'm the one who killed him," I muttered with a growl. "You didn't. Cassandra did when she started this mess." Jared nodded toward Emery. "Besides, what better time to take control of the house than now when you have a princess by your side? It would be a fresh start for everyone, my prince." I tensed at the title. I hadn't expected to take over for Brolin until a few hundred years from now. But Jared might have a point. A fresh start would be good not merely for Emery and me, but the house as a whole. For so long they'd been ruled by Brolin's hatred and fear. This could be our chance to change all of that, bring us out of the darkness. That means you'd also be a member of the Eternal Ember, Aleister chimed in, and I groaned. What? You know you thoroughly enjoy politics. We spoke a bit more of plans until I felt Emery's gaze on me. I hadn't sensed any hunger from her, and worried she'd been around people with beating hearts too long. When our eyes met, though, there was a very different look in them that had me excusing myself from Jared and Aleister. Emery met me at the door to the dining room. We said we'd see them all later and headed upstairs to her room. So, I have some interesting news, I said while we climbed the stairs. I heard. She tapped her ear, smirking. Vampire hearing. Can't get anything past me now. What do you think then? She leaned into my side, sending a burst of heat coursing through me. You'll make a great prince, and I'll be by your side no matter what you decide to do. But we both know you're going to accept. It's what Brolin would have wanted. Guess we're moving to Washington. Do we have to go right away? She asked with a mischievous grin, tugging me toward the door to her room. Thought maybe we could take a trip or something. Early honeymoon. I laughed, opening the door and closing it quickly behind us. Whatever you want. She lifted my hand, pressing it to her cheek. I'd been so close to losing her. The idea of spending a few weeks alone with no interruptions sounded like a great way to convince myself that this wasn't a dream. I pulled her close, desire flaring to life inside me when she dragged her fangs along my wrist and palm. With an arm around her waist, I lifted her off her feet, captured her mouth with mine, and decided the world would survive at least a week or two without us. Maybe a month. Yeah, a month would be good.
Chapter 16. Aleister. A glass of whiskey appeared in front of me, and I grinned. Thanks, I told Gretchen when she sat down across from me. We were in the dining room at the lodge, finally sitting down after another long day of cleaning up the disaster that had been Cassandra Thornhart. Gretchen raised her own glass and we toasted. Any time. Emery and Gentry leave. I smiled, knowing the next month for them would be full of adventure and finally having a chance to build their relationship. Yeah. They left a little while ago. Anxious to get away from here. Not that I blame them. And you're okay with all that? Them leaving? Why wouldn't I be? I settled in my chair, slowly spinning my glass around. The bond of family that Emery, Gentry, and I forged was there and stronger than ever. That moment, when we weren't sure if Emery was going to make it, had killed me. But she had, and I had no doubts at all about a bright future ahead for them. Emery made me swear that the second they eventually made it to Washington, that I'd come to visit. And that I would find my own happiness. I wasn't sure how she expected me to go about fulfilling that last request. The glint in her eyes had hinted at her being up to something, especially when she'd shifted her gaze to Gretchen. I'd been toying with the idea for a while now, but there'd been so much shit going on, finding a chance to even go about starting that conversation hadn't seemed possible. You all right over there? Gretchen teased, nudging my leg with her boot. Aleister? Yeah, good. Thinking is all. I can tell. About what? Anything good? She asked, those silver eyes watching me closely. I think it will be, I replied, and she tilted her head. Don't worry about it. We sat in companionable silence, sipping our whiskey, while I contemplated how the hell I was going to ask Gretchen out on a date. Nothing about that situation was going to be easy. Roderick is planning on staying in Burning Glade a while longer, she said when her glass was empty. Are you going home, or do you think you'll stay? The manor back home in Montana needed repairs, but I hoped to spend more time with Roderick without the pressures of the entire house watching us. The secret was out that I was his son, as well as the son of Cassandra. Thankfully, most were content to ignore who my mother was. Probably stay, I told Gretchen. Then I'll be staying too. Someone has to keep an eye on you since you seem to enjoy throwing yourself into life and death situations so much lately, she muttered, pushing back from the table and rose from her chair. Not like I wanted to be in the middle of a fight with crazy cultists, I argued, following her out of the dining room. Sure you didn't. You were bored, admit it. That's exactly it. I was so terribly bored with everything in my life that I decided to go off and start a fight with an insane witch with death magic and an army. She shrugged. I mean, you have to admit, you weren't exactly exciting before. Wow, that hurt, I said while she laughed. Our hands brushed and we stilled, glancing down. I waited for her to move away, but she stayed right where she was. I wound my fingers through hers and raised my gaze to find her staring at me. I lifted our joined hands, kissing the back of hers. Thank you, by the way, for watching my back all this time. Part of my job, she whispered. A job which I should get back to. I'm supposed to help finish getting the cultists squared away in their new home. Clearing her throat roughly, she slipped out of my grasp and disappeared in a blur. Gretchen's damned honor and sense of duty were going to make this a hell of a lot harder than I anticipated. No matter. I had time, plenty of time. I planned to track down Roderick and see what I could do to help him out. While Gentry had been watching after Emery, I'd spent those days with Roderick. I'd always thought of him as my father, and now that I knew he was, much about my life made sense where he was involved. Teresa had burst out laughing one night and called us all idiots. We'd asked her why when she pointed out how many of the same mannerisms we had. Said we should have noticed it sooner. I'd asked Roderick about Cassandra, and if he was still upset about everything she'd done. He'd said he was, and he wasn't. Because of her, he had a son that was truly a part of him, and not merely someone he turned vampire. He asked me the same question. I'd never seen Cassandra as my mother, not for a second. She might have given birth to me, but I was not her son. I stepped outside into the cold night air and breathed it in. The stench of death was slowly fading away. Eventually, it'd disappear, and any remnant of that fight would go with it. A hint of loneliness I hadn't expected struck me. I realized it'd be a while until I saw Emery and Gentry again. We'd been together nearly 24/7. It was strange not seeing them anywhere or feeling them nearby. Pushing those emotions aside for now, I started to walk away from the lodge to look for Roderick when a tingling started in my hands. The sensation inched its way up my body until it centered between my collarbones. I gasped at the quick burn, followed immediately by a burst of cold. Confused, I raised my hand to touch the spot when a bluish-green light blinded me. After it faded, I gaped in amazement at the ethereal wolf standing in front of me. "Where did you come from?" I whispered. The wolf was an exact match for the one that usually came from Emery. A quick glance in the nearest window, and I spotted the reflection of a single wolf head tattoo on my skin. The beast in question trotted closer, nudging my hand with his head. Immediately, I felt Emery and Gentry as if they stood right beside me. Never alone, I whispered words I'd said to Emery more times than I could count. The wolf threw back his head, howling to the night sky. When the sound drifted away, he stayed by my side, waiting. "Well, come on then." The wolf trotted alongside me, and we set off into the night. The tingling started at my fingertips again. I smiled. Maybe there was a bit of magic left in me still. I'd found out one day at a time. Just one day at a time.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.